Good morning, gamers, and welcome to Hellstormwargaming. My name's Mikey, and today we're doing a painting stream. I hope the camera has died. This is a great start. We're using a webcam because the proper camera is here. You might be able to just see it. You can just kind of see it. I've just literally fixed the camera, and then it's died. For some reason, it keeps autopiloting. There we go. Why does it keep blowing out? Welcome to the stream. It's Saturday. I had a little bit of a boo-boo because today I thought it was the Paintathon, but it turns out that's next week. So that is me, being typical me. But what we're going to do today is paint the Silent King. Now, the stream title is the title. It is literally the thing. I'm not going to stop streaming until this is done. And done means done. Done means no half-ass things. Done means done. We're going to paint the Silent King. We're going to paint his mate. We're going to paint his other mate. We're going to paint two menhirs. And we're going to paint his throne. Okay? That's the plan. That's the stream. I hope you're ready to go. It is currently it's about 20 to 11. Well, 10:37. I have one coffee. I almost spilt it then because it's wet on the side of the cup. It's going to be fine. So let us know if you can hear me okay, if you can see me okay, does it physically look okay? If you can't see my face, that's fine. Obviously, the important bit is this bit here. What's that look like? Does it look okay? It looks okay from what I can see. I've got chat up there. I've got you there. It looks great. It looks great. Let's have a look. So it's just a microphone that I'm struggling with, I think. I think that's going to be okay. Good morning, Rock. Akudo, mod spamming me in Discord. Maybe don't mute the most important channel on Discord then. Bet it's on if the coffee is black like Mikey's eyes. Morning, just heading by before heading out for some school stuff. Morning, Ahane. How are you? Good morning, Jordan. DN stuff says Silent King took me a week and a half to paint. You sure this is a good idea? It's a great idea. This is a great idea, mate. Coffee and hobbying go so well together until you reach cup number 3 and get shaking hands. It'll be fine. Look like Mikey will also fight. It's supposed to be, I'm supposed to be tired. It's supposed to be like I'm tired. Good morning, Matty. How are you? But hello. Okay, no, the only everyone is when I upload a video. It's the most important time of the day. It's the most important time of the day is when I upload or go live. Okay. Right, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for me to start? We're gonna do the fun bit first. I said, let us know. I think we're all good. Doesn't angle that down ever so slightly. I think we're all good in terms of vision. Visually, perfection. That's me. I hope you're ready. You ready to go? We're going to be doing this in my traditional sandstone scheme that I stole from a different channel. So we're going to start off with Agrel and Earth. That's the plan. So welcome to the stream, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. If you want to ask me anything, now's the time. I'm here all day. Quite literally. Quite literally here all day. So if you haven't seen my sandstone stuff, you can have a look at any Necron battle report on the channel, or you can have a look at Instagram. That's also got some Necron stuff. But we do it in sandstone, so we're going to be putting basing texture on the models. A £100 model that I'm about to cover in Agrel and Earth. Okay. So this stuff, this is crackle paint. We're doing this first. I've already primed it. I've already primed everything because I knew that it was going to take a while. I based them last night as well. So I'm technically on day 3 because I spent 2 days building, basing and priming. How's that looking? Is that good framing? No, it's too far. I got a bit there, that's better, isn't it? Very plain on the side of it. So we're just going to be smashing some basing material and everything. Having a great time. Trying not to cover too many details, but it is inevitable. Let us know if you can hear me and it all sounds okay and the music's not too loud or too quiet, etc. And I don't whack the microphone with my paintbrush. I'll try and avoid doing that. What we build there. We have got 2 textures to put on, so we don't have to go mad with just the first one. Right, dollop there. But yeah, why did I decide to do this today? It's because I thought the Warhammer Paintathon was this weekend, and I had a free Saturday. And then when I found out it wasn't, I was like, YOLO. You're a little quiet versus the music. Okay. Overall, is it pretty quiet? Because I can turn the gain up. I might turn the gain up on the mic. One sec. On the mic. One sec. Right, I've whacked that up a little bit. Caught my rubber now. Excuse me. It's okay. We don't do hobby shoes very much. There we go. That's probably going to be a lot better now because I'm much louder and the music's much quieter. Bougie. Well, I'm going to bed. Nice one. Don says, morning, Mike. You love the content. You have a great day. Oh, you have a great day as well, Don. Thanks for popping by. Hobby stream. I know, right? I do actually hobby. If I manage to get this done today and I've still got time, I've probably got until like 6 to like. That'll be like my cut-off. If I finish before 6, that'd be great. But if I've still got time, I've got some plus gold blight loss to work on. That's the spot. Don't stop. I'm not stopping, mate. Night, Akuno. Thanks for popping by. Okay, right. We put it on detailed models now. This is, I said, this is crackle paint, and because we paint them like sandstone, they look like rock, and that's what we're going to be going for. So it's going to include a lot of dry brushing, a lot of texture paint to add texture where there isn't any texture for the dry brush to grab onto. It just makes them look more interesting, you know? And then drying time is fucking roasting today. So I think we're going to be good. I'm just going to turn this ever so slightly. How's that? See me now? Hope that works. But yeah, so the crackle paint and the texture paint is going to add texture where we don't actually have any texture. So the dry brush can dry brush it, and it's going to make it look even better. But we have to wait for it to dry. And it's roasting today, but I've also got a hair dryer, which is going to help speed things up. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, boo, boo. Like that. We get the old boo, boo, boo. I'm really hyped now. I'm like ready to go. But everyone keeps saying that it's going to take me longer than a day. And I've only just started. Hey, Super Strudel, how you doing? I'm good, mate. How are you? What's occurring? Some on your head as well. You've been underground for a while. That's what I like to think. I like they've been buried. And then they've come out. But the Silent King, Stezarak, or whatever his name is, I want to not quite do as much. I want it to be a bit more purposeful. Because he's the Silent King. Like, he'd have a nicer tomb than everyone else, you know? Hey, David, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in, bud. Catching them early yawners, you know? Mikey, did you get into a fight with all minions watching Gen Z idiots at the cinema? I did, yeah. Yeah, gentle minions, you mean? So funny, that meme. The minion meme is so funny. It's so, so good. It makes me cackle so much. I'm all for it. Where they're getting banned from cinemas because they're wearing suits. Like, now you can't go watch this movie wearing a suit. I mean, that's just hilarious. We'll put a little bit, a little crackle as a treat there. A little crackle as a tree there. We need an old brush to do this, lads. Don't use a good brush unless you're mad man and made of money. This is what's worrying me, is this cape, right? This cape is made of metal, but it has nothing to highlight. I think what I'm going to do is paint it closer to white. Paint it closer to white, and then these bits that are like, I don't know, being Necrony, paint them blue and have them like OSLE. I'm going to do it, I'm going to do a little bit around the bottom. Like it's got dirty, you know? Like it's a dirty boy. Being a very dirty boy. I don't know why I'm talking like that about a cape. Here we are. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Saturday Mornings with Mikey, where we tell a cape he's been a dirty boy. We'll just like stipple. It's all the back anyway, who cares? We'll see how that crackles. It might not. It might just be texture. That's okay too. I'll put some in the folds. That's where dirt would collect. Bam. Have Solve got some new models? This looks like old man content. What do you mean old man content? What are you trying to say? It looks like a Necron, right? What are you trying to say to me? Morning, Ian. How are you? Right, phone time. I've stuck this to a cotton bud lid, which is actually working really well. I don't know if you guys knew, guys, but you know the foam tape you can buy? This stuff, right? That double-sided foam tape. It's so good for this. You can almost call it coffee time. It is. Yeah, it's so good for shit like this because now I'm holding this and this isn't going anywhere. And all of these models, I've not pinned them to these corks. They're stuck to the tape and then primed. So good. Another bit. Hey Ian, thank you very much for being a member for 8 months. Well, a legendary person in chat. Just out of my venture into AOS, I picked up Iron Jaws. Nice, dude. Iron Jaws are really fun. Iron Jaws are really fun. They're like, if you love charging, they're great, but they have a lot of nuance to them, which makes them really good. I've been playing a lot of Big War, but Iron Jaws are good. Iron Jaws are really good. They're really fun. Toby's just started playing Iron Jaws again. He sold his army to another channel, and now he's just bought them again this morning. What do you think of the new Angron model? Oh, mate, it made my dick hard so much. I thought it was mint. I've painted both Redeem and Primarchs for the channel, and I can't wait to paint Angron for the same. We might stream that as well, if I get one. You know, I'll have to get one. Maybe Games Workshop would be super cool. Maybe we'll see. I'm sure they will. If not, I'll go buy one and we'll stream it as well. Right, the throne is going to have loads of crackle paint because it's a throne. And that will have been buried for a long time. How many aeons equal? Like, you can count the crackles and that's how many aeons it's been buried. That's how it works. But what won't be crackled is the Catan. Put some on there, put some here, right where we need to stick his feet. That was a bad idea. Maybe we don't put any more in there because that's where the models are going to be stuck to. I'm just covering the details. Who cares? Who cares about details? That's less to paint. What color are you going to the Catan? Bright blue. Yeah, it's just going to be. It's going to be like my normal scheme. It's just a Silent King. I've also pinned him to his base. There's like 2 metal rods going up his arse. Who gives a fuck about Angron? There's guard vets with shotguns. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How would you adapt this scheme to look like an ash lava world? So, I actually did that a long time ago. Right. What you do is you spray or paint the model like reds and blues and not reds and blues, reds and yellows and oranges. And then you use like crackle paint. I think they do one now. I think they do a black crackle paint. But when I did it, they didn't have one. So you use crackle paint and put it over the bits you want to be fiery. And then while it's drying, paint it black. Like spray it black. Or paint it very lightly with a very thin paint. Like even contrast paint will work. And then what happens is because you're painting the top layer, it cracks and it looks like ash. So that's the best way to do it. I'll sell my soul to the blood god to paint Angron right now. Well, ain't fucking real, mate. I'm sorry. No, I would as well. Yeah, it's fucking sick. Sick model. Even the AOS players, like the Gaff, the Grand Alliance Friendship lads are all like, oh my god, Angron's so cool. I'm like, yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Hellstorm, what are your thoughts on Angron model? You're like 3 seconds too late because I've just said it's fucking sick. It's really nice. It's adding a bit more crackle to the base. I think that's about it. Do I want any more? Maybe some on the railings. It's a game. Yeah, it's just a game, lads. The blood god ain't real. Sorry. Also open to being gifted a membership. Well, it is random. We are reliant on other people gifting memberships. And it's more, there's some nuance to it. It's not like completely random, but it does favor gifting people memberships. When people gift a membership, it's almost random, but it favors people who have been members before and people who interact with the channel a lot. So it's like random, but there's some nuance to it. There's definitely a priority list from what I've read. I think I might do the Blackstone. Blackstone? I don't know how well that'll look, though. I want to do it a different colour. I don't want to just do that as sandstone as well. Right. That's the Allegrellan Earth down. The most expensive Games Workshop paint I use. The way I use it, anyway. Okay. So we'll just wipe that off a bit. We're not going to bother washing it because we're just going to put it in more terrain shit. Looks like poo, that, doesn't it? I can wipe my ass with that. Well, either chocolate mousse or I wipe my ass with it. What's everyone up to today? Are you painting? You hanging out? You chilling? It's one of the hottest days of the year so far, I believe, and I'm painting models. That's water texture. That's not pumice. Fuck. Good stuff, this, though. But I bought the wrong stuff because I thought this was like water effects. And it is, but it's basically just for like the top layer. If you want to make a pool look like it's got texture, or like you're doing ripples and stuff, you use this. It's really good. But it's not good for the job I'm about to do. Pumice. Very similar though. Very, very similar. I'll put the water texture where we don't need that. That's going to be good for my cool boys when they get around to doing more work on their texture, on their bases. But look at the price though. I don't know. This probably isn't the same price because we live in a terrible world right now. But this was £7.50 this tub. Bearing in mind the Agrellan Earth is like £5 something that I've just used. So this is like pumice, right? So what we do is we do something very similar, but we're much more, we're much lighter with it. But this will add real texture. You know, this is like paint and rock, basically. It's like paint and sand, essentially. And we're just going to be much lighter with it, but this is just going to add some interesting parts. It's like the crackle paint. You'll look at it and you'll be like, oh, that's crackle. Whereas this, it just adds a bit of texture. This shit's good for bases, most importantly, but it's also good for like covering gaps on 3D prints. You know, like on buildings and stuff. You can put it in the recess and it'll just look like, oh, it's just like grout. I thought that'd be a cheap way to do it. You could use grout as well to do stuff like this. But you put this on, you don't put this like over detail because it just looks weird. But on flat like this is completely flat. Like that, that's completely flat, but we want to be able to dry brush onto it so we can put some of this on and give it some texture. You know? Now it's going to look like rock rather than whatever Games Workshop we're going for by putting flat. I guess this is like the barriers or the border of it, because they're like black stone. Or maybe the black stone will work if I paint these black stone, but I'll put crackle paint on it now. I think it's too late. I don't know. Should I paint Blackstone? Should I not paint Blackstone? Painting 20 guardsmen. Nice, Pockles. Pockles, what a cool username. Pockles. It's a funny way to say it. Painting Blood Angels while the cat sunbathes. Awesome, dude. What Blood Angels are you playing? You playing some Death Company? Tom has just got a whole bunch of Death Company that he's working on now. Their new secondary looks good. You lose them and you get points, which is hilarious, but it's also really good because then even if you lose it, you're going to score points. Played against the Silent King on Thursday. Necrons are the shit. Yeah, Necrons are really good. I always said I wouldn't paint the Silent King until I'd finished my Spencers, but since they're so fucking good, I can't not paint them. I can't not paint the Silent King. You know? Headed to a local club shop and engaged a 40k taking Necrons to spin, held up by the new Chaos Space Marine on Wednesday. Nice, dude. Yeah, Necrons can definitely hold their own against Chaos Space Marines. Chaos Space Marines are really strong. Really, really strong. They're like, not obviously strong, but I think there's going to be some really good builds that coming out of it. Right, a little bit of this. Again on the flat areas. When they want to like smudge this into detail. But the paint's already drying. The crackle paint's already drying, as you can see. Think you might be able to see? You should be able to see. So the crackle paint's already drying because it's a nice day today. So we should be alright for ready. I'm going to have to go prime this as well after this. Sat looking at the Vanguard veteran. Oh, just putting transfers on my Stormlord. Stormlord looking spicy. 2 up, -1 AP. Let's fucking go, gamers. Sat looking at Vanguard vets, thinking I should probably make a start. You should. You should start right now, and you should keep up to date. Keep me up to date in our Discord. I switched my Discord in chat, gamers. What's the league going for? So we're going for Sandstone. I don't know if I have any pictures. I realise my mouse is over here. Is there any pictures on Instagram, chat? Let's see if I can find a picture. I'm using my so I'm sat on my desk with the camera there with the laptop for the chat, and then I'm using my computer over there behind me. Gamer. Models. Wait for it. If I can find a picture of a Necron, I can show you. Sure, there's a picture of Necron somewhere. I'm scrolling through like 900 pictures of models right now. And like from every battle report, I've got every picture. No, it went too far. Oh, wait. Is that Necron? Can't quite tell. Everything's just a blur. My eyesight's decent, but this is just a blur. Oh. There we go. Booyah! Right, you can't see my face. And both microphones are on. Well, that's what we're going for. Sorry about that. It's because I can't control it. I've seen Midwinter Sonic Runs. That's what we're going for, yeah. So if Midwinter Minis was going to paint the Silent King, what colour would he paint the Blackstone? That's what we're going to work out. Mikey, what do you think the best model in AOS is and the best in 40k without faction bias? The best model in Age Sigma? Oh, fuck, I don't know. I think Nagash is probably my favourite, but I think that's faction bias. I don't know, to be honest. I have no idea because there's so many in Age of Sigma. It's so hard. In 40k, it's Leviathan. In 40k, it's obviously the Leviathan. That's like an easy one. Are you bringing Crons and Silent King to our GT? I do actually want to come to that because I'm free that weekend. I was going to check with George. I'm in an AOS event the week before, so that might be an issue. But no, I wouldn't bring Necrons. I only play Space Marines competitively. And I need to buy and paint 2 Redemptors. I've got one built. I need to paint the other one. I need to paint it, and I need to paint another one. And then I can come to GT. Last thing about it now. Well, I know it's coming, right? You have a Void Dragon? I don't think. I want one. But I don't have one. Right. Again, don't put it on the platforms. The platforms are going to be very clean. They got dusted up before they before the Sight King got jumped on. I'll put it around the side of it, but not on top. That's where the mold sticks. Devastators will look cool. The secondaries do look great, like in the challenge one as well. The challenge one is fun. The challenge one is fun with Blood Angels. But Devastator's always handy. I do find that like Devastators don't really work very well after turn 1 in most factions. Like they have that but even with like the -1 to hit, you kinda need like character support with them as well. More texture, please. I just love putting texture paint all over like really expensive models because I know it triggers people, and that makes me enjoy it even more. The Scares went round dusty before the Silent King finished his morning coffee. Hell yeah, that's why the platform has no texture. You got it, bro. You got it. Um, Smash it on there. Smash it on here. Guys, I'm gonna have to take my first break soon. As soon as it's dry, I've got to go prime it. And I don't know about you, but my camera wires aren't that long, and I don't think I might be able to get IV cam working, but I don't have a stand for my phone outside. So we might be taking a short break soon. Might just leave you like. Sorry about that. Just disconnected for some reason, but there we go. Just typical, innit? Just typical. Have you done the bases before you painted? Yeah, I've done the bases already, but yeah, they're already the bases. The stream ends when I finish this model, so that was a lie. I'm not ending the stream. The stream will be on. I'll just put a video on while I go and prime them, and I'll be back. Have you done? Have you done the base? Yeah. So the base is sand texture and then a Grell Earth as well. So texture on first, then prime to give the model more interesting surface. Well, I've actually primed this already grey. So this is already primed grey. I know it obviously looks normal, but yeah, this has been primed already in Halford's grey. So that gives the texture paint something to hold on to, because if you don't, it usually falls off, especially the crackle paint. So you prime it first to give it texture, then put the texture paint on for the texture paint to grab the texture you sprayed. This is a lot of texture, and then I'll be priming it Xandri Dust. But Xandri Dust purely because it's a good base color for the scheme. You know. Then it's all handwork then. So yeah, so it's primed. It's actually, you probably can't tell just because it's a grey, but it is actually already primed. So right, I think that's it. So we're gonna dry them off now, and then I'm gonna go prime them. And shut that way. We don't need that anymore. We made a great start so far, guys. Look what we've done. It's okay. So, but the texture gives the finished model some more interesting surfaces. I don't think I've seen that before. Yeah, because what we're doing is we're doing a sandstone effect. I'd say if I do this. Oh, let me mute the mic. One sec. There we go. So yeah, so because we're doing this style scheme, to make it look like sandstone, to make it look like they are literally living rocks, or the rocks are like the skin has like absorbed the rock to be Necron tier. We put texture on and then we prime it and paint it, so then it looks like rock when it's painted. That's the plan. That's what we're going for anyway. But I'm just going to quickly mute this microphone. I'm going to smack it with a hairdryer. That also helps speed up the Grell Earth drying time. It also creates the cracks, makes them bigger as well. So I'll just do that. Thank you very much, Ridgecraft. Really appreciate it. Thanks for becoming a member today. That's very kind of you. Members are the lifeblood of the channel. They literally keep it alive because ad revenue sucks, and I'm focused in a niche where it doesn't get many views. So thank you very much for becoming a member. It really supports the channel. So thank you, mate. Right, I'm gonna go back to hair drying. I hope you enjoyed that. I find it really satisfying to watch the paint crackle. The crackle, paint, crackle. I think it's really fun. So yeah, I'm going to have to prime these now. So I think I'm going to just put a video on and then go prime them. And then I'll be right back, I guess. Probably make more coffee. Easy 40-minute stream. Easy 40 minutes. I'm going already. I've already done. These are painted now. They've got 3 colours, look. Grey, white and brown. Painted. Is that Silent King? It sure is. Silent King's pretty cool now. Yep, you can bring back the shooty towers if they die. Don't think you can do and stuff. Don't think you can, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's a really weird one. A lot of people are getting up. This is still drying, so people are getting like really up in arms about it because it allows you to reanimate a model. So people are like, when the men here, one of these dies, is you get a technomancer to bring back a model to the unit. But rules is written you can. Rules is written I don't think you can, because the problem is with it is because like most things that say like regain a model, you know, like an apothecary, like Tyranid stratagems, it says add a model back to the unit. So like, you know, you do a thing, you add a model back to the unit. The Technomancer doesn't do that. The Technomancer has an ability called Rites of Reanimation, and he allows a model to reanimate. And reanimate is capitalized, which means it's referring to something. It's like it's not a keyword, but it's like referring to a word. And if you look in the glossary, there's actually a point for reanimate, and it's on page 80. And on page 80, it refers to reanimation protocols, and then it explains in reanimation protocol how a model reanimates. Now, can a model reanimate via reanimation protocols if it doesn't have reanimation protocols? That's kind of like the problem, and why if someone said, are you going to use a Silent King, I'd be like, yeah, but I can't revive a men here, because that's what people want to do. They want to bring these back, you know. But I don't think you can, purely because of how it's worded. If it said, if Rites of Reanimation was, pick a unit, add a model back to the unit, laughing, you know, you'd get Menhirs back all day. But it refers specifically to you reanimate one model, you know. You don't add a model back to the unit, you reanimate. And reanimate is referring to reanimation protocols. So I think it's pretty clear cut, but obviously a lot of people are like, well, it's not core, so you can do it. So can you make use of a rule you don't have, you know? I can reanimate via the rule shit up my key. I want to revive Menhirs. I'm afraid I don't think you can. So alright, we're gonna put a quick video on. I'm gonna do some priming. The stream isn't ending. It's merely being delayed. Postponed. Not even postponed. The stream's not ending. It's still gonna be me. It's still going to be me. I'm going to show you how to use contrast paint. So, there you go. There's my thing. Talk amongst yourselves whilst I go prime. And I'll put a video on for you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm lying to you, chat. Right. BRB. Secrets from you. But now I think it's time to come clean. When I was invited to do an old video. No, I'll put this one. Oh, sorry, on. It wasn't the only thing I went down for. On the Sunday, I was actually taken to a private island in an undisclosed location. I'm kidding. But I was taken to a secret meeting along with some other content creators to try out something new the Citadel team have been working on. You probably heard of it by now, but it was a whole bunch of new contrast paints, new shades, reformulated shades, and a new primer. At the meeting, we had a presentation about the new colours, along with the new shades and like how the primer works, etc. And then they gave us some models and the new paints to try out. So I did the only thing I know how, and it was to try and paint a Bloodraven with just contrast and shades. The contrast acted like contrast. There's not much else to say other than over a white undercoat rather than Wraithbone or Gracier, it looks much closer to what it looks like in the pot when it dries. The colours are super vibrant, and I feel like these add a lot of options. The real big change I noticed in this year was the shades. They act essentially the same way as contrast do now, but really, really thin. The worst thing you could do before with a shade was to wash all over, as some had odd patchy consistency compared to the old faithful Agrexearth shade and Null-Noil. But this Seraphim Sepia acted just like a contrast. It dried level, it settled in the recesses, and on the high points, it only left a really, really thin tint, which is just what contrast does, but way thinner. I had a little play with a couple of other models, such as this Cruel Boy, and then I had a nosy at the displays they had available. There was a model with every different contrast and shade over a white undercoat, and some cool examples of what the Citadel team had been working on. I remember when the first contrast paints came out, and one GW manager in some random store made a board with all of the contrasts over different undercoats, and that really helped me. So I only have white, but hopefully this helps you. Anyway, I had a nosy what the other creators were working on as well, and they were producing some pretty astonishing results. I was just putting contrast on a white model. I wasn't doing anything exciting. I felt a little bit out of my comfort zone, so I was looking forward to trying them at home instead. So, Games Workshop have sent me a full set of the new paints, the new contrasts, the new shades, and the new primer to try out. Now, they haven't wrote this script, but I will say that they have checked this video before it went live. These new paints are pretty vibrant, and add a good amount of different hues to work with. With all of these greens and yellows, and the grand return of the accursed Cursed City, I thought who better to pick up than Qualthis the Exile, a Wood Elf Archer from the box. As I mentioned, I only put these contrasts over an undercoat of White Scars so far, but I found that underpainting some more extreme shadows works much better for contrast paint. I picked this up initially from Dana Howell. She's done loads of videos about underpainting, but even Darren Latham on his Instagram is showing off this method now, which is quite interesting. Starting from a black undercoat, I'm going to use these cheap makeup brushes that were about £3 from a bargain store to create some highlights and shadows. With these brushes, the larger ones are really good at dusting models, whereas the smaller ones are a little bit more robust, are perfect for this sort of job, and really cheap, and you don't have to worry about them. Initially going in with a grey, I hit all of the model, and then with a lighter grey and a white, I hit the most interesting points, and like the face, and then like the top part where the highlights would be. We're going to be using the contrast over this, and it's going to act like a glaze, and it'll smooth out the dry brushing and the pre-shading we've created, and it'll boost the effectiveness of one thick coat.
You can apply one thick coat.
After that is doing what we know, banging on contrast where we need it. Contrast, like any other paint, can be mixed to create different hues. And whilst the new range is warp-fueled and wonderful, I wanted a more muted tone for the undergarments and save the rich and regal look for the overcoat. As you can see, the dry brush underpainting or pre-shading is helping add even more depth to the shadows and builds the contrast
paint
even more than a flat base coat, and looks more natural than just a zenithial undercoat as well. So once we've got all the colours down, one of the final tasks was the bone crown she's wearing, or the antlers. I wanted this to be a bit warmer than the cooler shades of the clothing, so I repainted the highlights with Wraithbone before applying thinned down Garrigach Sewer in multiple thin coats to build a blend towards the darker brown / black at the top of the antlers. Because contrast is so thin, the initial undercoat or base coat you have is kind of crucial to what the final result will get. I'm not just talking about the underpainting, but there's a reason Games Workshop released Wraithbone and Greyseer when this line first appeared. Greyseer by name is grey, obviously, and that'll almost mute the colours down from their natural hue. Wraithbone is warm, and it's going to accentuate this. Whereas white is very neutral, so it's going to look more like what's in the pot. That's why they've kind of done it, I guess. Anyway, once this was done, I painted the metallics on the model the traditional way. I don't personally think that contrast is a good replacement for true metallic metals. It can be used for non-metallic metals, but I've already done a video about that. And contrast paint is just a tool in the toolbox. It's not a magic paint that's going to do everything for you. So here we are, 99% contrast only paint job. I'll be using one of the old contrast paints for the flesh and using some gold and silver on the metallics. And it looks decent. But you can see in some parts, especially on the face, it kind of looks bad. So overall, it's fine. You can leave it here if you want, but the best thing I think to think of this step is that it's the first layer of colour. And now it's time to go in and do some real shading and highlighting. Whilst we may be using some brand new paints, we're going to pull out an old classic to work on the face. I mixed this with the original contrast to make a lighter mid-tone and start highlighting the face and hands.
Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers.
The initial contrast layer is just going to now show us where the highlights are supposed
Right,
to be.
I'm going to grab a coffee and then we can carry on.
And why I like things
Love you all.
better. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're just going to layer the lightest points that we've got and fill them with colour, because you could see underneath them, which doesn't look very good. And that was the problem. It was too thin. All we're going to do is solidify the colour and then move towards the pure flesh tone and add some thin highlights. And now it doesn't look odd, it looks just natural now. And like you've painted it, not just slapped a wash on it and left it. You can also reintroduce some shading to boost the volume, and this time using Raglan Flesh Shade. Again, this is new and it now feels very similar to a contrast, and it's just really, really thin, which is super handy for glazing straight from the pot. You can really tell the difference by just painting one half of the face with just one coat over the left side compared to the right. It's added a really smooth glaze. It really adds some pop, but also some warmth and a little bit more depth, but doesn't flood the detail like it did before. And it's very smooth rather than patchy, which is huge. There's also some new shades that haven't been seen before, such as this one. I'm going to be using it to add volume to the other parts of the model. Even with the contrast over the pre-shade, adding a wash with these shades creates much more depth. And the initial painting just shows where to add depth and where to highlight, as I've already mentioned. We're going to put deeper colour in the shadows and brighter colours on the highlights. Speaking of which, as well, in the same way we're adding depth, we're adding highlights. This time using the contrast paint and a similar colour to mix it together to create a mid-tone. And this will be used for the flatter parts of the model where it looks a little patchy, it looks a little bit off. And this is the one problem with contrast on flat parts such as flat armour panels, and this is what I suggest to do if you're going to do it that way. But once we've neatened those up, we can add a little bit of white to that same mix and then add a highlight. You know, just catch the sharp edges, catch the interesting edges and stuff like that. There's quite a bit to do here, so I'm not going to repeat myself over and over again. So here's a highlight of the highlights. I have no idea why I did that. That was cringe. I realise that it's very quiet by the looks of it. What's up, gamers? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one again. Right, anyway, that's how to paint model like a professional. I'm a scrub, so we don't do it that way. What we missed? Engines have always viewed right to animation as being a separate process alongside the animation protocols. The glossy just say that don't animate, just bring it back on 4 weeks. I've always thought that where an ability triggers animation protocol, like they always specifically say that it triggers the protocols. Yeah, so it's basically like referring to the protocols. It's weird. I guess it's now an issue because they weren't things that had core but didn't have reanimation protocols before, so the book doesn't explain whether it is or isn't possible to reanimate them. Exactly the end stuff. It's like kind of like an oversight. Can be read in such a way that menhirs are models within the unit that is decided can get. So it's the menhirs are part of the unit. That's like there's no discussion of that. Mikey, I've seen you wink and blow a kiss on so many YouTubers' new contrast paint video. They all use that clip. Really? Like who? Who? I don't even know. Am I like world famous kiss blower? Who am I blowing kisses to, Ian? All of them. I need a timestamp. I need a timestamp. That's what I need. I have no idea, mate. Are they all using my winking and blowing kisses? That's funny. I am on my own, but that's obvious. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that 9 minute or 15-minute video. You can go watch the rest at youtube.com/Hellstormwargaming. But with Prime, with my little pink tea tray. It's on the paint table at GWHQ. You wink and blow a kiss, and so many use that clip. On the paint table. Oh, you mean Broadsword definitely used that. Broadsword, I saw that one. They used shall we have a look? Where's my mouse? Oh, I can't search because my mouse is over there. Why is it showing up? Oh, it's not uploaded the video, that's why. Let's have a look.
Hello and welcome to
It's only because I commented on it.
My name is Ollie and I am joined by Kira. And today we have an exclusive.
There was quite a diverse range of people there, but it still felt like some.
What a great clip. What a great clip. What a beautiful clip. It says, down there, like spicy content on YouTube now.
There was quite a diverse range
Bam.
of people there, but it still felt like some of them were you.
Who else is using that clip? It's a good clip. It's a great clip. Right then, gamers. My light is fucking shifted for some reason. Right then, let's paint. Let's paint, bitches. Okay, so we've done the priming process. We've done the texture. So now, if you look, you can see like the crackle paint and stuff, which is really handy. On this thing, on like up the spire thing, I don't know. That's like got crackle on it now. We got crackle here. We got crackle on the base. It's looking pretty fire, mate. Looking pretty fire. So we're gonna airbrush some like lighter colours to highlight it, and then we're gonna wash it, and then we're gonna dry brush. The old faithful, mate. Like it looks good on the menhirs. Like again, like here, look, you've got like all the crackling and stuff. Silent King chilling. I almost ran out as Andrew does, so I think we're doing all right. We've got a bit of crackle on his shoulder pad and his head. And this one. Hardly any crackle on the head, which is a shame. We've got lots on the shoulder pads. Right, I'm going to quickly make an airbrush station, and we're going to airbrush. Like this kind of didn't work the way I wanted it to, but never mind. So I'm going to do the old faithful airbrush station, which is laying a load of blue roll out, so I don't get paint everywhere. That's it. That's my paint station. Blue roll, mate. Best thing ever. You can tell I used to be an engineer, can't you? Fucking love blue roll. Whoop. Whoop. Why is it blue though? That's the question. Why is blue roll blue? Why not? Why is it not just like white roll or red roll or yellow roll? Is it through the production process? I don't know. Let's find out. Alexa, play. Why is blue roll blue? I feel like I want to watch how it's made and just. I don't even know what I'm on about anymore. But imagine if there's a how it's made and why blue roll's blue. That would be great. Fuck. Okay, so we use that. There we go. Love that. Love that for me. Where's my brother texting me? Try saying red roll, yellow roll 10 times. Red roll, yellow roll, red roll, yellow roll, red roll, yellow, yo. Fuck, I was so good. I was doing so well. I was doing so well. Ooh, actually turn that on. Right, Ushabti Bone. How much we got? Oh, quite a bit. So you can leave. See if you leave it in things like blue, like Chief Blue Plasters. What? Chief Blue Plasters. Working on my sauce for egg thanks, Pie. How are you? It's basically impossible. Very improbable that you can actually say that. We're gonna go with the Ushabti Bone. Now, this is in a dropper bottle because I'm using the airbrush. But I had a really interesting conversation with the guy from Games Workshop, right, about dropper bottles and stuff. I kept thinking about making a video about it, but then I never got around to it. But they're the paint pots are like a really like contentious issue with consumers and Games Workshop, because everyone says that they designed the pots intentionally to make your paint dry out, where obviously that's not the case. That would be dumb. But what's quite interesting is the reason they're that shape. Is the reason they're this shape is to do with like gaining velocity when you shake them, which I thought was quite interesting. But you don't get that in dropper bottles, because dropper bottles, like I have prime example, I have this rust paint which is definitely dried up, but all the medium is right at the bottom, and then you can see like I don't know if you can see, but there's like liquid in the top, and that's like that's the pigment and that's the medium, and it's separated. And if I shake it, it won't mix back together very well. It's going to take me a long time to mix that back together. Whereas if that happened with the GW paint, because of the thickness, supposedly that's some of the science behind it. The thickness and the amount of like paint in there. Maybe I'm red pilled, because the red pilled me maybe. But I thought it was quite interesting because they said like the reason they have this shape and size bottle is because it's easy to mix paint compared to a dropper bottle. The other one as well is why they don't do dropper bottles is brand recognition, which obviously makes loads of sense. Because when you see, like I could do this, it doesn't matter what color it is, you know that's a Games Workshop paint, right? Whereas if I do this, like what paint is this? Like what brand is this? What brand? I know you've just seen it, but like what brand is this? You know, like what brand paint am I holding? You know it's Vallejo and Army Paint because I just showed you. But if I do this, you don't know, and that's really bad for a consumer. And the last thing, which I thought was really interesting, is like I have like racks of paint, so I can see all my paints. But if you have dropper bottles, right, and you only live in top-down land, what colours have I got? Right, what colours have I got? Okay. And if you got like hundreds of paints and they're all like just sat on your desk like this, all touching each other, like what colours have I got? Whereas if I give you 3 Games Workshop paints, right? I'm just going to grab some random ones. It doesn't matter. Obviously, this is just to prove a point. What colours have I got? I thought that was really interesting because obviously you know what colour they are because you can just look. Listen, everyone makes a conspiracy out of everything when sometimes it just isn't. It ain't. Sometimes it just ain't that deep. I thought that was really interesting that they have the bottles like that you can look, have them on your table, and then you know what paint they are just by looking. Because then everyone always paints the little colours on top of the dropper bottles. But with Games Workshop, you don't have to do that. That's so clever. I'm red pilled. Games Workshop, I'm based now. Just like the Silent King. My needles got stuck. That's annoying. So I pull my needle back in my airbrush so it doesn't dry in the nozzle and it's dried inside the airbrush instead. That's what Games Workshop want me to tell you. Games Workshop also like that they're easy to use straight from the pot. Yeah, especially for like contrast paints and stuff. Contrast and washes they're perfect for. I don't like that they made the wash paint smaller, but you know, we live in a society. Okay. So I just have to try and loosen it up with a bit of alcohol. I probably should have prepared my airbrush before the stream, but there we go. My needle is literally stuck. There we go. There's like a lump on it there, look. As soon as I put IPA in it, though, it came straight out. Yeah, it's a big lump of... I think it's gloss varnish. Gloss varnish is the worst thing for anything like this. So I've got a little bit of IPA on my finger. I'm just like cleaning the needle a little bit. You can see it all though. You can see it all coming off. Doing that means that they have 2 pot sizes, not 3. Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's annoying, but they obviously kept the price the same, which is like a bit annoying. But it's one of those things, isn't it? If you don't like the product, don't buy it. If other people buy it, unlucky. You know? Just one of those things, sometimes it just ain't that deep. There we go. Oh no, we don't. We got a block in the nozzle. I fucking clean this bastard out. We got a bit of gunk in the nozzle, I think. I do have a new airbrush though, so I might just use that rather than trying to clean this one out. I don't remember what I was spraying. I have a little pokey stick thing I could use. Your paints are good for the most part, apart from white. Fuck you, white. Yeah, white's annoying. I don't use Games Workshop white. Just because it is a shit paint. I use a old Twitch subscriber bought me this once upon a time when I was in a car accident. They bought me this as a present. The Get Well Soon gift. I've been using that ever since. I've had it for like 10 years. I've had it like 7 years. I don't remember. I've had it a long time anyway. Yeah, that paint's really good. It's very thick, but you can thin it down. And it is just acrylic paint and cheap. That's all it is. It's nothing crazy. It's just the same paint. It's just thicker. But it's designed for like painting on a canvas. Right, I'm gonna give this. Let's count to 30, everyone. If I don't fix it by then, I'm gonna use a brand new airbrush. There's a big gunky boy in there. It's annoying. Isn't it annoying when you clean it out and then it's still there when you come back to it? But yeah, Games Workshop paints are really good. Let's see what we're like now. I think this is going to be a disaster, so I don't think I'm even going to bother. Then again, it doesn't go all the way through. There's still some paint there. Yeah, I'm going to give up. I'll fix this later. I've got another airbrush. Sonic cleaner. Yeah, I've got a Sonic cleaner. I definitely need to whack it in there. It's just annoying, isn't it? But yeah, I bought another airbrush. This is like in the Iron Hands project. If you remember, I had that little bit where I was like playing Elden Ring. I actually ordered a new airbrush. I ended up fixing that one, so I didn't end up using the new one. But it's just here. It's in a box. I look like a brand new one right here, so I'll just use that. What are you talking about? Woo! You know, this airbrush is 20 quid. Like, everyone buys all these expensive airbrushes, and I buy this one for 20 quid. Look how nice it is. Comes in a box and shit. Could do with a phone holder. If anyone else, it's just like an Amazon buyer anyway. We don't need that. Look at that. All right. Yeah, everyone like moans about like cheap Chinese airbrushes, but this is like really nice quality for a very cheap price. Comes with like a range of pots. You know, the thread's a bit rough, but it's all good once it's in, isn't it? Comes with 3 needles as well, which I thought was quite impressive. I don't know what size is in there. I think it's quite big. That's a 0.8 and 0.3, so I presume this is 0.5. Very chunky. I'm going to change it for the 0.3. We get a little spanner. This is great. This is great, chat. Why do people buy these ones? Always I'd like a big fancy posh one, but they just charge too much for them. In my opinion. Whoa, was that a nozzle? How does that come out? Is it a screw? I don't think it is actually. I think it just pops out. Wow, that is cool. I like that. Damn, boy. He's thick. So we take that off. We take that off. I think. Yeah. I can't get it off. Fuck. 0.3. I don't know what size needle that is though. It doesn't tell me. It'll probably tell me in the box, won't it? Nope. Okay. People in chat be like, why'd you buy cheap Chinese ones? You don't even know what size the nozzle is. Is that all one piece? Am I being a big dum-dum? That looks like it's all one piece. Why would it give me a different one though? Nah, it's definitely not. I'm gonna go grab some pliers. Sorry, chat, I know this is annoying. This is a great stream, innit? This is the best stream you've ever seen. Best Warhammer stream ever. Can't undo it. This is the joy of opening the language though. Bad, good enough and good. Yeah, that's true. There we go. It doesn't quite grip it. Little baby hands. Where did I put that nozzle? Right, this is 0.3. Where did I put the... Chat, where did I put the nozzle? The other one. Right, here we go. That goes on there. That goes on there. Wow. And then this just pops in the air. That's great. That's really cool. The problem I have with nozzle, with most airbrushes, I've got like a nozzle, an airbrush graveyard drawer. Because it's always nice to have little spares. And basically all the nozzles are just broken, so I've ended up buying an airbrush. But this one is better. Way better. Put the button back in, that'll be helpful. God damn it. Put it in. Don't click that. I can't get the button. Let's take this out. A lot of people don't realise, but this entire bit comes out, by the way. You should take it out when you do a deep clean. That's your button mechanic. Right, here we go. Try again. Getting a fuck. There we go. Boom. We can put that back in now. Be careful with that button mechanic, you know. Make sure you put this back piece on so it doesn't fly off like it just did to me. And that goes in there. Bingo bango. Roll that in there. Sorted, mate. Completed it. Goes on there. New needle. No, that's the old needle. Oh, it's there. Look at the nozzle. I don't know what size these are. They can live in there. Zero 0.3 into there. Tightened it up so it won't go in. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at those. Brand new airbrush on the go. On the flip, mate. I'm not gonna put that. I'm gonna put that in there because I don't want to. I don't want to open it. But oh, that's a 0.3, and then it's not. And I'll put that in there as well. Put a lid in there. Fucking completed it, mate. And then a little quick release goes on there. Brand new airbrush ready to go. The stream ends when Mikey figures out the airbrush, literally. We've completed it though. Let's try it out. My oh, there's a lot of air being leaked there. I don't think there's a washer in there. No, Right, okay. PTFE tape. Please say I have some. Oh no, I don't have any PTFE, do I? Oh, I do. Oh god. Bit of PTFE tape and we'll be sorted, lads. Sorted, mate. This is thread tape that you use on your taps and shit. And it stops leaks. It like fills the thread essentially. Great to have a little bit of this around with your old airbrush. As you've just seen, I've got like fucking air coming through. We don't want that. So wrap that a couple of times, thicken it up a bit. It'll get between the threads, and then we won't have an air leak, hopefully. That's the plan anyway. Screw that on there. Ready? And that's just here. That's just like the quick release part. It's not like the entire thing, I think. Or maybe it is. You can check by dropping a bit of water on it. Oops. Great. Sorry, chap. There you are. No bubbles there. Bubbles there. Alright, cool. So it's leaking there. That's okay. Right, it's a quick release. It's going to do that. Right then. Brand new airbrush. Booyah, baby. Let's go. We did it. Let's go. Loads of water coming through. Love that. Might even be a bit too much water coming through, so we can turn the pressure down a bit. Let's go. It's beautiful. Let's write my name. We'll write I love chat. Can you see that? I do love you. I love chat. I feel like the heart came out really well, but not the words. I'll write chat here. Ready? Drying off too quick. Too warm in here. I don't know why I wrote that like a child, but there you go. Then I'll write. Smashed it. Let's go. This is how you can practice airbrush control, by the way. I think that was pretty good. I think that was good. Me at you. Right, anyway. We'll scrubble that out now. Scrubble that out. I don't ever want to plan it out, do we? It'll be cringe. It'll be so cringe. Imagine. Warhammer YouTuber says he loves chat. Cringe. I'm using Pro Krill. I've never used Pro Krill. I keep meaning to buy their white. I've heard that's really good. Didn't even write I love Tom and his singing. There's a reason for that, Warden, to be honest. There's a reason I didn't write that. Right, how are we doing? Right, you get out of the way. Get out of the way. How are we doing? Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Right, okay. Brand new airbrush on check. Here we go. We'll highlight one of these little lads. So what we're going to do is there's a nethiel highlighted. So from the top down, get the old wickerwoo, you know? The old wickerwoo. I need a glove. That's the last thing I need. I'm so sorry. I forgot gloves. God damn it. Stream ends every time Mikey forgets something. Thankfully, everything is very close in this house. Ugh. Tom and his banger boys bangers. Tom and the copyright disaster. That's what Tom is. Right, here we go, gamers. Let's fucking do this. Let's do this. Yeah. Let's go. Very aggressive, this airbrush. I think it's because my pressure's still too high. It's going to be great for the throne, but not good for the characters. Let's go. That's one done. He's up, my lad. Move fucking yeah, mate. Move fucking yeah. I got 9 toys to pay. Do it this way. Easy. Easy clap, mate. Easy clap. The Silent King. Why is he silent? That's the question. Why is he silent? Is he in timeout? Is that why? Maybe put the fucking thing silent. Now, YouTube's trying this new thing. It says, now would be a good time to insert ads. The more viewers are watching, the more money created by inserting ads. Give it a try. Should I give it a try, chat? Should I give it a try? YouTube gods have spoken. Insert ads now. Love the camera angle. That's a bit too close, isn't it? There we go. Better in it. He has a brother, the Rowdy King. I think he decided to repent for turning the rest of Necrons into robo-slaves. Tom, that's a great answer. Not like mine. Is he on the naughty step? Yeah, it's a very logical reason. Because he got all the Necrons turned into robot slaves. You know? He's silent because someone told him he's taking his modulus in. Yeah, it's like fucking Neo, you know. How can you talk without a mouth? That's not a Silent King. How can you talk without a voice module? 3000. We're going to do the cape closer to white. The My Silent King model snapped at the hip joint, so I had to glue it in the epoxy ready to make it sturdy. Yikers. The Silent King got timed out in his own chat, that's why probably. Yeah, exactly. He's been sexist in his own chat, probably. He got timed out. So for this one, I'm going to highlight around the light source. That makes a lot of sense, you know? Give it all a quick whack, but mostly around the light source. Boom. Yeah. Boom. Yeah, on Bang by Amaranth. Very good. Very good. I like that one. That's probably the reason. Why is the Silent King silent? Because he got banned by Amaranth in chat. Mods timed him out forever. Okay. This is annoying. If you ever do this, chat, right, use blue roll like or kitten roll like I do. If it's flapping, just put some water on it. So that should help. See that? Not flapping anymore. Genius, right? It's only flapping in the bit that's dry. Stop it. Told you to go down. There you go. Maybe his wife is all the talking. Yikers. Hey, Dats and Dads, how you doing, mate? Ever seems so much easier and quicker, I'm jealous. Just a tool. Yeah, it's just a tool, mate. Just a tool. It's great. It's a great thing, you know? It's really handy for a lot of jobs. But it's not perfect for everything. But for shit like this, amazing. Alright, highlighting the old steps. These steps are reblued as well. I've basically rebuilt this model. It's more of a skeleton than the Silent King is now. It's got so much metal in it. There's so much metal in it, just hold it together. It's such a stupid model. We're like getting highlights down. It's fucking mega, mate. We're just like, we're not trying to go underneath. We're just trying to get like all the interesting parts that are like shooting up, you know, and get some nice light color to it. Like that, for example, we got fucking loads to do. So you've been doing this with paintbrush would take you way too long. And I've got today, you know, for an hour and a half in, I haven't even put any washes down yet. Not good. It doesn't look odd though with him stood on a throne made of the same material as him. I don't think I have space in the flat for it, so I have to do everything with the paintbrush, and it's sometimes just a pain. The thing is like you can just do what I'm doing. You don't need like an extraction and stuff. Just have a well ventilated area. I've got my window open, right, and I've put some blue roll down. You know, don't worry about space. It's not that big. You know, I have it next to me. It's under my desk. You can keep yours under your desk as well and get it out when you need it. You know, if you have a painting desk, you've got enough room. You know, if you don't have a painting desk, it might be a bit more difficult. But I do see that a lot of it, like, oh, I don't have room for an airbrush, and it's like, bro, it sits in your hand. Do you ever add varnish to the solution in the airbrush cup? Not really. Used to. Now I'll just give it a layer of varnish. In this case, I'm going to be slapping it with washes anyway, and the wash will actually add, there's like a slight varnish anyway. But it's like a big solid layer. Big solid layer of paint. What I do spray through with the airbrush a lot is just matte medium. It's like essentially like cheap Lamian medium, and that acts as a varnish as well. Not a very good one, but it's better than nothing. If you're doing like a display piece or something that you don't want the colours to change, you can spray it with Lamian medium or similar, and that'll create like a barrier. Not a very good one, but it's better than nothing, you know. How are we looking? Looking alright? I think we're looking pretty good. Cool. I'm going to go everything else second highlight. I'm not going to highlight the throne much more because I need that to be looking a different colour. But like these things, these need to be brighter in the middle. The characters especially. I'm going to go really bright with the characters. I want them to stand out. I'm actually going to be adding white to the characters as well. And normally I'd just do like the heads and hands, but I'm actually going to go Screaming Skull and then white as well. And probably not do nowhere near as much highlighting on the throne as I would the characters. And the cape as well, I'm going to take that up to white. Because I want that to stand out, because currently it's not going to. And I'm going to put loads of blue on it as well. Is Lamian Medium or whatever it's called the base? What do you do with paint? Yeah, exactly. So Lamian Medium is just paint without pigment in it, so it's paint with no colour. So it's just medium. So you basically you'd be like varnishing it with a paint with no colour. So when that rubs off, it'll start rubbing off the paint underneath. You know? Which is an issue, but it'll be better than spraying, like losing it straight away. So now I'm adding some surface primer white. I've just showed you the white I use with my brush. This is one I use with my airbrush, it's really thin. Am I crazy? Is there no Astra Militar roll on your Discord? There should be. I need to shout the mods. Jake is the manager of the... Well, he runs the reaction rolls. So if there's none there, it's because he's cocked up. We can get one added, that's for sure, if not. I played against my custodians against Crons yesterday, and Crons had maxed out secondaries by 10-3. Yeah, the Necron secondaries are fucking ridiculous right now. They're fucking ridiculous. They're so good. Imperium soup count. I guess so. He doesn't really unlock any like super unique roles, but he does unlock the Imperium tab, you know? Because we don't have an individual guard one. We've never really needed it. I think there's enough channels anyway without adding more for each faction. But that might be a bit mad. There shouldn't be any because KD was gone. Hell yeah, Warden. Don't let him forget. What I'm going to do is add a little bit of water to this. It's a little bit thick, I think. A little bit of water, a little bit of backflow to get some air in there. There we go. So you can see, it's a lot brighter than than it was like 2 seconds ago. And we're going to go even brighter, but we're going to be washing the entire thing. So because we're washing all over, then it's gonna get darkened down a lot. We can see the difference there, look. I realise the camera's miles away. So this is what I've just done. This is before, you know? So we're going to go even brighter than that, just because we're washing it all over. Thank God Kenny's gone there, the most generic and boring of them all. Yeah, but they're going to keep making them. Like, look at that leak yesterday, you know? That everyone was on about. It looks like new Cadian. I think they should change it anyway and have Cadian, rather than having Cadian as the role, having like that as just like the Imperial Guard. Yeah, exactly, Warden. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Cadian are so generic that it doesn't make sense for them to be like from one area in the galaxy. That should just be like standard issue loadout, you know? But that's what they've made them like. It kind of like doesn't make sense to have this one regiment on one planet like be everywhere. I think the Cadian models are cool. I think people just want the other ones, don't they? But I don't think the other ones really fit anymore. I think more armies need a Space Marine pro. It gives people templates to customize. I think that's why Space Marine is so popular. Oh yeah, 100%. I agree. Yeah, they should do that. If, like Eldar can get away with it. Eldar Chaos, they can get away with it. Orcs as well. There's quite a few factions that can, and there's some that can't. And Guard is one of them. I'm hoping for new catch-up models one day. When that day comes, all of their armies will be dead to me. Yeah, the catch-up models fucking suck right now. We'll just do some minor highlights where the characters are going to stand. So, like the Manisters can get a quick highlight. Around the Catan, because that's going to be such a focal point. I can get a little bit of a highlight, and then we'll do like the tops of the spires, and that's about it. Maybe these things that are holding the blackstone. That's about it, I think. I realised I was super zoomed in, I'm sorry. I think it's really hard to design generic guard given that they are basically the local militia. I'm not sure how you make them generic. I don't know. To be honest, mate. I mean, that's what they want to aim for, though, because then they'll stop upsetting people when they release new Cadians. You could say that, like, you know, this is like the standard issue war gear or loadout for guardsmen, you know? Maybe. It's not a standard issue for Cadia, it's standard issue for guardsmen. But they have to rewrite the law, you know? Right, basically at white now. Basically at white, but not quite. White, but not quite. If they remove the name Katie from the models when they release, people will feel happier. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure they'll find something else to moan about. Oh, struggling this one. There we go. I think we're struggling. Might have a slight block. We don't ever see a local militia, so that doesn't matter if people can create the narrative with a template. Yeah, I think it's just because the Cadians are sold, the models are sold as Cadians. I think that's the main problem. Hey Mike, quick question. Can you run 2 detachments with different rules, i.e. Blood Angel Vanguard detachment and a Blood Angel Successor Battalion Vanguard Outrider, and both get different rules? No mate. Because if you're a successor needs a name, and the successor name ties the rules together. So if you say like, I'm Blood Angles rather than Blood Angels, and Blood Angles get Whirlwind of Rage and Born Heroes, then you are Blood Angles, you're not Blood Angels. You've got a new keyword, right? But you are setting your chapter for Blood Angels as Blood Angles, this new chapter, so that's your keyword. And then as part of Nephilim, you have to be the same in an army, right? You can only have one type of keyword if it's choosable. You know, you can't have multiple of the same type of keyword. You can't have multiple Blood Angles. You can't have like So basically, one detachment would have one rule, so it'd be called Blood Angles. In the other detachment would have to have a different name, so it'd have to be Blood Bangles, right? But because they're a different name, that's a different chosen chapter, so it doesn't work. So you can only have the one, I'm afraid. For match play. So for narrative play or for open play or for fun, then yeah, you can. But it's worth noting that like they are technically different chapters, so they don't like transfer. You can't have like one that's like Born Heroes and Whirlwind of Rage, giving reroll ones to hit to, I don't know, Hungry for Battle and something else. Like they're 2 different chapters technically. They're 2 different chapters. People keep asking me to make a video about like successor chapters, but by the time I get around to making it, they'll bring out a new codex. Oh shit. Well, we got rid of the block. Round. Right, I think. Get a quick highlight. I think that's about it for the highlighting. It'll be a little bit more on the cape. I'm out of paint, so that's perfect time to stop. Cool. Alright, the cape's looking white now, which is good. But it's going to have blue markings on it. I mean, that's cool. Right, wicked. Okay. I'm just going to clean this out. I need to go and clean my water pot out because it's got facing bits in it now. We use this as like a little dump pot. Get the old paint out. Probably it's due to be a bunch of boomers that are too scared of changing shit up to cater everyone in a more positive light while keeping the old shit too. Yeah, they're definitely like a bit backwards when it comes to like changing stuff. It's just that people, it's because the internet moans and they listen to the internet a lot, you know. The internet loves to moan, so they do try and cater to everybody, which is, you know, clearly good for business. Clearly working for the most part. Stock price is still through the roof, even with the financial crash they're having. I'm just running a little bit of IPA or isopropyl alcohol through the airbrush to get the chunky paint out, any dry paint, and now I'm gonna like roll the needle back and forth and use that to like push anything through. It's the same as like pulling the trigger back and forward essentially. Like this. Like the needle's fucking the airbrush, you know? Give it some. And I'm going to use cotton bud to wipe it out. And then I just blast some water through it to clear out the alcohol. The alcohol's good, but it can damage like rubber seals and stuff like that if you leave it on to like properly evaporate. So if you're quick, you're alright. Excellent. Right, that's the airbrushing done for now. We'll come back to airbrushing when we're doing the OSL. Move this out of the way. It still blows my mind that they've not released fully digital rules yet. It would make patching them far more efficient. The PDF bullshit is only known to keep track of. I agree. I definitely agree, but I think they just worry too much about copyright and people sharing digital rules. I think that's why they went with the app model, but the app models they've not like really invested in it properly. And that's the thing with Games Workshop. They innovate quite a lot. And when they do something, the first time they do it, they usually do it quite badly. But then the second time they do it, it's very, very good. Or pretty good. If you look at the 40k app, well, if you look at the problem is you've got Azir before it, but Azir was the anomaly. But if you look at the 40k app, it's fucking shy. But the Age of Sigmar one is the same, but Age of Sigmar, but it's a lot better. It actually works. So you can kind of go, well, the first time they did it with 40k, it was shit. And then the second time, it was much better. Azir, I don't know. I think that might have been external, you know. But I just don't think they want to invest in it. I mean, now it's got too much of a bad name to invest anything. Definitely drink or paint water. I've got specific Citadel pots, so I don't do that. Maybe digital publications on Warhammer Plus app from 10th. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. And it'll be dog shit. And then they'll do it for AOS. It's going to be way better. They need to invest in the app. Hire a proper app developer. I agree. Why haven't they just copied over the 40k rules if they haven't already got the template? Well, the AOS one is based on the 40k template. The same app, but it just works. Maybe just buy Wikipedia. Maybe. I don't think they want to do that because that's illegal. In chain of plain water. Like, let's be honest. If Games Workshop did a really good digital version of the rule set, we wouldn't get digital versions of rules. We'd just get a really good illegal version as well, which they don't want. They obviously don't want that. So, right, Agrax. I'm running out of my old Agrax. I've got like one pot left, I think. Maybe a couple more. Do I have any more in here? Got some old Null Nile. I think that's... Is that Agrax? I like thin to load down for this purpose. I think that's it. I've got like some old stashes of Null Nile for when they can't get the old one. Look at this game. Look at this. Oh yeah, look at that. Anyone buy it? 100 quid. I'll buy some Devlin Bird. Devlin Bird, one great penny. Right. But the new Agrax is great, or it's different. Different. So we got some. They might be a bit too thin now. Got some lots of pigment stuck to the side. That sounds like a massive disconnect between the company, like their IPs aren't connected at business level. Yeah, it's not like one company working on everything. It's like multiple miniature companies. That's the problem. I don't have the paid version of the app, but the core rules on the app are actually okay. But as you say, Mike, the app is already too much of a bad rep. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It's like they've garnered a bad rep for the app now. That's just a bit of medium and water in there. So let's thin it down a little bit because we're going to be slapping this all over the model. The new one actually really good, but it's going to look different, which is going to be a pain. What brush shall we use? Need a big old brush. After Mikey, look at the MJ glove. Thanks, mate. Perfect. Very thin. I've played many Terminators. I don't want Primaris after saving the investment. Fair enough. I think it got too big too fast. It literally exploded in the last 5 years or so. I'm sure they'll eventually move to digital rules, etc. Then the internet will find something else to complain about. All the time, mate. GW have always been big. They've been the biggest in the market, but they've not been a big company, you know? The market's always been quite small. Now the market's huge. They've definitely like played a lot of good hands recently, you know, in the past few years. As much as like we all complain and say it's a shit company, they've definitely done a lot of good things for the company. Not for a consumer, terrible for a consumer, but great for the company. What do you mean new Agrax Earthshade? Have you been under a rock, Red Archive? Brand new Agrax Earthshade. There it is. Along with all the new contrasts. Like Mantis, Scorpion, Striking Scorpion Green. Yeah, the washes aren't changing colour, but they're changing the formulation, so they're going to act differently, which is good and bad. It's good because they're going to be much better for what washes were designed for, what shades were designed for, and much more user-friendly. However, for people like myself who use washers in a certain way, you know, sometimes you want staining, sometimes you want coffee staining, there it's not going to act the same way, which is good and bad. I want this to sit on the surface. I want it to look mucky because I'm making sandstone. But the new one acts like a contrast. Will you get the new Angler model that comes out? I hope so. I'm going to try and get one. I'd like to paint it because I've painted every other Primarch on the channel, so... Smash that on there. So we're just washing it all over. We're going to let it dry, and then we're going to dry brush the shit out of them. And get that horrible effect that you get when you dry brush on purpose. You know? It's going to be a great chat, don't worry. I know you're really worried, but don't worry. They've been good in many ways. Yeah, exactly. Just scroll up the chat, I realised I missed a bit. It's just the last year sat on shares and stocks and made the company stagnant with lack of releases when 3rd edition hit, 5th edition invaded the company. Yeah, exactly. Places like YouTube have brought Jidu into the masses. Yeah, like, YouTube has been huge for Games Workshop, you know? The influencer program has been huge. Like a lot of what, like, Discourse and Blackjack Legacy have been saying recently, they put out some videos about Games Workshop. Much more clickbaity, but fair enough, you know, respect the hustle. But like Games Workshop have really like tried to monopolize the online market because they have to, because if not, they will remain stagnant as a small company. And they've really like not like monopolized the wargaming space online, but they've definitely like I realized I was putting everything on camera. I'm leaning towards the microphone, that's why. Let me shuffle it a little bit. How's that? Yeah, it's better, innit? Yeah, they've like I wouldn't say monopolized, but they've like definitely like worked out a way that they can use the online community very well. Things like Warhammer community Twitter, like before, like Games Workshop started exploding when they came back onto the internet. Do you remember when they didn't have a Facebook page for anything? They had the store ones, but they didn't have like a main hub for Games Workshop. You know, they weren't like using online advertising. They were still using old school word of mouth advertising. But now it's like they've got Warhammer TV. Like their Twitch channel is literally an advert. You know, look at like the previews, like the seminar preview things. It's just an advert. That's all it is. It's just advertising the next release. And they've really like monopolized that like online hype building market, which no one else is doing. You know, no other company does it like that. But you know, it's going to be small at first, but if they do it right and they build the audience. Jump back from no internet zone for the past 6 months. Alright, okay, well the washes are changing basically. That's the long and short of it. I think I might use the new wash on here. You'll be able to see the difference. But I think that's going to work better for the cape. So I'm going to put out one side and do the rest. Also, sometimes you make army of one halfway through and you want to consistency the first model. Yeah, exactly. Consistency is huge. For painting. Like for small models, you're probably not bothered, but like for this sort of effect, if you're pin washing, you will not notice whatsoever. But for like this sort of effect I've gone for, like the type of wash is going to be huge. And also the new I don't think, is the new paint out yet? Or is it out next weekend? I don't remember. But I don't want to use all my old stuff. I want to use all my old stuff first. But basically what I'm saying is like, yes, YouTube has helped Games Workshop, but the other companies aren't doing it the same way, you know? I think that's just because they're small. If other companies are sending out loads of free products to YouTubers, they'd make more content on it. But they're just not. It's difficult though, because like, it's not the fault of YouTube. Like we're going on to the topic about Discourse and Blackjack, where they're saying that like YouTube is, Games Workshop is killing channels and you have to put Warhammer in the title to get views. And it's like, that's not the fault of anyone. That's just how Games Workshop have really like grown as a company to a point where the market, and grown online as well, to create a really good online space and an online community where people want to watch a lot of Games Workshop content, you know, and when they watch stuff, they want to see the models they're painting because it's a very large game. Whereas other companies aren't acting the same way. They're not doing the same things. And they're getting different results, obviously. So, yes, Warhammer is a very popular topic on YouTube. It's fucking tiny compared to everything else. But when you're we're in a niche hobby at the moment. This is a niche thing. It's not big. And when people are like trying to make content about other games, you're going even further into the niche. But it's not like Games Workshop is doing anything. It's just that they are the largest and people want to watch content about the stuff they're building and painting. If the other games are smaller, of course the content's going to be a lot thinner and the audience is going to be a lot smaller because it's a smaller audience, you know? We've already got quite a restrictive audience. So to then be like, well, Games Workshop are ruining my channel because... I mean, I love Blackjack, I love Discourse. It's just like, you know, the titles are very baity, so I'm getting quite opinionated. I mean, my titles are baity as well, so... It's not like the fault of Games Workshop. It kind of is, but it isn't. The Games Workshop games are way more popular than other games, so the audiences are going to be a lot smaller to watch different games. And we are already in a niche, so you do have to rely on the most popular stuff to get views. Oh, that makes sense. That was a really big rant about... It wasn't even direct... It was kind of related to the conversation, but not really. So sorry. I think it's a really interesting topic, and like chasing views and stuff is like literally my everyday because it's my job, you know, and I pretty much only focus on 40k. I even struggle to break out into Age of Sigmar, you know. Trying to break into the Age of Sigmar market has been a task. We're getting there. I feel like we're getting there, but I can't imagine like focusing only on smaller games because you've got lots of miniature audiences. Whereas Warhammer, people who play Warhammer are interested in other Warhammer games, but people who play Warhammer aren't interested in other games a lot of the time. You know? I'm always up for experimenting and trying different games and stuff, but it's finding time, and then, yeah, it's like you've got to balance it because people want to watch me because I talk about 40k. They don't watch me because I'm a wargamer. They watch me because they want to hear my 40k thoughts, I think. So even breaking out into markets like Age of Sigmar is tough. Let's get the excess off of this, especially around the top. I like a hobby not too popular in my humble opinion. But a little bit sad though. We like more people in your hobby. I love having more people in my hobby. You know? View figures don't lie. Exactly, Rich. The thing is that does that other companies is they don't make rules and minis. I think you'd be surprised. There's a lot of games out there that make rules and minis. You know? I look at God Tier. Great game. Great miniatures. You know, that's just one example. I'm going to have to zoom out for this one. You know, Steamforge are a great company. And they've got like some huge IP. And that's the real kicker, is the IP. Is like, a lot of the IP is not that good. Or, you know, it's not my cup of tea. So I see it as not very good. And other people, if I'm seeing it that way, will see the same. Like some games, amazing. Like Dystopian Wars, when it was big, when it was owned by Spartan, the lore and the narrative was really good. I don't know if it's changed. I don't really pay attention anymore because I'm not playing that game anymore. Because the company died and then they brought it back out. Another company bought them out. And there's some fantastic games, but a lot of it comes down to the IP. Like Warhammer is like 40k. Like the reason Age of Sigmar struggled for a long time is because of the IP, because they didn't like it. But it's got a lot of old names in it, so people are interested. 40k is huge. It's huge. It's been huge for years, you know. Whereas a lot of smaller companies, they don't have that backing, you know. And I think that's why companies like Steamforge are doing really well. Is because they have RuneScape, Dark Souls, Horizon, Resident Evil, you know, like fucking video games. That's a huge market to be a part of, and they're doing really well. Whereas other companies don't have that luxury, so they struggle. And some companies just try and, you know, make 40k adjacent games, which is also fine. But people see that, you know? They're like, oh, it's just a knockoff Warhammer. And they don't want a knockoff Warhammer if they're looking for a different game. They're looking for something new. So you can't really win, to be honest. That's what I'm trying to say. What I can win is this Agreg Zepshade. It's having a great time. I think even a 40k only channel is going to be fewer, filtered down even more because of which factions on the video. Like if it's CSM, I'll watch. If it's Nids, for example, not forced to click. Exactly, mate. We're in a huge niche, a huge niche. We're in tabletop wargaming and then Warhammer, but that is the largest of the small niche. So if you're trying to do anything but Warhammer, you're in an even smaller niche. You know, it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard. I feel for people, because if you don't like Warhammer, you're trying to be a tabletop YouTuber, it's going to be hard. But being a tabletop YouTuber is fucking mad. Like, how the fuck do I earn enough money to pay my bills talking about Warhammer? That is fucking stupid, you know what I mean? So to doing it on anything else, it's like fucking crazy, mate. You know, it's just that. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. It shouldn't be possible. It's talking about Warhammer. There's a tiny little thing in a drop of the ocean of the old YouTube game. But some people are getting views that are close to like the old YouTube game. Like look at fucking Miniac with his I got kicked out of Games Workshop video. Like that's like 500,000 views in like 2 weeks or something. That's insane for Warhammer. That's small for YouTube, but insane for Warhammer. That's a huge amount of views. Obviously, it's like a clickbaity topic, but you've not got a huge market for that to be like, well, what's Warhammer World? You know what I mean? For a normal person, or it'll be people who either know Miniac who watch it, or people who know what Warhammer is and know what Warhammer World is, and be like, what the fuck? Why did this guy get kicked out of Warhammer World? What's going on here? Then they'll go watch it. You know. Rick Priestley created the best universes. He took the best bits from sci-fi and slapped it all together. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, the narrative is what keeps Warhammer popular, I think. And then the models are just like, accentuate that. I mean, that's what makes Warhammer really popular, is the the narrative. And everything else is just adjacent to that. Like, why does anyone care? That Angron model is fucking cool, right? Really cool. Got announced yesterday. Really, really nice model. But without it being Angron, just being a big demon, you know, with no lore behind it, it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, nowhere near as many people care, but people care because it's Angron, a very popular character from some really popular books called The Horus Heresy. You know? That's why people care about that model. If it was just a demon, people wouldn't care. It's a really nice demon, but like, there's so many companies making really nice demon models that people don't care about. You know, it's IP. That's what it's always been. You know? People read books, fall in love with characters, watch TV shows now. That's why they're building on these fucking Warhammer Plus shit. It's because of TV shows will make you fall in love with characters. Now, again, they've not done a great job with a lot of it, but, you know, they're getting better at it, you know? This is taking so long. I wish I'd just airbrushed the wash on now. Because you gotta do it in sections and make sure it don't fucking dry. You know? And if it does, cry a little bit and then fix it. At least the other bits will definitely be dry by the time I've done the throne. Alright, done all that bit. Scoop some of that up. You could say the same shit about video games there. They blew up during the PS2 era of gaming. The past 20 years has changed history when it comes to gaming. Yeah, exactly. But like, you look like 10, 15 years ago, and like people like PewDiePie were just going full time from playing video games, and whoever else at the time. That was mad. And it's like kind of like the same. It's the same but different, because YouTube was growing at the same time, right? So video games got popular because people on YouTube, but YouTube wasn't very big until video games. It was big, but not mega. But video games got popular on the platform grew with it. But now the platform's already massive. And now people like myself are making videos about Warhammer. And like, not being like 100% successful, but doing alright, you know? You know, I ain't buying myself a Lamborghini anytime soon. I ain't buying myself any car anytime soon. But, you know, I'm doing all right. I'm paying my bills and I'm talking shit. So it's quite mad to see that, like, the platform is growing in a different way now, because Warhammer isn't obviously the most popular topic. It's one of the smaller topics. I don't think it'll even show... I don't even know if it'll show up on YouTube's radar. But it is growing. You know, it's getting bigger. I said, like, 500,000 views in 2 weeks on a video about getting kicked out about Warhammer World is mad. You know, it's crazy. That's huge. But some Warhammer videos that have been out a couple of years have got like millions of views, you know. There's some battle reports with 1 million views, if not more. Again, talking about Miniac. He's got a couple of videos that have got like 1 million views. So his video from 2 weeks ago that's humongous is not even his best video, you know what I mean? But to get them in that time is mad. A very small time frame to get 500,000 views or whatever it was. And growing. You know, the nooks and crannies now. This is where it gets difficult because it's all inside everywhere. Big splodge on the base. Yeah, that's okay. It's on the base, innit? The base is going to get painted. But we need to get it all wet. Get all the wash on there. And then we need to go around and get the big blobs that are on the model. Which are a problem. We need to do under here. I ain't done the platforms yet either. I'll do under the platforms while I'm here. I don't know how well you can see this, I'm sorry. I'm basically just painting under the platform. I'm getting all the bits I missed. Right, steps. Whoop. Platform. Go underneath the platform as well. Your platform has got a lot of drips on it already. Excellent. That's saving me a job. All the banisters and shit. Your platform, again, had some drips on. That's great. If you start from the top your way down, all the wash will drip off onto the bits you've not got to yet. Right, I'm going to try and scoop up a lot of the excess now. We don't want to take so much off there's none in the recesses, but where there's a big drop, we want to like capture that. We do the little cover thing for the ball we've missed. Oh, we're not doing this one at the back. Yikes. Oh, I did one side, but not the other. Okay. Okay. I think this wash is a little bit too thin. That's the problem. Back it a bit to make all the drips fall off. Right. Right, so I missed chat. I was introduced by a hippie family in the year 2000. Oh, okay, random. Old World died because fantasy wasn't cool anymore. High fantasy is difficult to market and keep afloat. Sci-fi will always work because it can be rooted within reality. Well, yeah, exactly. Old World died because the rules were too complicated. The rules for 8 were like 3-inch thick, and the investment was mental high to get involved. Yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons why fantasy died, but the main reason was it's because it probably wasn't selling. If the game was selling, they wouldn't have killed it. That obviously doesn't make any sense. But the problem is with Warhammer is even if you're not buying products, you're still invested in the company, which is weird, you know? It's one of those games because they want you to buy stuff and play games, which is like a longevity thing. Whereas, like most companies, if you stop buying the products and they cancel, you don't care. But Games Workshop, you do because it's a game, you know? Warhammer videos are definitely the longest ones on YouTube. Yeah, they are. Warlord games are all ex-GW staff from their historical days. Bolt Action Brief was a World War II Rogue Trader game. Yeah, like, Bolt Action is definitely like a 40k-esque game. But again, it's just fucking... There's not many people who... Well, a lot of people aren't interested in historicals. It makes no sense as 40k has always been far more complicated than fantasy game. The game died because it wasn't marketable to the current generation of gamers. It wasn't cool anymore. Now again, I don't know. It might be a mixture of things. You're probably both right. The game was expensive, hard to get into because it's complicated, and then also the setting wasn't popular anymore. Maybe I don't really know. Who knows, mate? Just catching some bits where I've missed. I've missed those things, the little things underneath the platform. Little waggly bits. Little wagglers, you know? That was a lot of wash. We got a little bit left. Random hobby question. Should I get Canary or Scourges for the wings and other bits on Chaos Sister Seraphim? I'm going to count Raptors. I think Canary would be better because they're like bat wings, right? They're the Dark Elf thing, the Daughters of Cain. They're more like bat wings, whereas the Scourges have like a mix. They have feathers and bat wings. But I think if you want consistency, I'd go for the Canary. Canary. Whatever it's called, I don't know. Have a quick catch up. Oh, it's DC's birthday. That's cute. What about Taraxi wings? They're mechanical though, aren't they? They could work. Taraxi could work. Taraxi is a good shout. Right, we've got a big glob on the bottom, look. We don't want that. Come here. There we go. There's a lot of medium in this wash. I think I might put a bit too much in. A bit too much medium. So what I might do is put some ink in the wash. Add some dirtiness. But it'll also thicken it up because ink is very high pigment, low medium. I mean, there's a bit too much medium in here. I think it was already thinned down and I thinned it down more. That's why it's acting a bit weird. I feel like it was a cheaper box to buy. Oh yeah, the Taraxi is a very expensive kit. Right, we're going to put some more Agrax in. What inks we got? What inks we got? We've got Burnt Umber, I think. Raw Umber. Why not? Ugh. Raw Umber is basically Agrax. I can't quite get the bottom bit. My little dropper thing is not quite long enough. There we go. There we go. Couple of drops of that in. A single drop of black. A hobby stream use sick BEA. It's a BEA? Sick beach. That's probably going to be pretty similar now. Pretty similar. So we're going to wash them again, mate. We are going to wash them again. Because I'll wait for it to dry, that's a problem. The characters probably get away with, though. It's the throne I'm not happy with. Throne looks a little bit patchy. Right, I'm going to get the hairdryer out and try and dry them off. Is that alright? I'm doing it anyway, I'm sorry. Mic off? Does that work? No. Down. Right. I just realised what time it is. We're going to have to get a boogie on. Can't lose 1 o'clock already. Fuck. Right. Oh, I said I was going to do the cape first. I think this is too thick for the miniatures now. I think the miniatures are probably fine. I need to do the throne, though. The throne, definitely. The minis, probably okay. They've probably got enough wash on, because I think this is a bit too thick for them. Or maybe not. Oh, I don't know, chat. Paint faster, Mikey. Literally, mate. Literally. We're going, we're going, we're going. That colour is perfect. That is beautiful. Oh, do I put some more in here? I think he's probably alright. Nah, well, fuck it. I've done it now. I've committed, haven't I? Only a little bit, though. Only a little bit. Just to tint it a little bit. Not a great deal. The Silent King, I'll be selective. Again, I want them to look different, that's the thing. Because I'm putting them on the same colour. The throne and the dudes are all the same colour, so I've got to do something. The problem is drying time, lads. That's the main issue. Okay. Got Cape going back of him anyway. All Gucci, all Gucci. In the recess. Get his hands. Got his chest plate. We're moving, we're moving. Look at us go. So fast. Fast as fuck, boy. Right, that'll do. He's all good, he's all good. Many is. Right. Let's try down the bottom. See how we're looking. Is that quite thick? I think that's a little thick still. Because the ink is very highly pigmented. I put quite a lot of raw umber in there. Yep. See that? Skills, mate. Skills. Right, we're going to put some more medium in there as well. Right, let's go, let's go, let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. That's better. It's a little bit thinner now. It's all going to come up Millhouse, lads. Promise you. On ladies, whoever's watching. Thanks for tuning in. Love you all. Yep. Yep. Look at that. Skills, mate. That's how you paint. Fucking wipe it off with your thumb, mate. Start from the top. Slap it all on. Yeah, it's thick, this. Very thick now. It's very highly pigmented now. Slap it on. And then, just get the old... it's not good, mate. Don't worry about it. Just wipe it off. You know? Use your gloves. Wipe it off. All Gucci. No one ever saw that coming, did they? I'm so anal with painting, lads. I seen Richard Gray paint, right? He's fucking mad. He'll just like slap contrast all over the model and then make it look amazing. So we'll do the same. Thanks, dude. Making me want to start Necrons. Just another project. Another project I don't need. That's fair. You're so welcome, by the way. Do sandstone, mate. Easy peasy. Painted Silent King in a day once, you know. I mean, that day's today, and I'm about to do it, but you know. Many old men wear? Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Super speed. Got a bit of jazz going. I'm on it. I'm on a fucking roll, mate. Slap that shit. Smack my bitch up. You know? Same song. Let's fucking go, mate. Wipe it off around there. Smooth it in with the brush. Let's fucking go. It looks great. Every model has an ugly face. Yeah, that's where we're at. Right. Get down. Slap that shit up. Right, I'm going to try and work in sections on this because I don't want the same thing to happen. So I'm going to paint all of this. And then I'm going to go in with a dryer brush and like wick it off a bit. I didn't expect the washing to take me this long though. I was hoping one coat would do. We're on it, gamers. We're on it then. Right, okay. Take off some of the excess that's dribbling. Put it where it needs to be. Same on this side. Drag a bit down. Get that capillary action going. Don't like that bit there. We'll smudge that in. Right, okay. That's the spire done. Let's look at a bit dirtier now. A bit dirty, a bit dirty. Engine. Engine time. Right. So, look a bit away. Wicked, wicked, wicked baby. Next engine. Next then. Oh, no, we'll go wicked away first. Wicked away, baby. You never seen someone paint so fast, have you? You never seen such speed, such skill, such precision all in one go. I know, I know. I am just the ultimate Warhammer player. Spire. Smash it. Bop it. Twist it. Hit it. Smash it. Smash it. Raw skills, gamers. Raw skills. Look at this. Oh, looks so good. Looks so good. Right, next one. Go. Smash it. Smashing it. Smashing it. Let's fucking go. Smash it. Smash it again. Right, now we wick it. Wick it, baby. Put some back in the pot. Got some for later. Smash it, smash it, smash it, big girl. Right, this fucking weird engine thing. Get it all over, baby. Get it all over me. Over the front, the back, the side, the face, the bottom, you know? Get it all over. Don't even worry about it. Then we wick it. Back in the pot. Wick it, baby. We're on it, we're on it. Right, next engine thing. One on this side. Smash it, keep smashing. Perfect. Perfect smashing. Beautiful, beautiful. Right, hold that pose. Now wick it. Yeah, girl, wick it. Like I'm at a model shoot, you know? Like I'm at a photo shoot. Smash it, wick it. Smash it, wick it. Right. This middle one. Smash it. Smashing it, mate. Smashing it. Let's go, let's go. Wick some up there. Smash it onto there. Wicked up at the same time. Skills. Catan time. Let's fucking go. We're winning. Level 9 now. Level 9 painter. Anyone else a level 9 painter in chat? I'm a level 9 painter. Been trading my entire life for this moment. God, there's so much detail in this fucking model. Right, pipes. Pipes and shit. Give them the fucking wash of a lifetime. Pipes and shit to the Blackstone. Right, wick it off here because we don't want. A little bit of wicking is a treat. Next one, let's go. I'm going, gamers. The music's helping. Music's keeping me hype. Why is that light? Why's all my lights move? Fucking dickhead. Right, wick off this one. That was done pretty well, actually. I don't need to wick too much. We'll paint the little orb thing. Little orb holder thingy. Get some wash in there. Smash it. Mikey, imagine what's going to happen to his Silent King the first time and last time he teleports across the field. Smash it with an FAQ, gamers. What's the plan after all the washing? After all the washing, it's drying time, mate. That's what happens. Then you do that after a shower, after a bath, after a wash. But then we're going to dry brush. So it's after washing, it's drying time. And drying by me, I mean dry brushing. After it's actually dried as well. Dry brush, then some highlights. Some other highlights. And then it's OSL time, and then we're done. I won't be able to work on... I won't be able to do, like, serious work on the OSL because that needs to properly set before I start painting it because it'll come off otherwise. So once it's OSL, then kind of it's done. Right, wick it, baby. Wick it, wick it. Put some wash on there. I kind of wish I'd made it like this consistency the first time because it feels like the first wash was just fucking pointless. Rotate gentle long distance hairdryer. I know. We were doing that earlier. But it's very warm today, so that's helping. Not a fan of long distance hairdryers though. You never know what they might get up to, you know, if they're at college or something. These steps are so annoying to paint. Right, we get off these two leg things. Next two. Do this one. I have no other fucking. That's a Mario song. Okay, I'll let it off. Wick it off there. Next leg. Smash it, baby. Sorry about whacking the microphone, guys. Put some on the bottom of there. We're never going to see that again. So let's just put some random wash in it. Because the wash is on my right hand side, that's why. Alright, I'm going to move my wash. I'm going to put it here. There we go. Stop whacking the microphone every time I go and get some more. Alright, back leg. Forgot about you. And the back engine thing. I forgot about this big ball. Big bollocks. I don't mind about not wicking it away from the center console thing because that's how they're going to be seen anyway. So the extremities and important bits that need to be done. Right, okay. Final's looking better. Sweet. Took in the guy for 2 minutes. Yeah, literally. Right. I just knocked mine. Thankfully, there's hardly anything in there, but I did just knock it over. I don't know if you saw that. Right, that was great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to wash the cloak in new Agrax. And you're going to see the difference. Because this is more like a contrast paint. I'm going to use it straight from the pot. Try not to knock it over. Oh god, I think that's too thick. Oh god, I think that's too thick. Look at the difference though. The difference in colour. Right, I'm going to slap it on and I'm going to put some contrast medium over the top and that'll help. It's much redder. You know? It's much redder. That's very thick. I'm keep checking to make sure it's the right colour. It definitely is. Bear in mind I did water down that Agrax Surf shade a minute ago before we used it. That looks shit. I can't believe I did that. We're committed now though, so. That looks so bad. It will dry nicely though, but I'm not going to let it. So it's even settling on the cake really nicely already. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put that to one side, never use that again. Get out some contrast medium, which is here. Right, and we're just going to slap this. We're going to like smother the model in this, or the cape. Like this. And this is essentially going to thin it on the model. It's a very expensive painting technique, but it's a very good one I've seen. So we're going to like mix the Agrax with contrast medium on the model. and just flood the shit out of it. We probably should have just thinned it. That would have been a better idea, but here we are. But this is going to create a much smoother surface finish because we're like, it's like naturally running off now. Get all that excess off there. Leaving just fucking soak it into the kitchen towel. Why not? Get it all off of there. Wick it in here. And we're just mixing it on the model basically. And as we're mixing it, it's gonna push a lot of the excess out. As Richard Gray does this with like fucking full-on contrast paint, not washes. Just he uses contrast as a wash, but with this technique, and it's very good. Now it's looking way better already. Look a bit more on. Just mixing it, and adding it, and basically making the Agrax fucking almost glazing on. You know. We're just going to pull it out of there. We're going to dry our brush off. Get some more on. Take it off there. Wipe it off. I wasted so much paint doing that, but it's a great effect. That is thick. Yeah, very thick. Yeah, it was a lot thicker than the other washes I've used. Definitely a lot thicker than the other ones I've used. But there you go. If you're buying the new Agrax, be careful. It's very thick. Look at the mess I've made, but that's worked perfectly. I'm going to use the blue roll to soak up the blobs at the bottom. It's time for the preview tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to do a preview stream tomorrow from 1. We'll watch that because I'm excited to see if there's any new Warcry announcements. I really like that game. Really, really fun game. Yeah, but Richard Gray. He could paint with a toilet brush and Ben's paint and still win a Golden Demon. This is true. He's very good. He's very good. What I'm going to do now is just dab off some of the bubbles and the balls and the blobs on the throne. It'll create patchiness, which is going to look good. It'll also help it dry quicker. Or they're taking the blobs off. That wash has probably cost £7 in paint. Yeah, on that cape, it was definitely a couple of quid, that's for sure, because there's how much contrast medium I use as well. Cool. Right, that's that. It does look nice, though. It does look good. There's a couple of bits I need fixing. Right there. There. Does look nice though, so maybe it was worth the paint. That's that bit. Look alright there, don't they? They're coming together. The characters look sound now. Characters look great. Alright. Shift all this out of the way because we don't need any of this anymore. Can you take this off? Chat, it's time to run ads again. YouTube's gonna hate me for never running ads. Ugh. Right, move that out of the way. Move this out of the way. Just literally took my glove off, put it straight into some wash. That was the messy part. Now we've got dry brushing. We need to dry the model, so I'm going to whack them with the hairdryer again. So it'll be a minute. Do you use the hairdryer?
Hey there, my boy, how you doing?
Hey, Pete, how you doing, man? Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're well, bud. What's occurring? What's occurring? Right, all the characters are pretty dry, so we can work on them. The throne is very wet. Obviously, it's had a lot more wash on it. And there's some bits I've missed, which is very annoying, but I'm just going to get over it. I'm going to put this on the windowsill to try and dry it a bit quicker. Don't blow anywhere, please. I hope that works. It's going to fall out the window, innit? It's definitely going to fall out the window. Where can I put it? I'll just trust the process. Trust the process. You can stay in the window. Right. Okay. Okay. Cool. Chill. Cool. What time did I start? About 10:30, mate. So 3 hours ago. Okie dokie. Right, dry brushing time. So we need to highlight the edges. The cape is looking great. That's still wet too, but that's okay. We'll work on the characters for now, and then we'll go back to everything else. So first off, we need Ushabti bone and a good dry brush. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one as well. I think that's the one I used last time. We want to use a rough one because we want texture. And so we want texture. That's what we're going for. Are they showing the new Kill Team box set tomorrow? Potentially. That's like the rumor. That's the rumor they're going with, because they've obviously talked about Kill Team, shown off a little teaser with the cats and stuff. And there's a Kill Team preview tomorrow, supposedly. So it could be Space Hulk. Probably likely some sort of Space Hulk related setting because of the cat. Obviously, we played Space Hulk on Thursday with Tom. It was so much fun. So much fun. It was so good. If you guys didn't see it, you can watch it again. But if you did see it, then let me know, because we really enjoyed it. We'd love to play again. So our Shabty Bone isn't going to show up too much. Obviously, we highlighted brighter than that with the airbrush. But for some parts, it's going to show up. And just smooth out some of like the tide marks and stuff. Catch some edges where it's important. But we'll do Ushabti, then Screaming Skull. And then we'll do like a white mix as well. There you go. What's that looking like on camera? Let's have a look. Ooh, this way, please. See the difference? Looks like you can. Would be cool for them to do a Space Hulk project on the scale of Blackstone Forces. Yeah, that'd be sick. But they've said it's Kill Team, which makes me think either two things. Is a Kill Team box with the Space Hulk theme. You know, Kill Team board that's inside of a Space Hulk, which would be cool. Or they could have like a tie-in and call it like Kill Team Space Hulk, and it's not Kill Team as such. It's just a Kill Team fighting on a Space Hulk, but more like a board game, like a standalone game, which would be cool. Because like Morok and Shalnath and Octarius are not bad little standalone games, but they're not great. Like the Octarius, the first Kill Team box they did for this new edition was great as like a standalone game. But the thing is with Space Hulk, is it's a board game, you know? It's a great standalone game. Could be expansion like Arena. Yeah, exactly, which I think would probably be the best way to do it, you know? Get rid of some of those time marks, get some highlights down. So Ushabti will put all over, and then when we do Screaming Skull, we'll be a bit more selective with it, and when we do White, we'll be super selective with it. Again, what we're doing here is we're cleaning up, like making the flat parts look flat, you know, not like patchy. We put the wash all over to change the color of the model, but then we want to like bring some of the color back and add texture. And this is why we put texture paint on the models, so the dry brush has something to catch on to, but we've not put so much on the Silent King because it's the Silent King. Not played Space Hulk in like a billion years. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've never played it before. I've had it in 2012. I looked because, or 2010, sorry. I think I got mine in 2009. 2010. Because I had a look. Like, I've got the Battle Foam, like, custom foam for the box, which keeps the models in. And I added the picture. There's like a picture to show you where all the models go. And I added that to my Dropbox 12 years ago. So that tells me I've had that Space Hulk kit for 12 years. And that was the first time I played it. Right, we're going to dry brush the menhirs now, and we're just going to go downwards from the light source, you know? We're going to work from the light source and dry brush outwards. Because we want to brighten it from the light. And if there's any bits we don't like, look a bit patchy, we'll work a bit more there, but mostly working from the light source down. Maybe a bit more pink. But yeah, if it was an expansion like Arena, that's going to be really good. Really, really good. Keep working our way down, catch some of the raised bits. I see that's looking pretty spicy. Catch the edges. Again, we're going to be focusing more with like Screaming Skull and shit, so we're just like colouring the edges essentially. Giving them a little bit of colour on there. We want them to look closer to what this colour rather than Zandri Dust. Right, okay, here we go. More. From the light source again. A little bit around there, catch all that. And we'll catch the raised edges. Bam. Look at the difference. You know? That's just the first go. We've got loads to do. We've got 3 colours, 3 dry brush sets to do. Got a bit of wet wash on the back of here though, but we'll be alright. I think it's this one that's wet. It's there's a lot of wet wash at the bottom. The king deserves the best. Hell yeah. Again, catch the raised parts. Give it some texture again. But working in a single direction because we're saying that like the light source is like empowering, you know, the menhir thingy in the middle, empowering the rest of it. Put that on the table just to secure it because they are bound to these miniatures. More paint. More dry brush. Here we go. Makes such a big difference. And this is just dry brushing. I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm not edge highlighting or anything like that. I'm just dry brushing. It makes a huge difference. It makes it look way more interesting. We'll catch the bit at the side. We're not doing any of the top either. We need the top. Same again. Just dry brush. Just smash it. Backwards and forwards. Just catching the edge. And now we've got lots of depth. You know? Now we've got lots of depth. We'll do the side and top of this one. Oh, we've got deep shadows and light edges. That's Games Workshop 101, isn't it? Right. The throne is still going to be very wet. So I think what I'll do is I'll dry brush all of these and then I'll go back to the throne and do that on its own. So we'll get some Screaming Skull. I'll not bother washing it. Don't need to. Screaming Skull, a little bit lighter this time. Closer to our first highlight on the airbrush. Same again. Same again. Smash it on. But now we're going to focus on the top. We're not going to do all over. We're going to focus on the tops. Okay? Faces, hands. Very important. But mostly on the upper parts of the model. And we're not going to get into the nitty gritty. We'll do little dangly things. But you see, I'm holding the model and just hitting from the top. Look at his feet. Why not? Feet are important, aren't they? And that's it. And now you can see the difference between those two. From the top, work our way down. They're nowhere near as much. But these are going to get another one of white as well as Screaming Skull. So it's going to be like almost like a white highlight. And we'll dry brush that as well. And then we'll go in with edge highlighting. And do the same. So Silent King is going to get a little bit more because he's a character. King deserves the best, as we know. So we're going to focus on the head and the crown. Give it some love. Get it nice and bright. And we'll focus on the chest piece. The chest piece is going to be OSL. So wherever we're going to be thinking about putting a blue light because of glowing shit, we're going to try and put a little bit more highlight there. Because it's going to be brighter because there's a light source there. You know? Hands, faces, and light sources. That's what we're focusing on. So the Silent King gets a bit more because he's the focal point. We want people to look at him. Okay. Again, we're not touching the cape. We've got the menhirs to do. So same again. From the middle. We'll build our way out and almost make a blend. I was going around this light and just brightening it up, you know. Not all over because that doesn't make sense. And then what we'll do a couple down just to catch a few bits, but not a great deal. So you can see it's much brighter here than it is here. That's what we want. Same on this side. And a quick couple down. There we go. Right. Before, after. You know? Before, after. Catches so much, makes it look so much better. I just dry. All we're doing is dry brushing, lads. You know? We're not doing anything crazy. We're just dry brushing, and it's looking so much better. I got a little bit too much on my brush here, so I'm just not going to attack it as hard. Maybe a little bit lighter with it. Now we've run out of paint, so now I'm going to be a bit more aggressive. Down from the middle, keep working my way out. Couple of down swipes. Same again. And then what we'll do is just catch some of the edges around. Again, quick 1-2, you know what I mean? Nothing crazy. Same on this one. Catch the edges around the top a bit. Down the side a little bit, but nothing crazy. And there we go, 2 menhirs. Dry brush. Right, we do the same again, but a little bit of white in there this time. Now I'm just going to mix it on here. I'm not going to do anything crazy. A little bit more white paint. Put it up here. Yeah, just on my paper towel. We'll put some Screaming Skull on our brush. And then we'll just dab a little bit of white in as well. And then we'll mix that together on the maybe a little bit more. Look at that, easy. Maybe even a little bit more. I'm feeling dangerous. You know? Right. Then get that to dry brush. And we'll do the same again, but now we're only going to focus on the face and the hands. That's it. You know? That's it. Easy. Face. Hands. Bam. Silent King gets a little bit more. He's a fancy boy. Face, 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 face. Keep working that face, baby. Chest. I really like that bit. It's very iconic. And then hands. He gets a tiny bit more, but not a great deal. And then men here, same again. Brush for the brush squad, dries for the dry throne. Hey mate, how you doing? Thanks for popping by. And then 1, 2, 1, 2. Sorted. And again, subtle but different, you know? Subtle but different, that's what we want. I don't think, I think I'm going to put a little tiny bit more paint on here. Very tiny amount. Cool. Two, 1, 2. Same on this side. Yeah. Booyah. Right then. They're basically sorted. Now I haven't done anything with the cape, but it is drying very nicely. You know? That contrast method really works. Okay, now we need to do this the throne, but I don't know if it's dry yet. I hope it is. Let's go and grab it. Some characters. Looking good. Looking great. Looking smooth, mate. Smooth as fork. Right, you let's chill there. It hasn't quite dried yet. Okay. Disaster. Hopefully you're doing the odd things. Bright blue, mate. Bright blue, pal. How's the king looking? Now he's still wetting some of the recesses, so we might have to hit that with another hairdryer. So we'll do that. Sorry about the camera angle. I keep knocking it with my head. And for some reason it keeps getting loose. Like that, look. When I've tightened it up. It's awfully annoying. And then it's just like... It's just spinning. It's not tightening up. So I'm sorry. Right. Okay. So this is dry now. It still looks a bit wet. But that's just like blobs of wash. Which is fine. The mold's very hot though. Very, very hot. So hot, I've melted that. Right. I fucking hate these stairs. I might end up taking the stairs off. And being like, nah, don't need to get down. It's a fucking king, mate. It's so annoying. Right. Oh, Shabty. I'm going to drown our brush because I want to make sure we've got none of the screaming sculling right now. Here goes nothing. Dry brush time. Yeah, it's very bright compared to the colour of it now because the wash has like heavily changed the colour. But that's good. So again, working from the top, smashing it down. Not going sideways. Sideways bad. We're going to go down. Up and down, up and down. Now the prime. Oh, knocked a bit of terrain off. Knocked a bit of basing off there. That's cool. So the primer, the texture paint, and the wash is now creating texture where it looks like this. You see that? Compared to there. So now it has a texture, which is great. That's what we're going for. But it's got even more texture on this side because of the terrain, the basing paint. Perfect. And I'm just holding the model now because I'm smashing it with a dry brush. I don't want to break it, so I'm just securing the model in my hand rather than like the bit on the bottom. Because we want it to be able to take a bit of force because we're smashing it with a paintbrush. You know? A little bit side. Maybe we do go sideways. Sideways it doesn't look too bad actually. The end is nigh. Yeah, it must be. You're getting close. We'll be done soon, I reckon. I'm going to edge highlight it. Add some washes where we need to. And then paint the blue OSL. And then airbrush the blue OSL. And then we're done. Do this one. So the edges are really catching this paint really nicely because it's a much duller colour than before. Like the characters, because we didn't put that much wash on, it didn't show up very well. But because this is much duller now because we've washed it twice, the dry brush is really, really showing up. Which is great. What we want. More paint, please. The characters are a funny one because they stand out so much anyway, and you can go in and do some really nice work on them. But like the throne, it's just so big. You can't be like spending ages on it. It's so big and messy. There's so much going on. Your eyes will just get like so overwhelmed trying to look at it and trying to look at all the details. You won't realise what's there. Whereas the characters, you can zoom in on them. You know, you can focus a bit more. Sounds like not much to do. Not. Nah, mate. We're done soon. We've done the bulk of it. It's got colour on it, in it. Basically ready for the table. Too much paint on that. Very good. There we go. We need to hit the blackstone shit. The holders, whatever they are. and the Catan holder. Again, I'm putting my fingers behind it just to support it because I don't want it to break, obviously. That would be a disaster. What the fuck happened to your face? What do you mean? Oh, you mean my thumbnail? I'm tired. It's day 3, mate. Day 3 of building this. You guys alright? You know what Photoshop is? Stream doesn't end until I finish painting this model. Mikey looks very tired in the thumbnail. Everyone instantly thinks it's domestic violence. Very funny. Get these stairs smashed. Let's go. Fucking loads to do on this fucking thing. Coming along nicely, thanks, mate. Half done, mate. What, it took you a week and a half, did you say, the end stuff? Half done, mate. Basically finished. I do like this paint scheme. I'd love to sit and paint the Silent King, like, properly. I just don't have the time, you know? I just don't have the time. I love to paint everything to the best of my ability, but sometimes you just need models for the tabletop, you know? Like, I really need to finish painting my Iron Hands list. I was dreading doing it because it's going to take so long. Because I know the Dreadnoughts. I love Dreadnoughts. It's going to take me ages to paint. But sometimes you just need it on the tabletop. And like the Silent King, he's cool. He's a really cool figure. He's good in a lot of lists. He's very good right now, but even if he gets nerfed, he's still going to be very good. The only way they're going to nerf the Silent King is how the Silent King interacts with some buffs. They probably take core off him. But they won't take core off the bulk of the army, so he'll still be good. It's okay to say he lost the fight to Georgie. Yeah, everyone says domestic violence, which is quite funny. Funny, domestic violence isn't funny. But it's funny that everyone's coming to the same conclusion. Everyone's just presuming that Georgie's just beating me. That's why I've got black eyes. If I was a TI, I would have to call you for none of colours. What do you mean none of colours? It's got 3 colours, mate. Concept army. Concept army. Sandstone Marines coming soon. No, I don't think so. If you look at a lot of my other armies, they're all like concept armies. They're all like ideas of ways of doing things, like different painting styles, and then Blood Ravens is like Games Workshop style, you know? It doesn't really deviate from anything. Are you still on? I've had to install an undercounter fridge and you haven't finished dry brushing. Mate, I'm basically finished. I've finished this army, this entire model. I'm going to be done before Georgie finishes work. I'm going to be done before Georgie finishes work, mate. Easy. Well, let's be honest, nobody would be painting these models at all if they weren't going to go on the tabletop. I mean, not necessarily true, obviously, because people paint just to paint, don't they? Some people, weirdos, paint just for fun. For displays. You know? In particular, I'm painting this just so I can play with it. I'm not painting for, like my Blood Ravens are, like, display and to play. Because I think they are that good. but they also take the time. But my my Necrons are playing. I mean, I play them because they're fun and ready for a Dawn of War series if I ever did one. The Catacombs of Cronus, that's what we call it. But they'd be sandstone, not fucking silver and green like they always are. It's funny if it involves someone killing out a tail on your pillow. Oh, right, okay. I was wondering what you're on about then. Then I realised we were talking about domestic violence a few minutes ago. Domestic violence is never funny. That trial was very odd, though. Very, very odd. What I didn't do is sponge any grey on. I completely forgot. Maybe we just don't bother. Maybe I do. Maybe I do that after this dry brush. Put a little bit more effort into the Screaming Skull because the throne's a lot darker. The throne's a lot darker than the mini. If we put the mini up to it. Oh god, it's not. Oh god, he's not. Ah! Right, okay, maybe we stop dry brushing. Do we even go white? I don't think I bother. Maybe up the top. Up near the Catan. And the spikes. Fuck, I'm doing too much. This is the only problem with like concept armies is like stuff like this where it just starts still looking the same, even though obviously they're very different pieces. My Psychic King is painted beautifully. Steve is relaxing Neanderthal. He is a Neanderthal. But Steve, if you didn't paint it, you can't be like, oh yeah, my Psychic King's mint. Yeah, you didn't paint it, so you got to have someone else. I'm surprised myself with painting. I've always just got models bar already. I've decided I was going to try and paint the best of my ability on my scars. They turned out pretty well. Nice, Patrick. Wait, couldn't Mikey just say it's monochromatic theme and I'm done? Yeah, I finished. The end. The ultimate scam. The ultimate scam. I've finished. Okay, so that's the dry brushing done. Yeah, it's gonna look a lot different when it's blue, mate. So now we're gonna edge highlight. Using Screaming Skull and even more white. Throw this away. All that paint there is still usable. It's mostly contrast. Put a bit more water in there. Very warm today, so I'm going to put a little bit extra in. Oh, where is Mikey going to put the beard on the Sonic King? Where? On his chin, mate. Where do you think? A 3D printing my beard. That would be quite funny. Cool. So we need some of this. Maybe not that much. Need some white paint. Mix it together to make a brighter colour. White paint in there. So this acrylic paint is a lot thicker, so it's really nice for mixing, but not great for painting with. Take that brush off. Get an actual paintbrush out now. Mix it with an old GW one. I think that's bright enough, you know. I'm going to use a little bit of primer in there just to thin it down again. Boop. Boop. I hate mixing highlight colours though. I prefer just to grab one off the shelf. That's a lot thinner now because I've just put airbrush paint in it. Right, I'm going to go quickly knit for a wee. 2 o'clock. I'm going to quickly knit for a wee, grab a drink, and then we'll carry on, yeah? I'm baiting you. I'm going to go for a wee wee. I was like, you want a drink to go. Great. Remember to put my light back. Cool. Here we go. Party time now. Tasty. Okay. You want a proper brush now? We can put that under there. That off a bit. Move these two out of the way. Move the throne out of the way. Get a good brush. My favourite. This one. Such a nice brush. I use this for everyone. It's a Sizo Winsor & Newton. I literally use it for everything. It's so good. That elf I painted with contrast. Purely this paintbrush. No other paintbrush. Mad. I know. I know. There you go. Right then. Highlight time. So now we're going to highlight my head in the way. I don't know where to look. Let's go check. Yeah, my head got right in the way. Okay, how's that? Think that's okay? Now I just gonna smash some highlights on. Are the most important bits. Not everywhere, but a lot of places because it's a character model, you know? The really interesting bits. Ah, come on. Where am I comfortable? Am I comfortable here? Maybe. I think so. I think I'm comfortable there. Yeah, wicked. That's perfect, isn't it? Is the view good like that? I'm like zoomed in on the full frame of the lens. Does it look okay, chat? Or does it look kind of shit? I wish I had the money to like get like a permanent painting setup, but like this camera is what I use for everything. I need to like look at like getting a really nice arm to go straight over. That's not in my way. That's the biggest problem I have. I'm like, I always find like the painting camera is in my way. I really started painting in a case, especially from Natman box. So much trim. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of trim on Chaos these days. It's a bit ridiculous. It makes you just not want to paint them. Like I started painting 1,000 Suns, I just gave up because they got fucking horrific amount. So much so that most people painted gold first, then do the blue rather than doing the blue then the gold. But it seems like a dumb way to do things. I'm using the edge of my brush and I'm catching most of that there, look. Attach a GoPro to your forehead, sorted. That's funny. You know though, I have considered, I don't know how watchable it would be, but like body cam tournament streaming. You know, like when I go to a tournament and I play, I can like put a body cam on and stream it. I thought that'd be pretty funny. I also think it might just be really shit viewing. Get the fingers. I think that's mostly him done. Around here as well. You could probably go in with a little bit of white afterwards as well. I get such a Jedi vibe from your Necro scheme with the blue OSL. Yeah, I suppose it's very blue lightsaber vibe, especially after the recent Kenobi episodes. So you can see you losing real time purple sun. Yeah, I thought that'd be cool. I thought that'd be cool. That'd be funny. There's a guy that did that back along. He speed played it with an audio brief at the top. Now live stream, mate. No fucking recording speed play. Live stream. But then you just like fucking TJ Lanigan and look like you're wearing it just so people can catch you cheating. You know? Or not catch you cheating. Because you got evidence. I'd need like a streamer backpack. And they're really expensive. But that's so you can like stream outdoors and stuff. You know, like when streamers do like IRL streaming and they're just like out and about, like shopping or whatever, just streaming. I need one of those. There we go. You mentioned the brush you're using. The new GoPros have in-frame stabilization. Might not be too bad. That's true. The brush I'm using, it's an O size Winsor & Newton. I just think the size is perfect. So I use it all the time. I've had this brush like 2 years as well, and it's still sick. And that's how I use it for everything. So to a point, a lot of things. Hey Mikey, later stream, I'm great to see you painting. I'm currently joining in, making use of the airbrush while my son was with the grandparents, painting up some Chaos and Custom Defiler. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Looking to try the new codex. Yeah, the new codex is really good. I don't think Defilers are that great, but the rest of the codex is really good. There's so much good stuff in there that even with a Defiler, you're going to be fine. That is true though. How are you going to cheat if you have a live stream body cam? Yeah, exactly. Not that I'm trying to stop myself cheating, but you know. The point is that that's what Lanigan does. He records everything at the minute because he got done for cheating, didn't he? It's so weird though, because like if you get done for cheating, really you just need to quit. But it's such if you just really enjoy the game, then it's understandable why you want to continue. But also continue in a way where you can kind of clear your name almost. Not clear your name, but like show you accountability. Very odd. Has Tom forgiven you for your run of 6s in space? Or I don't think Tom will forgive me for anything, you know. I mean, that's just another nail in the coffin for our relationship, to be honest. Never mind. No, I don't think Tom's happy with me. It was funny though. We're looking at other games though. I found Relic out the other night. I think I'm gonna like. It's like a 4-player game, that one, so we might do like 4 players or maybe 3, and then maybe we'll like pay up 2 heroes each, and then if you, because obviously like in Relic, if you die, you can just like start a new character. It's kind of like a dungeon crawling role playing game. So I was thinking if we could take 2, and if we double die, then you're just out, which would be fun. Because if you die straight away, it's not the end of the world, but if you die twice, then you just kind of shit, aren't you, really? Watch out, I'll fucking die twice straight away. What's the gossip? Who's cheating? Oh, I was talking about TJ Lanigan. You know, very famously cheated on stream. Got a lot of hate very quickly because he was rolling rolling dice behind a building, saying one thing, rolling another. You know, that one. Been a few of them about, you know, but... If we gained more points for cheating than they did for being a good player, yeah, I did. Don't tell me Tom's been cheating all these years just during games. Tom's too innocent. He wouldn't know how to cheat. He wouldn't know where to start, you know? Keep me entertained while renovating my hobby room. It's so hot in here, I might melt before I finish. Oh, really? I'm actually quite cool, but I've got like all the windows open. What temperature is it? 27. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm quite cool. But like my house, it's like in a good space because like in the morning, like this room, like this gets the sun beating down on it. It's really bad. But the front of the house is in shade. It's like must be facing the west, I guess. Sets me rising east, sets the yeah. So my house is facing the west. So in the morning, like one side of the house gets all of the sun, and then the other side of the house gets all shade because of the house. So then if you open the front windows and the back one, it drags all the air through. So it's really nice in here. It's a really nice temperature. It's like really cool. And then in the evening it does the same because obviously like the sun starts to set, so you get really cool on one side, really hot on the other. When I used to, this room used to be my bedroom before I moved Georgie in. Obviously I used to share this house with an old housemate. I used to hate this room because it got so fucking warm because I had the door shut. Obviously it's my bedroom. Guys, my bedroom. I got the door shut at night and in the morning and stuff, so it's like fucking roasting in here. But now I can just open the doors. It's so nice. So yeah, just kick out your housemate. That's what I'm saying. Cool house. Kick out your housemate. Very sad that I did miss him. The sun is blazing through the other window in the room. Brutal. I spend a little bit more time on the old Silent King. He's got a nice face and I'm petting under chat. Chat, get out of the way. There we go. The Silent King. That's my 111th chain rest done. Fuck me. No. No, thank you. What's your thoughts on the Halo series after reading that they only used the books, didn't play the game, and you will spend most of the time in zombie off? I'm out. Yeah, I haven't watched it for that reason. It's not got any good reviews, which is a shame. Yeah, so I was really hyped for the Halo series, and then they said that like it was gonna be very different from the TV show, the games and the books, and like its own thing. I was just like, oh, that sounds shite. There's so much expanded universe they could have really relied on and made it all canon and just reenacted the books, but they didn't. They had to make it their own thing and cock up. Typical directors, that. Thinking they're a bit too big for their own boots and then doing their own thing and realising that they're so tone deaf it's unreal. You'd have to have the door shut so people didn't see your hentai DVD collection. Fucking brilliant. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Thanks, Patrick. Thanks for the 5, bud. That's very, very kind of you. Super kind, mate. Appreciate it.
Just helping to keep the cameras rolling. Got to get gone, man. Have fun.
Thanks,
Catch
mate.
you later. Waving hand.
Appreciate it, mate. Very kind of you. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. As I said, super chats and memberships are the lifeblood of the channel, guys. So if you want to support the channel, then consider it. I'd really, really appreciate it. Yeah, literally keeps the lights on, keeps the cameras rolling. So thanks, mate. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you, Patrick. Super, super kind. I watched it and didn't pay for it, and I'm still mad. So I dread to think what people you paid for it felt like. Yeah. Yeah, yikers. Yeah, not great. Not great. That's the sad thing in it, really. I'm gonna have to rock my back up a bit. Good morning from the USA. Hey, Pat-Man, how you doing? I'm sorry about my hair being on camera. Thanks for tuning in, bud. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'll smudge that there, didn't I? Right, I'll give up doing that. Ugh. Again, there's only a bit more time on the king himself because he is the focal point. He's the important one, you know. But a few more highlights on, focusing on some more interesting bits. Trying to make him really stand out. Sorry, chat. Sorry for knocking it. Get his hips. We're gonna have a cape round him as well, though, so we don't want to go too heavy. Well, he's got a bit of blackstone in there as well, hasn't he? I don't know what to do about the blackstone. Has anyone got any suggestions? Well, there's a lot of blackstone. And I don't really know what colour to paint it. That's going to be the problem, is working that out. Line straight down the middle. That works. Alright. Yeah, I'm thinking with like the Catan, I'm going to put like his chest piece orange, like this part. I'm going to do that orange. But what do I do these bits? Maybe I just do them the original colour, like turquoise. Turquoise could work. That's green. I don't know if green's going to work. Maybe I'll do the original colour. If real guardsman, a spaceman, and Inquisitor walk into a bar, the guardsman says, "Ow!" The bar breaks right through the bar with his reinforced skull. The Inquisitor accuses the bar of heresy. When the bar refuses to confess or even move, despite its sustained torture, the Inquisitor executes the guardsman for failing to defeat the bar in combat. Terrible. How you doing, Psycho? That contrast wash method has worked so well on this. It looks so good. Such a fucking boogie, mate. I'm having such a boogie right now. They have contrast washers. Yeah, so like the new washers are contrast paints, basically. And what I did with this is I flooded the model with wash, and then I flooded it again with contrast medium, and created this really nice like streaky effect. So it's like worked out really nicely. It's like really smooth, you know. So basically covered it in wash and then used contrast medium to water it all down again. Cool. Right, that's 4. We've got 2 menhirs and then the throne, and the throne's gonna be fun. That was ironic. That was sarcastic, by the way. So we'll highlight this hard edge. Like a hard circle there. I'm just gonna draw lines out of it, mate. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah. We'll do across here. We'll just draw some thin lines coming out of it. Easy peasy. But these are Blackstone Fortress, and I've done them stone now. But that kind of makes sense for these. Oh, fucking YOLO, mate. I'll try turquoise. When are you putting the VOD out for the AOS stream with the tier list? Wanted to watch that. I'll be putting the edited video out probably Wednesday before the stream, before the next stream. The VOD is available though. If you go to the live streams playlist, you can watch the full thing. I'll be putting out the edited version next week. Same again. Highlight this circle thing. Any advice on Modern Earth? I've tried it, but I can't get the cracks to be big as they are. They are really visible close up. Make sure you give it a really good mix. If it's not cracking properly, give it a really good mix, and then use a hairdryer to dry it. That'll help the cracks get bigger. Damn, Hellstorm selling me on these contrast paints. Take all my money. Maybe I should get an affiliate link for contrast paint. The trick with modern F is use more than you think. That's also true. You really have to slap it on, you know? You do have to slap it on for it to do the effect. Because it always flattens down, you know? Mix it, slap it on. Are you going to the midweek AOS tournament again in October? I'm not sure, to be honest, bud. A bit too far away for me to work out. Potentially. I'm liking the sandstone style look of those obelisks. Thanks, mate. The entire army is sandstone. So all of it's sandstone. Even the Silent King. Even the throne he's stood on. Sandstone, let's go. Concept armies for the win. Mate, those menus look really good and like they could be revived in-game. No, they can't, Steve. No, they don't. They don't look like they could be revived in-game because that's not allowed. Yeah, I still don't think that's true. I don't think it's gonna work. I think they'll FAQ it before it actually makes any like real progress anywhere. Would make the Silent King obscene and a very weird unit as well, because as soon as you revive a men here and he's got a wound, then the Menhir always takes the wounds first, even if the Silent King would take them. The Menhir has to take it instead. So that's for things like a targeted smite. If it chooses a model that takes a certain amount of mortal wounds, the Menhir always takes it first. So if you start having the Silent King taking wounds and then reviving a Menhir later, it's just going to create all sorts of complications because you have multiple models in a unit that have taken damage, which is not right as well. It needs FAQing, yeah, I agree. I think they will just FAQ it and say you can't revive them, but I don't really see how else they could FAQ it. If you're going to a tournament and they say you can revive Menhirs though, go fucking ham, mate. Go ham. You have to remember that I'm just a dude as well, so. Someone messaged me about it on Facebook and said like, there's been some rumours that Mike Brandt has said that you can't revive Menhirs, and I don't think Raw you can. What do you think? And I said, I agree with Mike Brandt. And they said, well, why would you do that? And it's like, look mate. Fuck all to do with me. It's between you and your TO, mate, and your group of mates. You know, if you're going to a tournament, it's up to the TO. If you're playing casually and you're having to ask around, maybe it's not worth doing because it sounds broken. Someone like commented on the video as well about custodies. You know, like when custodies are like really broken. And I was like making videos about it, saying it's fucking stupid. Someone came on the video and said like, "Ah, oh, typical Hellstorm, always moaning until things get nerfed. Now look, our army's useless, and it's all thanks to you." And I was just like, "What are you on about, you fucking psycho?" Hey, thanks for the $5. We appreciate it. What have you got to say?
I'm off to a huge crusade game. Always enjoy your content and have fun painting.
Thanks. Thanks for the $5, Ron. Really appreciate it. Have a great game. Very kind of you. What was I saying? Yeah, like people just like straight up blaming me for custodians getting nerfed. I was just like, are you high? Like, one, we all knew they were fucking broken, so I can't not say anything. But two, it's no fucking to do with me. I'm just like I'm like the messenger, you know. I ain't a playtester. I don't write the rules. I know they don't have any playtesters anymore. Lol. But this is before. This comment was before they got rid of the playtesters. And it's just like it's nothing to do with me. I'm just talking. Yeah, you're not Goonhammer, are you? Fuck off. Yeah, it's just mad. It's just like how they pinpoint the blame on random people. Again, I'm just here to chat, you know? I'm just chilling. I think someone who emails random people to ask about rules changes probably doesn't have a group of mates to play with. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I just thought it was really wild, you know? Like, why are you messaging me? And why are you unhappy with my opinion if you've asked for it? I have an Instagram. Sure do. It's in the link in the description, but it's Hellstormwargaming. Same on everything, bud. If they had a group of mates, they'd be advised to email some of the big names before, okay, like Frontline Gaming, Tabletop Tactics, Tabletop Titans, and Goonhammer. Fuck you. Fuck you all. Why do I bother? Why do I even bother? I was here before all them wankers. Love Tabletop Titans, but they did tell everybody at the start of 8th edition, start of 9th edition, that you could see through walls when with obscuring. You could see through walls and windows. So everyone at tournaments that I was running were trying to shoot through walls because of Tabletop Titans. Why do people listen to channels for rules? Stop being dumb. Hey, Ren. Oh, fuck right, Rich. You right, mate. You got me there. That's why I'm here, to pay my rent. Please subscribe so I can pay my rent. Become a member. Why did they think they could shoot through walls? I think it's because of the way they like made a video about terrain, and the way they described it made it sound like you could shoot through walls. They said when you're touching the terrain or in the terrain, it doesn't block line of sight. Which, out of context, for people who hadn't read the rules, thought, oh, when I'm in the terrain, it doesn't block line of sight, so I can see straight through it. Obviously, that's not what they meant. They meant it doesn't block line of sight because of obscuring. But this is at the start of the edition when obscuring was a new thing, so no one knew what it did. No one knew what obscuring meant or how buildings worked. everyone was talking about terrain because it had a big overhaul at the start of the edition. So no one knew what was going on, basically. So that's why there's, like, mass confusion. Because they were relying on people who had the rules early, like, and put playtester after every video tile. Because they were playtesters. Well, they just explained it badly, basically. It wasn't that big of a deal, but people picked up on it. Teen Titans Go told them you could. I think it was Robin that made the mistake. Robin? Oh, right, okay, Teen Titans. What's your thoughts on the way some players are using the new Ruins rule to shorten deep strike charges and make yourself unattackable? Make yourself unattackable? How do you make yourself unattackable? But, yeah, it's a pretty dumb rule. I'm waiting for them. They're going to change it soon enough. But, you know, if there's any tournaments this weekend, like today, they'll probably be using it. I think just saying, like, you have to roll. I don't know how to word it, but, like, you have to roll. The charge roll has to make 1 inch, but then engagement is 2 inches. You know? If the distance is enough to make the charge, then the engagement becomes 2 inches. So if you deep strike 9 away, it'd be like 9 inch to charge. But if you then charge, engagement is 2 inches. Oh, the unattackable bit is the init bit. Yeah, I get you. True. But that problem is like, I don't know how you fix that one. It's dumb anyway. Just don't use it, basically. I think the best way is the way I'd manage it at my own events. So, that's been an issue for a long time. This charge thing has been an issue for a long time. At my own events, I have a really long-worded way to explain that basically, if you can make the charge but can't physically fit, place the models as close as possible, pretend they're base to base, fight, and then after you've fought, place his models as close as possible, then consolidate. So let me see if I can find it. Let me just wash my brush a minute. I'll find the map part 1 second. Right, here we go. This bit. So, essentially, I'm gonna I don't know if I can zoom in. Maybe I can. Let's go! Again, there's no face camera, but there you go. As a general rule, no model or unit can be deemed unchargeable. When charging an enemy unit that is up on or behind a ruin wall with an infantry, beast or swarm, and there is no space to place models within 1 inch of the enemy models, wobbly model applies. After resolving potential overwatch, calculate the necessary distance to the closest charging model to travel in order to complete the charge and end up in engagement range. So you calculate what that is. If the charge distance is at least this much, the charge is considered successful and the units are considered to be engaged. Note this only ever happens when if your unit would be legally allowed to be placed in engagement range in the first place. It helps not actually move any models in the charge phase to work out who can fight in this case and proceed to place all models where they should be when the results have been determined and casualties have been removed. In all instances where a situation like this occurs, call the referee over to your table prior to moving any models. So basically, that's a long-worded way to say what you'd do is you'd roll the charge. So you're 9 away, right? Here we go. We've got some models. Here we go. This is our wall. This is our wall, okay? Here's our wall. Here's a wall. Here's 2 models, right? 9 away, okay? What I say happens is you make the charge, but you can't be placed. You're supposed to be here to fight. If you're here, you can't technically fight because you're too far away. Okay? So what you do is you roll the charge and work out where... Well, even leave them there and say, like, where's 9 inches? 9 inches is here. I've rolled a 9, okay? Then we'll put him on screen. I've rolled an... He's going to be it. You see there? Right, okay. We've rolled a 9. We're actually here, okay? There's multiple models. Let's say this is the unit. This is the enemy unit here. So the Silent King has rolled a 9, so he's actually here. But he can't be placed there because there's not enough room. So what we'll do is we'll pretend he's in combat here, okay? And we'll fight, right? Alright, the Silent King has killed this guy. Okay? So now, before I consolidate, I'm going to put my model as close as possible where it should have been. Then I'll consolidate. That's how you fix it. You just say that you place them as close as possible and say they're engaged. Or don't. You know? Or what you do, right, is you go, okay, well I can't actually fit here and I've fought and I've not killed anything. Alright, I'll place as close as possible, but they're engaged. You know? They're engaged. You know? They're not within an inch, so they're not in combat, but you can just say they're engaged. like that's the rule fix. It's done. Because without that, you get stupid charges, or you get +2 to charge now, which is fucking even dumber than before. So, and then again, I could charge. I'm within 2 inches on touching the terrain, and then I'm going to pile in. I'm 1.5 inches away now. I'm not in combat. Stupid. Mikey fixing GW problems before they even make them. Some would say he'd be a good playtester. I do keep saying I'd be a good playtester. They just keep not listening. There you go. I fixed it for you. Place them as close as possible. Say they're engaged. You know? I've never had an issue with it in my own tournament. It's always... Everyone's just kind of like... Not understood it. And then I've gone like... We're just going to pretend they're within 1 inch. You know? This certainly confuses me. Yeah, but like, look what Games Workshop have done and what the rules have made, and how even just broken it is. It's simpler, but it's more broken. Whereas I just say place it as close as possible, fight, and then put it where it should have been. Done. You know? Then pile in. It just makes so much more sense. So I already had a rule ready. That's what I think to that rule. That's what I'll be using going forward. You make sense. The new rule is confusing. Yeah, exactly. And so we went over it on Monday. Very dumb. Very, very dumb. Shouldn't be a thing. Pretend with my plastic army men. Pretend in a game of 40k, Mikey. You want us to pretend in the super serious world of tabletop wargaming? Yeah, literally. It's stupid. The game's made up. Why do people forget that? The game is just made up. Why can't we just pretend a little bit more? You know? I don't understand why it's such a big deal. If the charge is 9 inches, you roll a 9. The only thing in the way is a 1-inch wall. You kiss the wall, boom, engaged. Then move in once casualties removed, then consolidate. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Justin. Getting +2 to charge everywhere is fucking stupid. This one's so... I like watered it down a little bit, but now it's fucking ridiculous. But it's funny that they fired all the playtesters and this is like the first FAQ since. Now, I don't know if this current FAQ was playtested, because it might have been. I doubt they've like got that little lead time on the run up, but it is kind of funny that this is the first one since the playtesters got sacked, and it's dog shit. You know, just funny. Why is it so bad? Conceptually, I think it's great for what the intent is, just F for implementation. Yeah, I agree. On a similar note, what about this scenario? Unit A and Unit B charge Unit X. Unit A kills some of Unit X and the player removes models so that they're not in engagement with Unit B. Can Unit B still attack? So if you charge, or you are within in engagement range, within an inch, you can activate. So even if you charge and there's no one in combat, you can still activate that unit to fight. And when you activate, you pile in 3, fight, consolidate 3. So in that instance, if you're not in engagement range after the first unit's fought, Unit B would activate, pile in 3, and then attack. But you can only attack if you're within range. So if they're out of 4 inches, then no, you can't attack, but you can move 3. So you would still activate, but you don't necessarily still fight. You only fight if you are in engagement range, which is 1 inch. How much paint is on your brush? I feel like my edge highlights are sloppy. You're just crushing through this model. So my paint's very thin, which is the most important bit. So it slides off the brush very easily. And it's a lot of edge. It's hard edges, you know. And if you do smudge it, just fucking wipe it, mate. Sorted. But yeah, so like it's like half a bristle, half the bristles is up painting, and it's quite thin, so it like slides off the brush really easily. But thank you, that's very kind of you to say I'm crushing it. I'm trying my best. It's not perfect, but it's gonna do, you know. It's these bits I don't like. I hate doing these bits. The straight lines are easy, it's just those bits are fucking annoying. But to answer your question, Lord Gateface, hope that is helpful. Again, every unit that charges still gets to activate, even if there's no models in combat. You know? Chat, what's the most important thing to kill against the Necron's army now? Running orcs in a major starting in about 70 minutes. You're gonna struggle because you're playing orcs, mate. You're playing orcs, so you're gonna struggle. Most important thing to kill, all the bodies. You know? The Silent King's scary, and he's gonna do damage. But if you take out the bodies, they can't play the mission. That's how you beat Necrons. The Silent King is a very good distraction card effect that's going to boost his efficiency. But if he doesn't have anything to boost, he's not that great. That would be my suggestion. Take it as you will. Okay, that's the spire's done. I think now I just need to do a quick cross here. Wee, wee. That's the spire thing is done. Ugh. I think I'm going to do the most important parts and then the other bits I'll decide. Mikey, forget fire prisons. How about war walkers with shuriken? I was thinking actually, Steve, what about a falcon with our space problem? But yeah, wall walkers are very good. And obviously the more shuriken the better, mate. A lot cheaper as well. You get a lot for your buck. Not physically cheaper, but points-wise cheaper. If you want to have a chat next week, Steve, let me know. Orbitable drop pods in. Jesus, Hellstorm, I thought you got back from your thumbnail just then. Is my Photoshop that good? Surely not. It took me like 2 minutes to burn the eye, my eye bags or whatever you want to call them, bags under my eyes. So I've been painting for 3 days, mate. That's why. I've been painting for 3 whole days. So the whole army has shuriken except for rangers. Yeah, exactly. The more that you can... I don't know how much coaching you want me to do live in front of an audience, but, you know, the more that you can rely and get benefit out of your craft, the better. Three days painting can cause that haunted look. It sure can. It sure can, bud. Getting there though. This is the longest task. Definitely the longest task, this one. Right, the Blackstone holder thing. So just focusing on like the characters, I did a lot, but for these parts, we're focusing on like the cool looking bits, you know, the important bits, the where we want the eyes to go. We want the eyes to go to the Catan, and then maybe these bits at the front, you know. Jazzy version of this song. So simple fix, some quick chat break. My back's going, I might have to crack it. A simple fix for the FAQ rule would be to change the fight rule from an eligible unit is one with engagement range and or mage charge to an eligible unit is one that is within engagement range of an enemy unit and or mage charge move always charged in the same turn. Nah, because then you get too much free movement from everyone. Imagine charging the entire army, kill it with the first one, then the entire army gets moved 3 inches. Ridiculous. Some players, there's not enough CP now. Tau players, I have 6, Shadow Sun takes 69, start 10, 10. FPL on 2 plus I have 11, yeah, hard times. Yeah, I think the CP changes are fine. I think the problem is, like, a lot of people don't like the fact that you have to buy your warlord traits. Which I agree with. It's annoying. Still active, lovely devotion. Yeah, mate, I've been going for a long time. A good few hours. 4.5 hours? 4.5 hours there, I think. I'm going to have to crack my back and then we'll carry on. I did say it's not ending until I've done, though. Done. Star. Or Georgie tells me off. Done or Georgie tells me off. That's what we're going to do. So I'm going to finish highlighting this with the first highlight. Then I'm going to go and want some food. Oh, I'm stuck on the rug. Here we go. Oh no, that's made it worse. Bit more. There we go. So I'm going to do the highlight. Then warm up some food. Do the second highlight, and then we're on to doing the blue. Share time, hell yeah. Right. Get that platform highlighted. I hope you're enjoying it. I know it's a bit chill. It's not like the most entertaining watch, but you know, you can ask me anything now. If you want to ask me something, now's the time. If you have a chat about anything, now's the time. It's just natter time, you know, because normally, like, on a Monday and a Wednesday, I'm like presenting a show. This is just hangout time, you know. All just chatting. Are you staying live while eating food? Asking for a friend. I'll probably like put a video on and mute my microphone while I eat food. I'm not gonna like slop food whilst I'm live. That's fucking gross. I'll probably put a different video on and mute my microphone while I eat food. When will we see this on the tabletop? Thursday. I'm hoping Tom's going to have some a Blood Angel list ready to go. And we'll do Blood Angels versus Necrons. An old classic. What hobby YouTubes do you watch? I watch Ninjon. I watch Miniac. I watch Squidmart, Goober Town. Dana Howell, she's really good. I watch Midwinter Minis. A lot of them, like probably you do, you know. Some other like adjacent hobby watch. I watch Tabletop Time. Jazza and the guys are really good. I watch what's his name now? North. Oh, he does like clay stuff. I can't remember what it's called now. But he does really cool shit with like Pokemon and stuff. My name's and I make tiny little things. You'd recognise him if you've seen him. He does like loads of clay sculptures. Studson Studio, they're really good as well. They make a lot of like video game stuff, which I like. What's his name? North something. Oh, it's gonna bug me now. It's gonna bug me so much that I can't remember what he's called. I'm something, and I make tiny little things. And he's got a really cool voice, and he just fucking makes random shit. Like, he made, like 3D Pokemon cards, where he'd, like, take a card and, like, recreate the artwork in clay and have it come out of the Pokemon card. So cool. So cool. He's so cool, I can't remember his name. Or their name, even. Do you think Abaddon will get a points buff? Like a points increase? Probably. I think he's a little bit cheap for what he does, but in the army that he's in currently, like, people aren't like jumping and shouting it's broken. So if someone works out how they can break the Chaos Space Marine credits he's got Abaddon in, maybe. But for now, I don't think they will. I think he's a very good force multiplayer. He's very good in combat, but he's just a really nasty Terminator, and he's cheap for what he does. He's a little bit cheap, I agree, but he's not like, all of his damage is in combat, so you can kind of play around it. What's your feeling towards the new Angron model? I evolved 4-year-old Angron from early Heresy, but thinking picking up this for late Heresy battle to fit the narrative. I think the new model's really good. Yeah, we've spoke about it a couple of times on the stream today. Obviously, it's like hot topic, isn't it? I think the new Angron model's really nice. I'm really excited to paint him. Chaos lost as many tricks as they gained. I agree, mate. Yeah, Chaos got like they got sent sideways, I think. And they finally got that second wound, but they're having to pay the points for it because everything went up. Except for Obliterators, obviously. Obliterators went down for some reason. There's some stuff that is too cheap, like Abaddon, Obliterators. Probably a bit cheap for what they do. But so, isn't it? Look like stone yet? I hope so. She's like, this are great. I can listen but not need to watch. I can chill and paint. Yeah, exactly. That's what we want in it. We want to just chill. It's a hangout stream, you know? And I enjoy it because it means I can like waffle while I'm painting rather than sitting in silence. And what I'd end up doing is just going on TikTok. I'm not doing anything. You know? I just like go on Facebook and TikTok and Twitter and not actually paint. So it's a way to keep me focused and I can waffle, which is fun. Like Night Lord's Generals losing jump packs. What the fuck is that? Yeah, they still sell a Chaos Space Marine with Chaos Space Marine Lord with jump pack as well, and you can't use it. Not being allowed to charge after walk time sucks. It does. Mike, do you think GW will give HQ characters to have command ability to use stratagems on any in battle on any model? Yeah, I think 10th edition will go that way. I think 10th edition will start looking a little bit more at like Age of Sigmar in terms of command abilities. So certain models get stratagem. Essentially, a model has the stratagem and they can activate it. Because that seems to work a lot better in Age of Sigmar. Again, stratagems came out in 40k. I said when Games Workshop do stuff, they do it great and then they do it amazing. Or you know, it's like they do it once and it's kind of shite, and then they smash it. Command abilities and stratagems, shite in 40k, great in Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar did it second. In Age of Sigmar, a character has the stratagem, and they have to be within range of the character. And it's a unique ability that can usually only affect certain stuff, but you know, a lot of the time it's everything. But it works so much better in Age of Sigmar because you're limited to a character. And if you kill the character, then you can't use that ability. You know? Whew. Right, that's the first highlight. Oh, I've not done the back engines. Heresy reactions are really good as well, yeah. Much more interactive. I think it's the lack of options as well, which is good. 40k has gone a bit too heavy with the stratagems, I think. There's just too many. There's way too many. But we knew that. We've had that conversation, haven't we? We've done that one. Way too many stratagems. Too much to think about. What do you use to wash your hair to make it look so majestic? Castelli, you finally coming around, mate? All you do is insult my hair. You finally go around. I use men's shower gel and that's it. I'm getting it cut one day though. Well trimmed. Unlike my beard, I've got no patience for hair. I want long hair, but it gets to this length and it annoys me. And beards do the same, but if you power through, you get a majestic beard like mine. But I can't do it with my hair. I think if it gets in my face, that's the problem. The one thing I want to see change in the future, I always see what 10th plans. Yeah, 10th edition would be fun. I think 9th is definitely like, it feels like it's had a much shorter lifespan in terms of playability. I think that's because they've changed so much. They've changed the design philosophy from 8th. They've gone, wait, people love stratagems, let's make loads. But people don't love all of them. They want a few, they don't want loads. So, I don't know. Definitely needs a lot of bloat. It does. They could consider doing a refresh like they did for 8th and like they've done for Heresy. I don't think they will. They could. It wouldn't exactly hurt. It would hurt, but you know. Again, I've really got to put that list video out where I'd like show people how I make my cheat sheets. I think that'll take a lot of the what do you call it, like stigma away. Not stigma. Like anxiety of like building lists and playing 40k when you go, I can only use my list I've wrote, I can only use like 10 stratagems, so I only need to learn 10. You know, and I've wrote them down on a spreadsheet. I've got that recorded, ready to release. I just haven't released it yet. A bit plain over there, so I'll put a highlight on there to make it look more interesting. Alright, there we go. Last one, I'm going to highlight the edge of the steps. Oh, fuck off. Any mods in chat? Sorry about that, chat. They've gone now. Sexbots, you've made it. They have to be subscribed for 10 minutes as well. So that channel is subscribed for 10 minutes. Was it 5 minutes? I know it's got some sort of sub limitation on. Or should have anyway. Don't apologise, man. I wanted sex bot. That's what I was looking for today. Alright. There we are. There he is. Looking fresh. Looking fine. Right, so I'm going to go quickly make some food because it's 3:15. Fucking hell, it's 3:15. George is finishing in an hour. She's going to be so mad when I'm streaming when she comes home. Right, you can see my legs, terrible. So I'm quickly going to put a video on while I go and warm up some food. I'll be sat here eating food with the mic off. And we can then carry on. We're going to be putting a few more highlights on the characters, and then we're going to do the blue. No eat, only paint. I will show you some paint, okay? If my mouse would work, there we go. The stream's not ending, it's merely pausing. Right, if we go to Hellstorm. Where's Balrak streaming? It's the middle of the day. Go away. Playlists. Painting. 3D printing. I hate playlists because they don't organise in an order. Right, assuming everything's going to piss. Right, okay. So Georgie, you want to sit and talk to you when she gets home? Probably not, to be fair. There it is. You can watch how to paint Necrons. Because that's what we're doing, chap. Fucking hell, look how dumb I look.
Hey guys, welcome back to Hellstormwargaming.
I don't look like that.
Tuning in. I hope you're all having a great day. In the past few months,
Right,
like
I'm gonna go
most
get some
people,
food.
I've had
Enjoy.
a lot of spare time on my hands for some reason.
Yikes.
And with that spare time, what I've been doing is watching a hell of a lot of YouTube. Now, I don't normally watch much hobby content on YouTube. I'll normally just watch memes or commentary channels, but I've been stumbling across a lot of hobby-related content. And one of the channels I did stumble on was Midwinter Minis. He's absolutely smashing it in terms of views and subscribers, and he makes really, really good, fun content. One of the videos that did stand out to me was his speed painting sandstone Necrons, and I know I've had a Necron army like sat in boxes for a while. It's kind of like stuff that I bought over the years and remnants from my previous Necron army that I used to play like back in 6th edition basically. And I've been meaning to paint it for a while, I just haven't got round to it. And this scheme, because of how quickly you can do it and how cool it looks at the end, this scheme really inspired me to paint my own Necron army. So I kind of like dug it all out, put it all together, and realised that I had like nearly 2,500 points worth just sat around doing nothing. I mean, it's not a great army, don't get me wrong, it's just a bundle of units, but it's like a core of an army that I can build on. So seeing that video, I'm not going to teach you how to do it. This is kind of like my journey copying that scheme. And well, like I say copying, I kind of follow most of it, but I do deviate from it a little bit. And I also experiment with pigments at the end for the bases, which is quite fun, and I'll make it look quite interesting. So I'm not trying to rip off his schemes. If you want to learn how to speed paint Necrons in sandstone color, then go watch his video. If you want to watch me copy that scheme and take it my own direction, watch this video. I was in two minds whether I was going to release this video or not, because the last painting related video absolutely tanked. But I thought I've recorded it now. It's kind of like a test piece. I've learned a lot about recording such a large project. It's not something I recorded like before. There's quite a lot of involved. So I try lots of different camera angles. I try lots of different techniques. Hopefully you enjoy this type of video. If you don't, that's totally fine. Just tell me. If you think I could do these things better, then let me know in the comments. And if you do, if there is a good feedback for it, then I'll look at doing something similar in the future. Otherwise, guys, enjoy this. How I copy kind of a speed paint video in
23 minutes and 27 seconds.
So first off, this is going to be a normal walkthrough. It's my walkthrough, so ready or not, here we go. The scarabs on little plastic sticks look crap, right? I want them scurrying on the floor, so I'm going to chop them all off of these bases already. Some of them are already stuck down, and some of them are sticking on pegs, so I'm cutting off all the pegs and crap. And then I'm going to go in with some slate. I'm going to put some slate down. I'm going to stick some random bits from old models, like helmets and whatever, to make it look like they're crawling over dead bodies or whatever. Just make it look fancy. So next up, I'm taking a Grelin Earth, which is a texture paint. I'm going to be using this quite a lot, following Midwinter Minis did. So I'm just kind of like putting it in random places at the minute. This is on top of basing material already. It's just to give it the cracking effect that you would find, because I want to go for like a desert Marsy base. So with the Immortals, they come with these massive cracks, or like gaps in the shoulder pads. So because I'm putting crackle medium on them, I decided to use that to try and fill the gaps. You can go use plastic putty, but this is a speed paint. It's not. I'm not like going to be entering this army into any competitions. So I kind of put it around the model randomly, focusing on some of the flatter areas just to add a little bit more detail, and also applying it to the base at the same time. So it crackles quite nicely, and that's it all dry. So this next section, we're going to apply a Grelin Earth all over the models in random places, even these nicely painted ones. I asked Chris Frozin, one of the best Necron players and one of the best Necron painters in the world, to rate my painting so far.
Deathmarks look really cool. So the silver, really cool white heads, funky green shoulder pads. So we'll just play the video and have a look now. I like it. Yeah, so they got the grip. What, Mikey, what the hell are you doing? Okay, I'm watching that again. No! Oh God, I can't watch that. No. Okay, well, he's. I can't believe you just put texture paint all over. That's a really cool paint job. Right, now, I don't want to look at the Overlord one now. The Overlord video, again, this looks like a really cool paint job. Mikey, if you've put texture paint over this, I'm going to absolutely crucify you. Yeah, that's a sweet paint job. So he's got really cool green glow going on, and he's got obviously the classic watermelon in his hand, holding there really. He is as well! Ooh! Mikey, what are you doing? Necrons are cool. Why are you putting texture paint all over them? No, I can't. I want to tear my eyes out. I can't believe what. I can't watch any more of this. Mikey, you absolute imbecile. Making me so cross. Jesus Christ. Right, that's it. I'm off, Mikey.
And after slapping your nicely painted models with thick brown paint, here they are all done, just drying now. So that's with the Grelin Earth all over them, and I think they're starting to look pretty cool. It started to crack really well, but one thing I did skip that I wish I hadn't was priming the models before applying it. It seemed to crack really well, but it was really flaky, and that's bad. So it was all kind of falling off of the unpainted models, whereas the painted models it wasn't really. So don't copy me, and make sure you prime them first. So for the rest of the bases and stuff, and some of the miniature, I was going to use this Vallejo texture paint stuff. It's similar to the GGB stuff, but it comes in a massive pot, and they have lots of different types. If you're basing a lot of models and you want to like maybe save money or you want a different style, then I definitely recommend checking this out. So I kind of like did two tests. I used the rough white pumice, which is ground texture initially. So I was going to apply this to the model to kind of like make it look more like it's come from the ground, but then I was also going to cover the entire base. So this one's kind of like, it's kind of like closer to like thick paint. So I used white pumice and I also used desert yellow, and I decided to go with desert yellow, but I honestly can't tell the difference anymore. So there's one immortal, there's a white pumice on its base, and I honestly can't tell. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply desert yellow all over the base, and then use a mixture of a little bit of desert yellow and white pumice on the actual model as well, just so we get different types of texture across the surface. With the scarabs, what I decided to do is kind of like dollop it on quite thick, and then shove the scarabs into the dollop, kind of make it look like they're running through the surface rather than flying over it. Yeah, I know they'll fly, but they're just going to get broken because they're so little, so I'm just slapping them into the paint and hoping for the best. That's kind of like what I don't want flying little scarabs, I want scurrying scarabs. Scurrying. So at this point, I magnetised all of the models, so I could move them around on these oven trays, and I also magnetised into my paint handle. I realised this was a bit of a mistake later, and I'll explain why when we get to it. But next what I did was I primed all the models. Again, taking all these nicely painted models and priming them was awfully funny. All that hard work wasted. I'm just using a black primer. It doesn't really matter which one you use. If you really, really want to know, it's called Miniature Paints Black Primer. And then it's mixed with Flow Improver because Flow Improver is bae. So if you use an airbrush without Flow Improver, sort your life out. And I repeat this for every single model. So I kind of like had a little bit of a chain going where I have like one tray where they're unpainted and one tray where they're primed, and I'm kind of like passing them over and swapping them over. As you can see, this is the unprimed one. Most of it holds, except for the rays, because they're a little bit heavy. And then, because I was stupid, I had to go back with the Grillin Earth, and I went over all the, which was a ball ache. Then what I did, I just primed it with Xandri dust. Reason being is it's a lot easier because it's a light colour. To do it with a rattle can. Use a hairdryer to help bake it. It just helps, like, one, speed up the process, and also helps it settle there. So then this boy ran out of Xandri dust primer, so I had to do it by hand with the airbrush, which was an absolute nightmare because I just primed them black. If I'd known I was going to have to airbrush them with Xandri dust, then I would have primed them white or grey or something light. But no, this idiot primed them black. Stupid. So here's a fun video of me transferring Xandri dust from one pot into a dropper bottle so I can actually use it. Do you know how annoying it is to take such a light colour and make it a flat surface because you want it to match the previously primed models? It's very annoying. It's just very frustrating. It took bloody ages. Priming these models from black to Xandri dust probably took longer than painting most of the army. Don't be stupid like me. At this point, I absolutely YOLO'd from the original script of what Midwinter had set, and I decided to go in with the Zenithial highlighter view Shabty Bone. I want to cut some corners, but also make my life easier later, so I decided to highlight zenithially, so from the top, and like pretend the sun's in the sky, and that's where the highlights are. So I did the same after that, but with Screaming Skull, just to go even lighter, just to make my life even easier later. Once I've done all the airbrushing and gloss varnished, this is like, in painting terms, it's like a save point because everything that you've already done is protected with super gloss. It's like gloss shield, protects from future F-ups. The other reason to gloss varnish as well is because we're going to be slapping wash all over the model, and what gloss varnish does, it creates like a smooth coat, and when it's smooth, unlike uneven paint, especially through an airbrush, it's just easy to wash, and there's like the surface tension breaks really easy. So imagine trying to paint a wash onto a rock and then painting a wash onto a mirror. It's kind of like the same concept, just not as extreme, but that's what you're working with. An unvarnished model has a rough texture like a rock, and a gloss varnish model has a smooth texture like a mirror. Now it's time, boys. It's time for the Agrax Earth Shade. Grab a big old brush and start slapping that. So this Agrax Earth Shade is actually mixed 50-50 with Lamia Medium. Reason being is because I'm slapping it all over the model, I don't want like big pools to form and to be quite thick. So the thinner the paint, the easier it is to run. And we're already going over gloss varnish, it's going to run even more. So hopefully we don't get any like droplets that dry. And the fact that it's gloss varnished is going to help with the staining, and the fact that it's thinner will stop it settling on the top surfaces. So it should, in theory, just stay in the recesses. Or if it does stay on the model, it's going to stain it rather than streak it. I think Guy like made his own wash or something, but I ain't got time for that. So here's an epic montage of me slapping paint on him. Tip I learned for big flat panels, which I thought I'd point out, is to apply water all over the surface, so just clean water, and then apply the Agrax Earth Shade on top. Reason being is it just like runs together, which is really cool, and it is thinner because you're watering it down, but it just works better so you don't get horrible streaking because that's what you want to avoid. So there we go, boys. If they're all done, they're all nice and washed. They're all looking super pretty. They all look good. You can leave them here if you want to. I mean, don't, but you could. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to go back to the guide. I'm going to take that grey with a sponge and I'm going to start just prodding the model with it. I've never done any sponging before, so this is just some carry case foam and I'm just like using it as a stamp essentially. So then I skipped on washing it red because of the way I'm going to do the bases. I didn't want them to match too much because I'm going to go for a red base and a stony body. And this is where I lost about 3 years of my life because I took the Shabty Bone and I dry brushed every single model all over. This took way longer than I would have liked, but there you go. It's just what you got to do. Just put in the time, make it look pretty. After that, I did the same with Screaming Skull, but I really focused on like the faces, the guns, the like more prominent parts, the bits that you're gonna look at. Not really like I didn't do like underneath the model or anything like that.
I realised I didn't do the gloss trick and I didn't do the water trick either. That's why the throne came out shit.
On the highlight. So I took white and added it to Shabty Bone and I edge highlighted it. Yes, edge highlighted every single model. This is supposed to be a speed paint and here I am edge highlighting like an absolute maniac. But I basically highlighted the faces, highlighted the hands, highlighted some of the guns. Some of the just the interesting parts, none of the rubbish. Who cares about feet, right? Unless you're. So yeah, just focus on the hands, focus on the heads, all that stuff. The stuff that you're gonna look at. Don't bother with the stuff you're not gonna look at. Don't highlight the booty, highlight the face. See, epic. Look how cool that destroyer looks on the left compared to the right. Look at them. Look how good they look. I probably should say that on all of the characters I spent a little bit more time, did a lot more highlights rather than just on the heads and the faces, and some of them are more the elite units like the destroyers and the raids, I put a few more highlights on. But with the basic troops, faces, shoulders, that's about it. Also, you'll never see that deceiver again because I kept forgetting to paint it, so I took it out. So that was the stonework done, so the next job was to start on the blue. So I'm going to be doing most of it with the airbrush, but I'm going to put like a base coat down of Cantor blue. Because when you
that's what we're doing next.
To do OSL, if you've got like a base color down already, it'll be really easy to create that, like create the lights, rather than trying to build up that color straight away with the airbrush. It's gonna take you ages and you're gonna end up overspraying loads and it's not gonna look right. Also, I live paint every single Monday, so make sure you tune in live at 6 PM British summertime to watch me paint live with Jay from Mohawk Miniatures. Once I finished plugging my live stream and got all the blue base coats down, I started painting the base as well. So I went in with burnt umber because I'm going for a Marsy orangey red colour. I went with a browny red to base the model. I also painted all of the details, like all of the rocks and the little bits of extra stuff that stuck on the base during the build process. So now's the time because I'm going to be using pigment to make the base. So paint up all of the base before we do any OSL and before we do any pigment. So there we go, boys. That's them all done. They've got the bases on, they've got the blues on. They're looking pretty nice. Now I'm going to go back in with the airbrush. So now I've got my fancy airbrush. I think it's a 0.15mm needle, I think. And we've got 4 colours that we're going to be doing the OSL with. I have a more in-depth OSL video separately if you want to watch that. There should be a link in the top right. But now what we're going to do is we're going to overspray with Cantor blue. So it's the same blue that we just base coated it with, but overspray where we want the glow to be. Super duper thin, loads and loads of flow improve, a little bit of paint. So thin it's almost like a glaze. Reason being is if we overspray we can just wipe it off with our finger as well. So it's just a case of solidifying the base that you've already done and then overspraying around it. Don't worry about going too much because when we add lighter colours it's going to look a lot better. Apply the blue on the part of the bit that is going to be blue and then all around it as well, which you think the light would hit. So next up we've got Thousand Suns blue. It's just a lighter blue. It really doesn't matter. Use any blues that you have. Use a dark one, use a medium one, use a light one, and then use a white. Alright, and now what you're going to do is you're going to spray in the middle and then kind of work your way.
I can't believe like how cringe this video is and it has 30,000 views.
75% to 80% of the area.
It's so bad.
Or the edges dark.
I'm so cringe.
You're going to repeat that process on everything. Take your time, make sure
I'm like so not into like being a YouTuber online at this point.
And that's what it's all about, building contrast, having the darks dark and the lights light.
I hadn't learned how to do it yet.
Which I'm overpainting.
So I'm like coming out of random shit and making doing funny voices and shit.
In the middle I want it to be white and that's the kind of like the face.
It's so bad.
That's the transition. You can do the same sort of thing with a brush, but it's just much easier with an airbrush. Another tip as well is to not really clean out your cut between colours. Kind of like leave some of the previous colour in there when you're mixing your new one because this helps with the blend because you get the pigments to mix together and it's not too stark so it starts to look like a nice transition rather than like having one colour then having another colour slapped on top. So basically what I'm saying is to purposely contaminate your paint with the previous colour just because it makes the transitions much smoother. Making sure you do these steps right is really, really crucial. You've only got 2 colours on the model, 1 extra, so maybe 3 if you include the colour of the base. So to make sure that you get every step right is really, really important. If you have lots and lots of colours, you could cut a lot of colours.
Right, I'm bored of you now. Sorry, bro. Back to painting. Right, we've got some more highlights, and then we're going to do the blue. Think of it as progress. I guess so, yeah. That's obviously what it is. It's just cringe, isn't it? I was making YouTube videos then. I wasn't in YouTube, if that makes sense. Right, I've mixed up some more white bone colour. And we're just going to highlight. So, I enjoyed my bagel. I was sat here most of the time. Typing. It's not 3 days just on that model. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 3 days, mate. 3 whole days. Okay, and we got the heading shot, potentially. So we just got some more white in there now. And we're essentially just doing some really extreme highlights. What are you having a bagel? Bit of peanut butter, mate. Peanut butter bagel. I'll be honest. There's a bit of bolognese from the other night, you know. A bit of bolognese, warm that up. Wasn't a great deal, so I had a bagel as well. Now I'm full. And I realise I'm not putting music back on. Now I'm ready to party, you know. It was good though, just a bit stodgy, that's all. So it took me a bit longer to eat than I wanted. Because of peanut butter. Peeing my hair in the way, I'm sorry. Thanks again for the room for us to chat in that DN asked for. Oh, by all means, mate. No problem. I always want to pop on, but you always seem to be on when I'm doing something. But it's good to have you. Good to have the in Discord. There's a chat room now, so you can join in, get chatting, having a great time. You know, hang out with DN stuff while painting and shit. Hang out with Clarky. Really good bunch. Better. Cool. That's the Silent King. Tends to be 6-7 minutes till 8. Yeah, exactly. Prime stream / editing time that. But more and more people seem to be using it, so that's the main thing. If you want to join in, guys, make sure !point Discord in chat if you're not already joined. It's free to join, but you do get more areas if you are a member. If you want to become a member that supports the Chan. Do all the things. Yeah, they're not highlighted this thing at the top. Just holding the orb thing. No, that's okay. All Gucci. All Gucci. Reminds me of Pokemon games. It's definitely Nintendo. Cool. Right. I've just got this to do as well, the cape. The shading on this looks fucking sick now. I'm so happy I did it. Like I did. I wasn't gonna, but then the aggro Xerve shade turned out to be way thicker, so I used contrast medium to thin it all down on the model, and it looks really good now. Oops. I don't know if you can hear that outside chat, but I'm sorry in advance. Not really sure what's happening. Cool. Right. Now what we need to do is paint all of the OSL locations Canton blue. This colour. So we can airbrush it. Like you saw in that video, that great video from 2 years ago. I'm gonna have to crap it back again. Can't quite do it on this chair, it's kind of annoying. Hey Rob, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for popping by. Might use one of these. Citadel colour, base M. Yeah, when I went to that away day thing with Games Workshop, they just said, well, we can't sell the brushes, so do you want them? I was like, yeah. I took everybody. I just grabbed a pile and took loads. Right. I'm gonna paint everything that's gonna be lit up, you know? This is where it starts coming together now, chat. You got a nice thin coat. It's going to be, probably only need one, but we might go in and do two. Just because we're going to be airbrushing over the top anyway, so it doesn't have to be solid. But this will give the airbrush something to grab onto when we go in with blue. Because if I went in and just did Cantor blue now, because I want the weapon to be Cantor blue with the airbrush, it'd just take ages to do. And there'd be so much overspray. Whereas I can actually just slap this on, being careful, but I don't have to be like super neat. And then I can use the airbrush to blend it on, you know? Because I've thinned it with medium, it's acting kind of similar to a contrast paint, where it's just like super nice, super thick, and going on really nicely. Is that right? That done is chest plate. A little bit down the middle. This big blue orb thing. Can't wait for the ungodly pink hoodie. Yeah, you're gonna look fetching in that, Brian. You look very fetching. Yeah, Brian has ordered a customized hoodie in pink from our store, Hellstormwargaming. It's very fetching, as I said. It's very good. You can grab one today. Yeah, we're just smashing the blue down. It's going to take a long time on the throne because there's a lot on there. But we've done the hardest part. That was the highlighting. That was the hardest part. Chilling. Looks like he's got sunglasses on. Sorry about my head. I'll try my best. Before we do the OSL, we should probably do the Blackstone as well. We still haven't figured out what colour we're doing it, but you know. We'll work it out. It'll be okay. I think I'm going to do it the turquoise, you know. Just put that on there just so it stops wobbling. There's a paint across there. Fuck it, YOLO. Fucking YOLO, man. Like little power coil things. We're fucking sailing, aren't we, today? Fucking sailing. I don't think we're paying anything else other than the Silent King today, but we are sailing. Some lights in there. Fuck it, why not? Put a bit on there. Put some of these old eyeballs. Get your eyeballs blue. Shoulder pad thingies. And this blade at the bottom that I forgot about. Smash some blue on there. Smashing it, mate. Smashing it. Right, this. Have a think. I think I'm going to try and lightly glaze on some blues just to make it tie in. You know? So I'm going to thin this down even more. Perfect. Let's try it down here. How does this look? I think that could work. You could do a little bit of that and then airbrush over it. Just on the like join the particle things up. I mean that's gonna work. Oh, wrong one. Nearly went to the wrong side. So just really, really thin down Cantor blue. And we're just putting on where we're gonna put the paint basically. And we'll just take our time. I think it's almost gonna look like lightning, you know? We'll put some proper blue up there. On the ball things. Again, I'm just freestyling. I don't really know what I'm doing with it yet. I'm just freestyling. It's so thin, it's basically acting like a contrast paint or a wash, you know? I'm hoping this will tie the Silent King together but make his kit look different. So like weird lightning. Yeah, exactly. But if you look on the original model, it's like green. Like where these pits are, they glow green. So that might work quite well. Oh, fuck off. I'm gonna have to like ban those emotes. Cheers, Brian. I'm gonna have to ban those emotes. Maybe highlight the blue. Oh yeah, big time. These will get airbrushed as well. Oops, got the mic. Need a bit more down low. Yeah, it looks shit if I just did this, but it's not going to be just this. This is all prep, you know? It's also, if I miss anything, at least it's got some blue on it. This will be hard to do most of it. There you go. Wicked. Right, Menias. Let's go. Smashing through this. Doing really well. I think, anyway, what do you think? Are you painting at home today? Are you smashing through any projects yourself? Let me know. About that report too. Cheers, Brian. It's so bad for it at the minute. I can't believe it's not fixed it yet. I'm going to have to base them as well because the OSL needs to go on the base. I need to paint the base anyway. I'm going to do something similar with these. Zero progress airbrush on the Fritz. Oh no. I'm about to paint a Silent King before you do anything. Is that about to happen? These fucking like random things he's floating on are so cool but so annoying. It's an awkward thing to paint because they're all part of one model as well. I was smashing it, then I realised in the light, 16-year-old me didn't give a shit about mold lines, so I had to scrape a bunch of base layers off over the old paint job to get them. Oofed. Oofed. Oh no.
That's why I always build, whenever I build stuff, I prime it grey. Once you prime it and it's all flat, you can start seeing like the colour, the mold lines quite clearly. And it also hides the stuff that you might not need to worry about, but you can see quite clearly as well. I always find if I prime it with one flat colour, because plastic can be like slightly deviate colours, you know, because of the manufacturing process. Once it's primed, I'm like, right, okay, I can see everything now. I'm like, got true eyesight now. Okay, that's the many years. Right, gotta do the throne. Need some more paint. Like, I buy the white brushes, but if they are free. Yeah, I don't buy game shop brushes. They're expensive. They're expensive and not very good. But free brush is a free brush, you know? A free brush is a free brush. Can't hate him on for that. Right, I'm going to start at the bottom. Get this shit done first. I figured I can hold the model higher up if I do this first, and then if I did it the other way around, I'd be holding it where I've already painted with the blue. That's going to take a bit longer to dry because it's quite very thin. It's working great though, because this colour is so opaque. Even though it's really thin, it's like getting a really good coverage down. Again, it's kind of like contrast paint. It's so nice, you know, having to like get in and get around it. My sub-assembly is a king, but you can't really sub-assemble this bit. They just leave it off the base. That's that bit. I really like iron painted regiment brushes since it's triangle shape. Yeah, the regiment brushes are good. I've had some decent detail brushes from Amazon. They have a larger handle on them too. Nice. If I buy brushes, it's Winsor & Newton these days. They're really good. I've never had an issue. Expensive, but you know. Expensive and made of animals. Not for everybody. Right. I don't know how much I want to paint the stairs though. I think I'm not going to bother. I might just wash them blue. Alright. I like this brush just because of the shape of the head, but mostly because it was free. I won't go out and buy it, as I said. I'm rough on brushes, no matter if I use a brush soap or not. Heavy-handed, I guess. Well, true. Yeah, like, being heavy-handed with a brush will ruin any brush, it doesn't matter what you buy, to be honest. That's always going to be an issue. Get the shouting man painted in. Looks like Braveheart, doesn't he? Half blue face. Smash that in. There's a lot of orbs on this throne, that's the problem. I have a lot of blue on here. We are going to paint his little chest thing orange. I think that'll look quite cool. Or if I ruin it, I can paint it again. How are you supposed to paint inside there, you know what I mean? It's fucking Xandri dust. How am I supposed to paint in there? I don't know. A little medium now. Right. Oh. Big fucker at the back. Where else? Oh, right on the fucking front of him. Right here. Um. Hmm. Got little scarves up here, so I'll give them a bulb of blue. I'm not going to be airbrushing these lads, but at least if you look underneath, you can be like, oh wow, it's a scarf. Alright, Blackstone. So I'm worried about these at the front and his weapon. The men here are made of the same thing, but I've committed too far to change that now. Do I paint in the normal way? Do I try contrast tricks? I've got some really bright green contrast. We'll use contrast over the top. That might work. Look kind of light green. We've got dark green. Trying to think. If I go black,
black and this mixed together. Is anything this left? No. It's just fucking empty. This bitch empty. Any more? Yeah, I've got a whole other one. Babe, this bitch. You can even see the fucking note at the bottom. This bitch empty. That was fun. Enjoyed that. This one, brand new. Wow. Put that away. That was fun. Enjoyed that. Right, if I take this colour. Oh, it's bluish. Got a bit of blue hue. You know? Black, so it looks obsidian. Yeah, exactly. Black stone is like, it's actually like a dark green. Ah, my black's stuck. Not dark enough yet. It's going to look a lot brighter because it's going to have a light highlight anyway. Who keeps next to paint pot? Clearly, this guy. This bitch right here keeps empty paint pots. Make it nice and thin. On a serious note, I always keep empty dropper bowls because they're always handy. Right then, wish me luck. The first non-blue or sandstone colour on my Sandstone Necrons. Wow. Crazy. Does that look dumb? I don't think it does. I think that actually works because of the type of green it is. I should have probably done the menu as this colour as well, but never mind. It's a lot brighter than I'd like it, but I'd say it's the first coat over a light base coat, so it's going to look a lot brighter than it actually looks. Oh, a bit too much paint in there. We're going to be washing it black at least. And then maybe some minor highlights. I think that colour works. It's very neutral. I don't know, maybe I'm sucking copium right now, I don't know. Sorry about hitting the microphone. I need a better place on the microphone. I need a longer cable so I can go to my left. It's on my right, which is no good because I've talked to the camera there. So I'm looking away from the microphone, and then when I start painting, it's like where my arm is. There's lots of things I need to do. It's having the motivation to do them and the money. If I mix a bit of blue in there, that'll help tie it together even more. I don't think that looks daft, does it? It needs to be darker. I think the shade, the hue is pretty much there. Still looking at my Vanguard maps. What are you playing at? I've added a little bit of blue in there now. Right, that's first coat for them done. So now I'm going to paint the base so I can airbrush onto it. And that's going to be burnt umber. I'm going to do it like a little well for this, actually. That'll be well good, you know what I'm saying? If I use this, I can water it down loads and have it like run into the recess. I'll use the well here. I'll put it in here, fuck it. Burnt umber. And then we'll just slap that with some water. Water should be alright to thin that down. Sweet. And a big fat brush. This one will do. This is size 11. Damn, you're still going. Had to pop out. Bro, it says stream doesn't finish until I've finished. You know? This model don't look done to me just yet. Getting there, though. Ah, I've got the thing on his base. I'll just airbrush, that'll be alright. I think covered in pigment anyway. Right, that wasn't enough. I was going to take 2 coats and all. Have I scammed people that much that they think I'm not going to stick to my word and finish this before I go? Is that much of a scammer I am? I think it must be. Dry a minute. Not these. Either the next coat won't quite be as thin. But again, it gives it something to grab onto, which you've got to do. Hey, Bishop, thank you very much for the 10, bud. We appreciate it. Thanks for the $10 Very kind of you.
You are beauty, you are grace. There is paint all over the place.
Thank you for the 10 and the rhyme, the poem. The poem was very cute. Really appreciate it. Thank you, man. That's very kind of you. Super, super kind. Very generous. You're a legend, Bishop. Thanks for popping by. Thank you all for popping by. Again, thank you for all the support, all the super chats, all the donos. They are the lifeblood. They keep the lights on. They keep the cameras rolling. They keep me in. They keep me fed. They keep a roof over my head. So thank you, mate. I should probably dry this off with a hairdryer before I do anything else. Can you recommend a nice popping or skin paint scheme? Bear in mind I've primed in black. Alright, do you see my outfit video? The contrast video? Dry brush it grey. Dry brush it lighter grey. Dry brush it white. Hit it with Poxwalker Flash. Really nice colour. Right, I'm going to quickly hair dry so I'm going to mute the mic. Brian, thank you for the 10. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the $10, man. I love the chair. That's me. I am in the chair. I'm bouncing. Thank you, mate. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you so much, bud. Appreciate you, Brian. Thanks, mate. Thanks for the 10 and thanks for watching chat while I was doing that. There was that much wet paint on there, it literally blew off the model while I was fucking drying it. Right, I'm going to leave that there a minute. I'm going to hit the Blackstone again with another coat. Only got 3, not 5 this time exactly. Cheers, mate. You're on the ball there, mate. Get this another coat. Smashing. And this one I'm going to have to be careful because the base is drying. But I think it's mostly dry now. Just got to not drop it into the avert number. Do this another coat, make it darker. I've added a little bit of blue in there now. A little bit of the Cantor blue. Just to help tie it together. This isn't going to be OSL or anything. It's going to be a lot darker. Because I'm going to wash it black in a minute. But by adding the Cantor blue, it's giving it a little bit of a blue hue, which is going to tie it to the OSL a lot more. Is what we want. I'm going to try and tie... We're going to like marry the colours, you know? Marry the colours. That's what it's all about. And it's very close to the original scheme as well, so... What we could do, if we wanted to, is wash it black and then go in with some white ink and paint the recesses with ink white and then slap it with a contrast paint as well. Because what that'd do is it add a hue to the entire thing, but also give us some like OSL on there, but not like crazy OSL. Cool. Looking alright. I think it's growing on me, you know. I'm glad I painted the Blackstone a different colour than blue. Definitely glad I did that. Right. Smack this with another layer. A bit thicker this time, so it's going to take a little bit longer. But it should dry a bit quicker because it's more pigment. And it means we can get the OSL on there as well. Sweet, that's that one. And I can do the other models with OSL first while they're still drying. The thing that's stopping me from doing OSL now is basically the Blackstone. Smashing. We're smashing it, aren't we? We're smashing it, gamers. Oh. That was a little bit thinner than last time. There's also more paint in there. It's nowhere near as red as last time. It was much more reddy brown last time. I think they might have changed the colour ever so slightly. Right. Smashing. Perfect. Beautiful. Now we need the Blackstone to be dry, so I'm going to have to hairdryer again, I'm afraid. Wash my brush out, wash that out with a bit of water. Bit of blue roll. Quick drink, stay hydrated, gamers. Right, bit of hair drying. Right. So that's not runny anymore. That's the main thing. It's still damp, still wet, but it's not running everywhere. Okay, that blackstone, I'm really vibing with it. So I'm gonna. There's still a droplet there. Yeah, that's paint, not water. Okay, we'll dry that off as well. Right, that's not quite dry yet, which is kind of annoying. So I'm gonna have to leave that a minute. We're gonna go back and do some airbrushing. So I'll leave that for a little bit. And then I'll come back, try and finish it off before I end up airbrushing there. Put them in there. Maybe I could do with doing the normal oil whilst I'm airbrushing and leaving that to dry, but here we are. We're all good, we're all good. Right, I'll put the lid on this. Put the lid on there, put that there. Make our little spray booth again. Move this out of the way. Move you. Ant King. With my illegal 3D printed Warhammer. How does that look though? We don't need you two anymore. Okay. Put you up here. Excelente. Back. Right. Little spray booth once again. Water spray booth, everyone. Sweet. Okay, let's get the compressor on. Now, I can't remember if I have some Cantor Blue ready thinned. I don't in there. I know I did once upon a time. Sorry, lads. Sorry, my game room. Dude. Bro, blue. I've got a dropping bottle ready made. I don't have a lot in there though. Any spare from blue? Crag? Crag? I have a lot of the crag. This one. That's kind of blue. Wait. This is like a fresh bottle. That's a fresh one. That's pretty fresh. So make some more up in here. But I do use this blue quite a lot for OSL, so here we go. Smashing. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we'll put some medium in there. Oh, we're running low on medium. That's fine, we'll make some more of that as well. Why not? A little bit of a restock this afternoon. I'll take that off for now so that I can pump up and not worry. Not my compressor is broken, it's just rattling against something. So medium, guys. What we're going to do, secret hack, you ready? We get an almost empty bottle of dropper bottle. We get water. We fill it up like halfway. Right? And then we get matte medium. This bitch. take the excess off, and then put the other, fill the other half in. And there you go. So this is acrylic matte medium. Again, Midwinter made a video about it. But then we've got some, basically, flame improver, brush cleaner, varnish, paint thinner, anything you want. Put some medium in the Citadel pot to get more out. So wasteful. I've literally put half in. I put the other pot back in the drawer. So that Citadel pot is back in my drawer, mate. Now I see why you have empty pots. Yeah, exactly. That's how you run out of paint fast. There you go. Sorted. Now we've got airbrushable Cantor Blue. Beautiful. And that's how you transfer them to dropper balls as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right, okay. So we're going to turn the pressure right down. We need some serious control now. Here we go. So what we're going to do is we're gonna build up that blue even more, and then overspray everywhere. Okay. I got my glove on. Numpty. Spray straight on my hand. No glove. I'll put that glove early. If I don't find it in the next 20 seconds, I ain't using one. Found it. Right, here we go, chat. Here we go. Put my hair out of the way. We gotta be careful, that's all. We don't overspray too much, you know. There you go. So we're solidifying the blue that we've just put down. Solidify the blue. You know, that's why we didn't need to put a proper coat on. So we solidify the blue and we overspray just ever so slightly. Do his chest plate now. His eye. Gently as she goes. Any second now it's going to go. I'm just lightly pulling back. There we go. Perfect. What I did there is no paint was coming out even though I was pulling the trigger back, right? So what I did was I started rocking the paintbrush. I started rocking the needle, and that gives very smooth control there, as you see. Which is what you want for this sort of shit. Because you're spraying onto a painted model, you know what the fuck you'll do. You know? Well, that's one lad done. We're going to overspray a bit more on its staff, why not? Go backwards and forwards, which is going to get the needle wet and push it into the nozzle, and then the air's going to do the rest. You know? Silent King sure is. Hope once the king is done, I hope you can get good rest. Yeah, I'm going to chill with George this afternoon, so. I think my paint's just a little bit too thick. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our pot that we've mixed up and add some water. A little bit of extra water in there. We've only put medium in there, we've not put anything else in. And we're going to put a little bit of water in our airbrush as well. That'll do for there. So now when we're going to need more, it's going to be nice and thin. Cool, so just add a little bit of water in there. We're going to mix it together. Just want it a little bit thinner now. Better. Perfection. Beautiful. Beautiful. He's rocking the needle back and forth ever so slightly for his eyes. And then we can do the rest of the details straight away. Right, now we've done that. Now we've done the two characters. I'm going to try and wash the Blackstone. But I think that'll be dry now. So when we get to the throne, we can go straight into our cell. Yeah, it's dry now. So we're just doing a little bit of jump back. We're going to use some new normal oil. Once the king go, hope that models have a lot of details, mate. Sure does, mate. Sure does, but we'll be alright, you know. We're all good. Hey, Dunk, how's it going? You changed your name. It's no longer Dunny Woods, it's Duncan. I found looking sweet. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Alright, smash this. Brand new wash by Games Workshops. Hashtag sponsored. Hashtag ad. Hashtag. So if we wash that, it's going to dull it down and get in all the recesses as well. But we don't want this colour too bright. It's the last thing we want. A different colour, it's going to look out of place if it's too bright. So we just slap it on there, and then we can leave it to dry while we do the other ones. Because we can wash it twice, which is going to make it look closer to black, but it's going to have a blue tint to it. Cool. Right, we'll leave that to dry. Is that blue one of the contrast paints there? No, mate. It's just Cantor blue. My family and friends called me Dunny when I was younger. It sounds weird when you lot say it though, because my dad was called Dunk. Ah, right, okay. Fair, mate. Fair. Yeah, I know that feeling. My family and friends call me Mikey. You know, when people call me Michael, I start getting weirded out. So we did that. We just started from the middle, worked circled, and worked our way out. And then as we got further away, it was all off camera. As we got further away, we hit more of it. Is what you want to do. And then we're going to do just some OSL from these as well. And then from the bottom, spray up the model a little bit, just to represent light. Mickey, never a Mickey, mate. Never been a Mickey, not a fan. So spray up his bum, and then for this one, as I say, it's all patchy as you can see. But then what we do is, you know, just spray it. Boo fucking yeah, mate. Boo fucking yeah, OSL time. With the new formula for GW washes, you better use contrast medium or compared to Lamian. 100%. I would recommend using contrast medium over Lamian medium for new washers, mate. Because washers are just contrast paint now. That's all they are. Shit, I need an airbrush. That's so easy. It is, mate. It's so good. All I've done is lightly coated it. I've just slapped it, as you can see. Like, look how patchy that blue is there. Right, and now I'm going to do, got some airbrush in here. Start from the middle, do circle. Wait until I've got paint coming out. Right, now paint's coming out now, so I'll fill in that circle. And then I'll just come out a little bit wider. You know, try and hit where I want it to hit. I think we got a block there, very good. I'm just coming out wider, so my cone, it shoots cones, right? That's how airbrush works. So like an airbrush, as you can see, I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this, but if I start really close, I have a dot, right? And if I shoot from over here, I have a circle, because it like, I'm drawing with the airbrush, as you can see. Like, this is the end of the airbrush. Oh, fucking hell. Could be too far over. This is the end of the airbrush, and this is how the paint comes out the end. So this is paint, right? But it comes out in a cone, so if you're really close, you get dots. And that's how people can say, like, write their names and stuff, you know? You know? So I just wrote hello with the airbrush. But if I do it really far away, it's just going to cover, it's not going to do anything. Your face kind of covering what you're showing. Oh, that's dumb. Okay, let me do it this side. I'll do it again. Oh, good. Thank you, mate. Right, so, as I said, like an airbrush, if you do it really close, you get a dot. Okay, so that's the dot. If we do it further away, we get a circle. So, an airbrush, if this is the end of the airbrush, that bit there, that's the nozzle. An airbrush shoots like this, right? It shoots a cone. So this is paint. Okay, this is all paint here. So it shoots a cone. So what you can do is, like, you can create really nice OSL because you can start really close and be really focused, and you can shoot further away and then shoot a cone. You know, if you're really close, as I said, you can write hello with an airbrush. I think I'm running out. Oh no, I'm not running out of paint. It's got a block. That's all. So you can write really easily by being close, but then if you do it further away and I try to write hello, you know, it's going to be, it's a cone. So like to get like OSL, it's really easy. Start close and work your way out. And it's like a bloom effect. So it's not skill to write with an airbrush. All it is it's just about being in the right position and the right PSI. You know, the 0.3, mate. So there's no skill in writing with an airbrush. There's no point to it either, but there's no skill in it. It's just being in the right position. That's all. It's positioning. That's all airbrush is. Right. Okay. I forgot to spray the ground anyway. Fuck! I had a block. That's fine. That's fine. So we'll just overspray the ground. That'll be okay. And that's like where the light's coming from. And we'll just do this with a couple of colours and we're sorted. I need to do the other men here. I realised I've only done one side of this one. I guess just experience of knowing how far close you need to be for stuff. Exactly, mate. Exactly that. You know, like I said, like nice and patchy. You're gonna fill the colour in. A little bit. I oversprayed a little bit there. That's okay. What we'll do is just fucking wipe it off, mate. All Gucci. Salted. This is only the first layer. We're just going to do a few layers, make it nice and bright, that's all. Right, we'll leave the throne just a little bit longer because that wash is still drying. So we'll do the Silent King now. When I spray my hand like that, all I'm doing is making sure there's no block. I'm just like giving it a good whack, letting all the old pigment get out so fresh can get in there. Because obviously you're spraying paint and air, so you can get like, you can dry the nozzle, and that's what you don't want. You don't want dry paint in the nozzle, that's going to cause you a problem. Because what it'll do, it'll build up and then it'll shoot out like we saw there. Now really what I could do with doing is putting the Silent King in situ and doing the OSL there, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put him in where he should be, work out roughly where his staff's going to be, and then spray there as well. Because obviously with OSL, you need to spray around. Oversprayed a little bit, but that's okay. It's so light, it's so thin, it's not going to matter. A little bit on his head because he's got a staff next to it. Oh, yeah, big time oversprayed there, but we'll get over it. No biggie. Right then, this one is where we don't want to overspray. Cheers, Dunk. Catch you later, bud. So what we're doing is trying to like blend in what we've randomly painted on earlier. It's only taking 2 seconds, you know? Yeah, I think we have got a block though. Yeah, we have. We've got a little lump of paint on the end of the needle, which is causing us a small issue. There we go. Good old fashioned paint stream. Hell yeah, S9. Hell yeah, mate. There we go. But this is coming out so easy because we did that first layer. You know? Oh, that was terrible. We'll wipe that off. That was shite. Tap my finger a bit. That was shite. There you go. There we go. Blended it in. No problem. I think a lot of people get stressed out with the airbrush, like, oh, what if I fuck it up? But you can always go back in the paintbrush and fix anything you've done. You know? That's the beauty of it. Not like that though. Just smudge it in, be alright. Sweet. That's that one. Right, just a throne to do now. So the Silent King is stood here, and he's stood slightly to one side. So I think his staff's going to be around here. So we'll do that. Easy. Your bunch row is cellar under here, for where he's floating. I'm going to try and shoot on the side, inside of his leg things. Whatever they are. Pillar legs. Just to show that they're glowing because there's a thing underneath him. Give them some nice OSL, they're going to be quite bright. Right, and then these things on the front. Oh, there's a little bit of non-oil there. Don't annoy it anymore. Sweet. Okay. We got this big thing in here. We just fucking blast that. Who cares? Not me. I don't care. We got this one here. Two more this side. They've probably been doing shit like this to try and remember where all the fucking orbs are that you paint. But that's the other handy thing about painting with a blue paintbrush first. Or any colour paintbrush, but with blue. Is that they show up. You can spin it at a time with your paintbrush, go around, slap some super thin paint on. Use your airbrush something to grab onto, as you see, like I'm airbrushing, and it took me 2 seconds to get like actual colour onto it. And then you can see where you're going as well. Oh, my back. I'll do a stretch after this. And then we'll go into the lighter colour. Bit more contour. We're in a bit low. Okay, Transcendent Catan. So he's very bright, so we don't mind overspraying. He's like the focal point of the throne, right? So we'll spray it all on the front, get him nice and blue. Spray him around the back. Make sure we get the upright, inside these things, whatever they are. Went a bit thick on that side, but I think we'll be okay. Okay, and we'll just spray inside here for the orb. And him. And then this orb on this side. Orb on this side. Smashing it, smashing it. Beautiful. Blue Catan boy on top, bold choice. Bold choice, why bold choice? Everything's blue, mate. Everything's blue. Fucking love blue. Right. Now what we'll do is we'll crack our back. Then we'll get some thousands of blue, mix them in. Do like 50-50. Then thousands some, then 50-50 with Araman, and then 50-50 with white. And then we can highlight them. Oh. Chat. I don't really understand, but one backwards sports. Does the colour of them mean something lore-wise? Honestly, mate, don't think so. I don't think so. There's been many different colour Catans. Like the first Transcendent Catan was green. The first story about it was blue. Orange, sorry. Now the first storage Catan from the Mefrit dynasty was orange. I don't really know, to be honest. Right, Thousand Suns blue. This is a brighter blue. It's a very nice blue. As the name suggests, it's good for Thousand Suns. I'll put a bunch in there. And I'll put some medium in there. Sorry about that, protecting for some reason. The deep lore is I don't like green. Yeah, literally. I think that's as deep as it gets, you know? Put a bit of water in there with the help. Then Bluey says you could pretend it's a solo Robert Gulliver too. I did there. Well done. Why not? Lightly mix it with bubbles. I think that might be a bit too dark still. Yeah, it is. So I'm going to knock some paint out. It's very similar colour to Cantor Blue, that. What we'll do, take the needle out, we get a wipe. Wipe the end of it as well, with all that dried paint. There we go. I could do it like mixing into a pot really. But we've committed now. Everyone was down with Zarakian. Yeah, exactly. Zarakian doesn't mean green to Catan, you know? That just means metal alloy. The Catans are their own thing. I think green would look shit in this scheme. I was having a bad enough time trying to decide where I was going to make the Blackstone green. Yeah, because the Catans are basically their own entity, don't forget. Right, there we go, it's brighter. So we do the same again, but like not quite as wide. More focus, a little bit more focus this time, and we'll keep doing that. A little bit more focused every time. Very undereducated on Necron lore, lol. All I know is space robots want all the skinifications and cut pieces. Well, they've changed it a lot in recent years, but I was a big buff of Necron lore in like 3rd edition Codex. And then 5th edition is where they changed it, so but I haven't really read anything properly since 5th edition. So my my lore might be slightly off. But Catans are shards. Well, Catans are the gods, right? Catans are a god. And the Deceiver in particular trick the Necrons, because Necrons are people, right? They're just like humanoid type people. And they wanted to live forever. They're a dying race, you know? So the Deceiver was like, hey, I'm a cool Catan. Didn't tell him it was called the Deceiver. I'm a cool Catan. Why don't you let me build this machine, right, that you can transfer your thoughts into, right? And then you'll get a cool body and you'll live forever. And the Necron tier, what they were called, were like, yeah, mate, let's do it. YOLO. Actually, I only want to live once forever. So they were all like YOLO and shit, right? So I'm doing the eye. They were like, yeah, YOLO and shit. So the Deceiver, but not telling everyone who's called the Deceiver, built a cool machine that transferred the consciousness of Necrons, or Necron tier, into metal bodies that could live forever. Hell yeah, let's go, gamers. Right? But the Deceiver being the Deceiver wasn't all to be seen, you know? So the Necrons realized, like the basic humans, they didn't have any voice function for some reason. So then they were like, what's going on? It said, oh, it's just not loaded yet, basically. The software is updating still, you know? But then the lords, like the Silent King and shit, were like, this isn't quite right. So they started pressing a bit more. And then they realized that the Deceiver was waiting to transfer all the Necrons to then become, like, mindless. He basically had like Cybermen on Doctor Who, right? Basically the same. Get in my cool body, and then I'm going to control you. Because the Deceiver wanted to take control. He wanted an army. So he made an army of robots that he could control. And then the Necrons were like, or the Silent King and shit, was like, nah, mate, that's fucking bullshit. He didn't say that. And the Deceiver was like, lol, no take back. No backsies. So then they fought with the Deceiver, beat him. Can't remember exactly how they beat him, but they beat him. So then they got the control chip and went, well, we better sleep until we can work out how to fix this. And then they went to sleep, and then they woke up really grumpy. But long story short is the Catan are called Catan shards because they're gods that have been broken, right? They've been destroyed, and now they're shards. Right, so they're a mere, they're like a fraction of what they used to be because they're a shard of it, right? And a transcendent Catan is like the shards collect and they grow, right? They get stronger together. The whole point of the Catan is they're trying to get their full power back, but the Necrons are using them while they can. Okay. But the Catan will eventually, like, they're drawn to the shard, they're drawn to their own power, so they fuse back together. And then when you get a transcendent Catan, that's when the Catan shard is almost complete, like it's almost a full Catan. Which is not good for the Necrons, because if we get a full Catan, the Catan will try and take over everything. It's like an ultimate power being. So what the Necrons did is built a machine that could contain a Transcendent Catan called a Tesseract Vault and an Obelisk. So the Transcendent Catan are locked inside there, and then they use their power as weapons. Basically, Catans are like all-powerful beings, and the Necrons are trying to control them because they control them in the first place. And that's what the Emperor defeated on Earth and sent to Mars, thus the Omnissiah being the Catan Shard too. Yeah, that's the theory, that's the rumour. They've never confirmed anything. They did keep a typical Games Workshop fashion where they didn't really explain it, so they can like explore it later. But yeah, basically the Void Dragon is supposedly a Catan Shard. A very powerful one. One of the strongest. So the Catan now, basically for the Necrons, are like Pokemon. They like go Nightbringer. But yeah, it's very, very much Uno Reverso. Move evoluting, Mikey's going lore. Yeah, I know the lore. It's just like, I don't focus on it. The lore is fun though. Mars gonna be big mad. Yeah, exactly. So they're like, that's why they're trying to hide it. they think the Omnisire is like the all-powerful being, the Emperor's like Knights of Catan. But they don't want to shout about it, because if it is, that's heretical. But also it's a problem, you know. Back from my day out, and Mikey going, it's still going. I'm mad. Big mad. I'm mad going impressed. Brilliant. I was looking at, I was reading two messages at the same time then. Mikey's still going after my big day out. I'm impressed. Well, thanks. I did. It does. The title says something, you know. The title means something. I know you always say I'm a scammer. You all always say I'm a scammer, but I'm not. I'm a real G. I said I'm not ending the stream until I've finished. I'm getting close to finishing. Once the OSL is done, I'm going to say that's done because I can't do anything else today. Which I think is fair. It'd be tabletop ready. I could glue it together in front of the table. But I'm almost done. Scam storm, scam rank. Life could be a dream. It could be. Who knows? We need a meme template of Borat and me and Valrak. I'll be Borat, he can be the neighbor, and he'd be like, I play 40k, he play 40k. I play Horus Heresy, he play Horus Heresy. I'm very good at game, he can't read. Very nice. That's what we need. Have you gone to spray something splashed out of the hopper? All the time, mate. Almost to a point where now I'm thinking I might put the bigger hopper in. I need some more PSI, that's what I need. That paint cup is very full, it is. But I needed this much, you know? I've got a lot to do. Braid legs. Obviously I've done the characters, but the throne takes a lot of paint. Not so much now, because it's all OSL, but, you know. Okay. The cuppeth runneth over. No, we're all good. We haven't spilled a single drop. That's just from when I was mixing it. Now you're all saying it. It's like that thing, you know what I mean, where someone says, like, don't cut yourself. And then you go, I'm not, and then you cut yourself straight away. You're all mentioning the cup. You're all complaining about the cup. The cup's going to spill now. And it's going to be chat's fault. It's going to be directly all your fault, chat. We're getting there though. We're doing well. We're doing well. Especially great, it's a very similar colour as well. But we'll be taking this out a minute and putting pure Thousand Suns in. PR Thousand Suns, mate.
You did a good job on the old metal texture. Cheers, bud. Appreciate it. CF with Martin Kovac of Night Shift YouTube channel. You're using way more paint in the cup than he seems to. I don't know who that is. That's very blue. Thanks. It's supposed to be. Wait, nearly done? Yes. Once I've done the OSL, I'll be basically done, so I'll be calling it a day. I'll have to leave it to dry before I can go in and wash the OSL because it needs like a day to dry. Just going around and getting another quick coat of the lighter blue. Good contrast to the Sunny Sand colour. Yeah, exactly, mate. Exactly. It works really well, the blue and stone. Works really, really well. So I've got loads of paint. I'm going to make sure I try and use it. I don't think it's making much of a difference, though. It's like much of a muchness at this point. Yeah, it is. It's much of a muchness. We're going to get a water pot, clean out most of this colour, and then go in with pure Thousand Suns blue. These bottles are so handy for doing shit like that, just cleaning out your airbrush. Like, you got dry paint in there, but there's like nothing else, which is good. So in the time you painted the full Silent King, I did highlighting and part of the basing. What can I say? I'm a professional. Hey, DN stuff, how you doing, bud? Yeah, there's a big lump of unthinned paint right at the bottom. I'm basically just jet washing it. That's what that bottle's good for. So bye paint. What are you crying for? What's wrong with that? I ain't gonna use it. It's all good. It's all good, boys. I don't care about old paint. Plenty more. Didn't use a lot. It's only a tiny cup, don't forget. Where's the IPA? There it is. I'm going to put a bit of IPA in me. Do I shoot through? No. I'll put a bit on my cloth. I'm really cheap. But if you're really cheap, then yeah, I can appreciate that might be annoying. Oh, I've got an hole in my glove, can you see? It looks like it's pulsing. We'll put a bit of IPA straight through just to clear out the nozzle and shit. That's straight to blue, so there's loads of paint in the end of that. This is isopropyl alcohol, so you have to be careful of just shooting your face or anything there.
what I'll do is I'll put a little bit on the cotton bud. And then I'll pull my needle back out of the way. And then I'll clean the nozzle. Yeah, there's a big lump of it in there, look. Cool, so I've got that out, and now I'll use the cotton bud to get out that dried paint in the cup. I didn't want that going down the nozzle. That's why I didn't like clean it out while it was full of liquid. Throw in the bin. Asking this glove quit, it's annoying me now. Oh. I'll just spray some water through, we should be good. Perfect. Mail me the glove, I can repurpose the paint. What's the next event you'll be in? I'm hoping to play in a GT at the end of the month. In Sheffield. A little 20-man one, I think. Which should be fun. Next big event, I'm not really sure, to be honest. Potentially London. I don't know if I'm going to go to London, though. London's always been good, but... Well, it's always been okay, but it's supporting something that I've been openly against. What am I getting water out there for? I'll just thin that with a bit of water, guys. Nothing crazy. Nothing cray. Cool. Same again. Man with the glove, I can repair to paint. Whoops, had a paintbrush in my mouth. I guess I just dry brush my hair with Mechanicus Grey. Brilliant. So now with Pure Thousand Suns Blue, we're trying to focus on the edges of things, right? Or do we want to build a layer, like a gradient? The paint's a bit too thin, so I'm going to add some more in. With a little dollop. But it's that much. There we go. He's a bit wet because he's a bit thin, so I'm going to put him down and we'll go back to him. How's it looking? How's it going? Are you still here? Yeah, doing well, mate. I said, like, we're doing the blue OSL, so after this we're done. Are you winning, son? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. How you doing? How you both doing? Jordan Magoo. Jordan and Magoo. It's all very subtle right now, but as soon as we add white in, that's it. It'll blow up, mate. It'll blow up the old OSL. This is still mid-tone, you know? We got thousands and... Iron Man Blue next. How's the airbrush painting feeling this weather? I've been hanging outside most of the day, melting now. It's been alright. I said, like, my house is, like, facing to the west, so if I open both windows, I get loads of cold air blowing through, and then when the sun gets over the other side of the house, it gets cold on this side, so it blows all the other way. So it's been quite good, actually. I'm definitely warm, but that's why I've got the compressor on now. It's been really cool most of the day, but now I've got the compressor on, it's a bit warm. So I've got a radiator in between my legs, you know. Which isn't going to help. Been alright, mate. And then Georgie's been at... I was going to spend the day with Georgie, but she's been at work all day, so I was just like, I'm going to paint the Silent King today. And then I was like, what if I just stream until it's done? Because the problem with me, I'm very good at putting stuff on shot glasses, right? Like this. I'm very good at doing that. What I'm not very good at is painting. I've got terrible motivation to paint all the time. So if I didn't do it soon, it'd just live on the shot glass. Go use it before you teleport gets FAQ'd. Exactly. I'm going to teleport in turn 1 at Tom and laugh. No, I'd never do that, but you know, you can. Never painted before. Any differences in brush painting versus airbrush, or is it just preference? The two very different tools, you know. Airbrush is really good at getting colour down very quickly. Paintbrushing is very good at doing details. Everything you can do with everything you do with a paintbrush, everything you do with an airbrush, you can do with a paintbrush. But everything you do with a paintbrush, can you do with an airbrush? But the airbrush makes things a lot easier. It's a tool that's very good at getting jobs done. Because you're literally blowing paint, you know. It's so much quicker than... Imagine trying to paint all the blue on this, you know? I've done it all with the airbrush very much. I'm trying to do it with the paintbrush. It'd be nightmare. And then I'm trying to do glows, which you can do with the paintbrush. But it takes ages. But it's about speed and consistency as well, because the airbrush is very consistent at getting a similar effect, and ease. We're kind of flying through because I'm realizing this color isn't making too much of a difference, so I'm ready to get the lighter blue in. It never teleported me to resurrect minions given the chance. No, I wouldn't. We've literally spoken about that all morning. I've been saying that everyone's been like, you can, but I'm like, no, you can't. Stop being a big dum-dum. I also have terrible paint motivation. I have to reward myself with random kit bash assembly every so often. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same. I love building models. I just can't be... I love painted models. But I hate, like, that starting off, you know? I hate that wall of, like, this looks shit. I hate that bit. Wait, don't use bot spam. Oh, no. Brian's been blocking spam bots. You know, like, porn bots. This is the stream that never ends. What do you mean? It's nearly done. I have been streaming for 7 hours, though. Right, now the colour's coming on. Now you can see it. Oh, way too much. Sorry. About there. I didn't know that, but it wouldn't be wanting to if we didn't recycle material every few hours, literally. Literally. Oh, the lion's a traitor. I think my PSS too high now. There you go. The hands in grid 6-9, literally. And hen. No, it's 2. What are you struggling with? Have I got a block again? Doesn't look like it. There we go. Whatever it was, it came out. Can you push a resume on the menus? Yeah, fuck it, why not? 50 subs. I also hate having to batch paint. It's the most efficient way to do things. Was like I have to paint red 15 times today, and it wears thin. Yeah, I agree, mate. I agree. I got to stream on Mikey and show me Showdown Tournament Necrons versus Orcs. I got to stream on Mikey and show me. What do you mean, Mike? That blue looks so good. Thanks, bud. It's getting there. Definitely getting there. Got a couple more layers yet. So we're about halfway through the OSL. In terms of, like, colour layers. A bit too much that. But that's okay. Got your live stream on one PC and show me Showdown Warhammer 40k tournament day 1 on the other PC screen. Ah, right, okay. I got 2 streams on. Right, okay, I get you, Matty. Sorry. Mikey, you might as well run a marathon. You got the mental fortitude for it. Thanks. What can I say? I'm a professional. You don't have the body for it. No, I don't. That's true. I'm trying though. I've been going to the gym again. I've been like the past few years. pretty much since the channel took off. Like I like put on loads of weight because pandemic, which I lost loads of weight and then put it all back on. But most of the weight put on has been because of the car accident I was in. But that was 6 years ago, and I still have problems with my back. That's like the main problem I've always had. But I've decided to myself, like, I can't keep using it as an excuse. So I've started training again, and I have noticed a slight difference. But I'm planning on like getting quite fit. I started going to that gym because I didn't want him showing me up. I was showing me go up, to be fair. Wait, is this a painting room at your place? That's not either of your regular rooms. It is, yeah. So my computer, if I show my face camera, so that's my computer there. That's where I sit and stream. So it's just like a side view. So like my OnlyFans pictures there, you know, that's the wind. It's the same room. It's just I'm sat at the side. So I said my piece. That's where I stream from every night. There's nothing else that's right. My base is behind me. That's the only thing that you can see that's in every stream. My base. Yeah, same room, just a different angle. You spun the room. Oh yeah, I spun the room. I didn't just put a different camera on. Actually found a closer, cheap one. You're like, oh nice, dude. But yeah, there you go. Proof I go to the gym is Magoo. I bumped into Magoo there. But now he doesn't go there because I started going. To get me to go to the gym, I put my daughter into a nursery in the gym. I dropped her off and picked her up every day and never used the gym once. Excellent. Fucking brilliant. I think I've overdone the airbrushing on the cape, but never mind. I'm just going to go more white with it to blow it out. But it's all good. If you fuck up, don't worry about it, because what you can always do is you can repaint it. You lost a few hours, yeah, but did you enjoy it? I've enjoyed it, so who cares, you know? I still want to see the charity album with Mikey Curry of Squidmar, eBay Miniature Rescues and Midwinter Minis. What does Squidmar and eBay Miniature Rescues do? And what we say, I'm excellent, so I do everything. And then Midwinter Minis plays guitar, I think? Or maybe he sings. Kyriov plays guitar, we know that much. That's easy. This is too far zoomed in. The throne's too big to zoom in, and then the characters are too small. Oh, I've not done the minions. Remind me, Chinese, do the minions in this colour. Maybe I'll go back and do them. Casey was in a band. Good band, not sure, but he was in a band too. Ah, okay. Casey. What a guy. So the balls on the bottom, what I'm going to do is spray them straight on. And then the lightning bolts, I'm going to like do OSL down, like 75, a 45 degree angle, sorry. So that'll create like depth, which is what we want. straight on, 45-degree angle, straight on, 45-degree angle all around. And I'll get the base bright as well, which is what we want. Cool. Right, that's them done. Back to the throne. Here we go. Same with the things on the bottom of here, but I'm going to focus on more of the ones that you can actually get to. And they're going to get more of like a brighter highlight and the darker in the middle where I can't get to anymore. Okay. Orb. 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 Is that annoying? I know myself, so probably. Orb. Right, that's coming up. It's coming up Millhouse, you know? It's orbing time. Hell yeah. Let's give it another quick coat because it's a nice. This is like our nearly mid-tone. This is our mid-tone, literally the middle. So we're going to give it a quick layer. Another second layer. Now we'll add some more Ironman blue, and I'll be looking at white. Boof. This boy, let's go. Let's go. And here I am, hand painting a fully assembled ghost dog. You're a psychopath. Oh, we literally just out of paint as well. So, we'll just straight up add some airbrush thinner. We'll add some water. Oh, that's flow proof, not thinner, sorry. Then we'll go straight in with Iron Man blue. There you go, let's brighten out. What we'll do is we'll add a single drop of white now. Just to start building that highlight, you know? A little bit of white in there, as you can see. There we go. Right, next highlight. Let's go. So I'll do the menus first, because I did the characters a minute ago. Nice little blend around the OSL, as you can see. Again, same with these, straight on. Get that ball nice and hot. Same on this side. Then we'll do a 45 degree and just smash those. Bo fucking yeah, mate. Bo fucking yeah. I've sprayed a little bit too much there, but that's okay. I like white ink for that. Yeah, I'm going to be doing that. I've just put a little bit of white paint in because I had it next to me. And it's airbrush paint, so it's pretty good. Get the ball nice and hot. And then we're not going to be going to pure white. White ink's really good for spraying when you want pure white, but we're never going to be spraying pure white. Alright, so it's always going to have a hint of blue in there, so it shouldn't ever spatter. Bing, 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 bing. Alright, I think I've done too much OSL on the little tiny writing on there, but never mind. I've done it now. Alright. Weapons. Chess piece thing. You guys. I've struggled with their eyes today, definitely. Don't want to quit while I'm ahead and leave that one there. What I'll do is the thing. Right, he's on the mate. Looking good, looking good. I think my compressor might be overheating soon, but my thumb's starting to hurt from squeezing the hairbrush for hours. We're nearly done now. Do you remember I painted the black stone on this and now I just can't see it? Yeah, me too. Cool. With GW added squats, World Eaters and New Guard, do you think there are too many factions in 40k? I think there's not enough factions that deviate from the norm in 40k. And there's not enough factions that deviate. They're all the same. World Eaters, more Space Marines, you know. New Guard? Guard have always been there, so I don't think that's really a case. New Squats, they're a bit different, but they're still power armor, and there's something they've done before. The thing that AOS is doing much better than 40k is new factions. Because they've got like a clean slate to like redesign everything. And now they're coming out with Old World. That can stick for all the normie oldies, you know, the boomers. The boomers have got Old World, and then they can bring in a new crowd with all these new cool models in Age of Sigmar. But yeah, 40k is stagnant in terms of factions. They're not bringing out. They've not brought out anything new. Not anything new for a long. I don't know what the last newest faction might have been. Tau. Everything else has been done before. You know. Everything else has been done before, or it's been referenced a lot. You know what I mean? World Eater, just Chaos Space Marines, mate. That's all it is. Chaos Space Marines with more models. Right, okay. Squats, done that before. What was the latest? What was the last new faction? Was it Necrons? They need models riding on sharks. Mikey's right. The models riding on sharks are cool though. What I'm saying is like AOS has the freedom to reinvent itself, whereas 40k doesn't have that. It's a shame, really. But as we spoke about like 5 hours ago, the best thing about Games Workshop is the IP. That's why Games Workshop games are much more popular than any other game. It's the IP. It's the stories they've got. Models riding on sharks that fly is daft. Yeah, it's true. They don't technically fly, but in the game they're represented as flying. Because the Idoneth like drag sea with them. You know? They like drag sea with them, so they're essentially surfing, but you can't have that on every base. So the idea of Idoneth is they all surf. The surfer bros. But yeah, models riding them. I don't know. I think of like Zoras, you know? That's what Idoneth remind me of. Like Zoras from Legend of Zelda. Do they ride things? They have like fish as use fish as weapons. They swim through the air. Yeah, but don't they technically surf? They're just not on bases, you know? They bring the tides with them. That's one of their faction rules as well. I think Judo is going to shake up 40k from 7 to 8, but feel like they got cold feet and played it safe. Yeah, I agree, mate. They did it with the rules, and I think they got like cold feet after that. I think AOS has much better centerpiece models as well. This is nice. The Silent King is nice. And like the Primarchs are nice. But the rest of the factions don't really have a really cool centerpiece, which you can do in Age of Sigmar. You can have like a god type model unit. You know, like Nagash, Alariel, the Maw Crusher, the Archaon, Kragnos. There's so many like really good centerpiece models, which you don't really have in a lot of factions for 40k. I said Primarchs. Take the Primarchs out. Take the Silent King out. What do you have? Demons. Work in both games. Wraith Knight. Wraith Knight's a good one, to be fair. Call of the Skulls, fair enough. Avatar is a good shout, yeah. Yeah, Avatar's a good one for the Eldar. That's a good shout, chat. Well done. Right, my thumb has gone numb. The procession for sisters. Yeah, the sisters thing is cool. Where's my drink going? Orcs don't really have one, but a Stomper. But you can't really use it. Yeah, it was Midwinds and Minis, that game. Good game, to be fair. That guy's really good, the guest he had on. I saw his video where he built a bot to play Kill Team in the pandemic. It was a really, really interesting video. I'm a big fucking nerd, so I like shit like that. Morty Magnus, I said take the Primarchs out. I mean, nice if everyone got something like that, but would they get most faction would be some kind of tank. Exactly, and that's the problem. You know? That's the issue. There's no, like, faction centerpiece for everybody. It's all, like, Primarchs or a tank. Which is fine, that's 40k lore, but it's like, then Age of Sigmar can be like, whatever the fuck they want. Here's a God of Death, here's a fucking Centaur. It's a different game, obviously. It's a different genre. But it has that freedom, which is nice. .40k struggles with that, I think. Again, like, as Big Cheese says, it's always another humanoid faction that's allied with the Imperium, or an offshoot of a faction they've already got. Feels like they haven't brought out a new faction in years. Harlequins were the latest one. Same thing. It's already been done. It's not new. It's just a rehash of an old thing they've done. You could give every faction a night-size model, I guess, but that would be too samey. Yeah, exactly, but, like, that's what I'm saying, like, 40k can't really do it. Whereas, say, Age of Sigmar has done it. Pretty much every faction has, like, a giant thing that's very unique. How you get around it? Don't know. Now Harley's came out in the 80s. Yeah, but they came out as like a playable faction in like the 2010s. But then they weren't new. As I said, they like as you say, they're from the 80s. They're not like new. When was the last time Games Workshop brought out a brand new faction that had never been heard of? And I think it was Tau. And that was before I was playing. You can say Votan and rehash of Squatch. Yeah, that's exactly what they are. Votan are just squats. They're just new squats. They're not like a new faction. They're a rehash of something they've already done. But what would they do? They just have to do another alien faction. I just want to see an old ones or old Necrontyr, I mean. Yeah, that'd be fun. But very limited. I don't think they can make a faction out of it, you know? I don't think you can make factions out of Star Gods. Tower Necron's first codex were in third. Yeah, there you go. That's when the last newest factions are out. We're painting one of them. Like brand new factions, anyway. Did CSM have any Beast Men faction in ranks? I think they did. I think they got rid of that idea. They have some in Blackstone Fortress, don't they? In the board game. But I think they kind of got rid of that idea. Would be different army with 500 plus points plus models for the old ones, which are customizable gods. Well, yeah, I guess so. You can use it in 40k, but it's like a unit of 6 or 7 cultists. Yeah, it's dumb. But yeah, I don't know. That's the problem with it's like the Marvel meme, isn't it? It's like, what was that meme where it's just like, can't wait. It's so funny watching people stay behind till the end of the trailer, until the end credits of a Marvel movie to see that Flip Pivers gets like a 2-second spotlight and everyone goes mad. It's kind of the same, like, because Games Workshop has so much lore with the 40k, they've kind of tied themselves in a knot where they can't really explore anymore. Like, they have a galaxy worth of lore already that they can't really, they're probably going to struggle to add to it without going, and then a new faction appeared, which I think they've already done. They will do it, they'll work out a way. People won't be happy with it though, like the Primaris. Imagine the debates at game shots everywhere when 2 new factions are added. I don't know about these space skeletons. What space communists? Yeah, they just can't do it, can they? They'll never win. Marine captain with flight packs carrying multi-mentors. That would be fun. I think we do need that. It'd also be very, very big. I don't know, unkillable multi-metal flying around with Vanguard veterans. That'd be sick. It's so good. We should get loads. Everyone should have one. They should be Iron Hand specific. Iron Hand's successor specific. All they can do is bring in more stuff from outside the galaxy. That's already the Tyranids. Yeah. Yep. Again, they've kind of like tied themselves in a knot, really, the way they've established the law. I don't think they need to, though. They'll just keep rehashing old stuff until they run out. And then they'll rehash stuff they've already done and add to it. I look at Necrons. They didn't always have a Silent King, so... They'll take the concepts they've already got and build on them. Well, they'll take... Well, we can't actually. They'll take the concepts they've already got and they're already not using and use them. And then they'll take concepts they've already got and build on them. So the OGs like us will be like, bam. You know, we've run out, we're bored now. But then all the new people will be like, whoa. Well, that's what they're kind of relying on new people getting in, you know? Looking boss. Guys, you know we're nearly done. Then I can stop streaming. I can have freedom again. I can remember what the outside world is like. We're going a little bit more white with a little bit more white ink. Then we'll do a quick Blackstone edition, and then we're done. Also, can always have some AOS style reset. I don't think they'll ever do that ever again because it took them a long time to get respect for AOS again. So I don't think they'll do that again. I think they'd like to, but I don't think they will. $30K is a soft reset. Yeah, exactly. The thing is with 30K is they could add every 40K faction and it would make sense. Barring like fucking Primaris, obviously, but like if they added everything but Chaos and Space Marines, because obviously they've already got them, it would just make sense. I was going to say Necrons didn't wake up for another 10,000 years. Why not? You know? I know people have a trigger with that comment. I meant Tower only just evolved in the last 5,000 years or so. Yeah, but you could just say it's 15,000 or so. Sort of, just add a 1. You know? Then they fit 30k. Not the biggest lore node, but it seems like the only way AOS gets respect. AOS is a really big game, mate. It seems like the only way for you to add a faction is to do what they do with Necrons. They existed for millennia before humanity and inside until they woke up. Exactly, they can't do anything else. I don't think so either. Really messed with the fantasy fan base. Doesn't seem like it worked out for them. Yeah. We've kind of had this conversation today already, but I know, appreciate, might be going around in circles a little bit. It's a new crowd tuning in, but yeah, like fantasy wasn't selling. That's why they stopped making it. They stopped making it because they thought, man, I really wonder what it'd be like if we pissed everybody off. They stopped making it because it stopped selling, which makes sense. But the problem with that is that it took a long time for them to pick back up, because then the fan base they did have, who wasn't buying anything because they already had the armies, got pissed off, which threw a lot of people off. So obviously word of mouth is huge. So I don't think they'll do a big hard reset again. It takes them a long time to get AOS in the respect it has now, and to get people to actually play it. And it's a very big game now. Whereas they did kill it, you know? They had to start again, and they did a lot. They invested a lot of money and lost lots of money for a long time. Right, the question is, chat, is do I do his middle bit a different colour? Do I do his chest piece thing a different colour? That's the question. Answer now or forever hold your peace. I don't think I do. It's painted metallic, pure white. Yeah, I think that'll work. Yeah, that works. You're right. Well done, chat. Well done. That worked. Maybe his eyes white as well. Sweet. Ever get scared doing these overglows? Seems like a tough technique. Sometimes you just kind of have to just YOLO it, and just remember you can always fix it. You know. It's just patience, taking your time, and being quick. You can use like a wet paint. I've always got a paintbrush next to me. I've just oversprayed there while talking. I can just wipe it off with my thumb. You know what I mean? Take your time. Don't stress. Don't worry. If you don't like it, you can paint over it. You know? What the white does, because it's close to the sandy colour, it like helps blend it together a little bit. Definitely helps like pull it together closer, you know. Tell me, hour or hour or. By the way, what PSI am I running? 20, I think. I just guess. I don't really like go paying for a number. It's all about the feeling. Right, so I'm gonna go back around with this because it's quite translucent, we can go around and highlight it even more. You know? That is just this text. Beautiful. 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 Love it. Steve, it's probably the inefficient exhaust. Lots of their rubbish at sound dampening. Yeah, the motorbikes are so loud because of the exhaust. Bear in mind, a car exhaust stretches from the front of your car to the back of the car, whereas a motorbike exhaust stretches from between your legs to behind your legs. I'm Brazilian. Do you know how to speak a word in Brazilian Portuguese? I do not, mate. I'm afraid. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Bam. Bam. So good. You're so fresh. Looking fucking fine, mate. He barely manages English and now he wants Brazilian Portuguese. Good point, Steve. My girlfriend can speak a little bit of Portuguese, I believe. A couple of choice words. Bumba is all I know in Portuguese. Just one thing I don't understand you right now. I can only talk to you through Google Translate. Well, that's the other way, right? I can speed them up here. People pull the baffles out and mod them because they equate loads fast. What? Right, okay, how's he looking? He's looking pretty good, to be fair. He kind of sits like that on him. I mean, that looks alright. Pull the baffles out and mod them because they equate loud as fast. Ah, right, okay, that makes way more sense. Sorry, mate. Completely don't understand what you're on about, but that makes way more sense. Right, we're out of paint and we're out of airbrushing. Whew. We've got a little bit of blackstone to do and then we're done. I think I'm just going to highlight it and then wash it black again, you know. Done for today anyway. It's like 90% done. It maybe needs another hour extra work. But I need the paint to really dry. And then I need to varnish it. So I'm not going to be doing that today. Because it's just going to take too long to dry. Definitely tabletop ready though. Definitely tabletop ready, which in my mind is done. I'd say that means done. Don't know about you, chat, but I'd say that's done. You can say I'm wrong, but I don't care. Have you paid a Silent King today? No, you haven't. If you have, well done. You've done too. Need to rim the bases. You want me to do rim job on stream? Is that what you're saying? I'll do that then. I'll do that if that means it's done. I'm not going to glue it together though. As I'll probably spend an hour or two tomorrow evening doing the final bits. I'm going to go enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Now it's not quite as miserable because it's not quite as hot anymore. Which is what basically I've done today. I spent all day painting just so I don't have to go outside in the horrible heat. Well, tabletop ready at my free friendly local gaming score is 3 colours. People take that literally like finger paints. This is 3 colours. Blue, green, sand, and brown. That's 4. It's 4 colours. You know, you wouldn't mind playing against this on the table, would you? Even though it's like concept-y, it's just because there's a lot going on. My thumb has gone really numb though. Am I gonna have to have my thumb chopped off, chat? My thumb's really numb. It's not good at all. Mikey's saying that tissue for I've chucked in the bin, you numpty. I have an entire roll. I have kitchen roll everywhere. I don't need fucking blue roll. I'm posh. I use kitchen roll. Bing, bang, bang. I'm going to go quickly change my water. beep, beep, beep. Mikey uses kitchen roller for a posh one confirmed. Well, it's also impressive given the time you spent on it. Normally takes days. Thanks, mate. As I said, there's loads more I can do, but if I really wanted to, I could go and use this, and that's enough for me for now. I've been painting all day, Anna, so obviously there'll be people like, that's not done. You've got to end the stream, but who cares? I'm gonna get some more Sybarite green. I'll put it over here next to my other mix. Better than I see some models. Thank you. Very kind of you. Not painted, went out and played. Apologize for being slack. Yeah, apology accepted. The heat next week is looking crazy, high 30s in the southeast. Yikes. That's why we're doing the Paintathon a week early, you know? Games Workshop's Paintathon's next week. We're doing it this week. Because it's cooler. It's not because I got the dates wrong. Time to invest in prosthetic thumbs, become the iron hands. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to like fight a Medusan snake and get an iron thumb because my thumb's fucked. Ooh, is this bright? Is this too bright? I think it might be, you know, chat. I'm going to roll with it, and then I'm going to wash it again. Which I said I was going to do anyway. And I've kept that other colour so I can use that as a glaze. I'm going to see the Silent King on Thursday. Nudge, nudge. You sure are. That's why we're painting it. I thought I'd treat Tom to Blood Angels versus Silent King. I mean, Necrons. That's the plan anyway. I'll ask him though, because obviously like Necrons are really strong. I don't want him to like get salty about losing again. I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Alright, mate. Have fun. Poor Tom. Yeah, he's not really been not been having a good run, has he? Bless him. Where's left my airbrush compressor? And I can probably turn it off now. Yeah, not been having a good run. Ever since Custodies got nerfed. I think this is drying much nicer than it when it first goes on. It's drying nicely anyway, but you know, it's like a lot duller. Not quite as bright. Oh, that was a fat highlight. Tomo is better off losing to a meta army. Yeah, like, it's a good sport, you know, and like at the end of the day, neither of us mind if we win or lose because the whole point of the game is to entertain. But we also want to have fun, you know, while we do it. We want to have fun while we're playing. That's why we do it. I'm just gonna paint. I'm gonna paint in here. I'm gonna paint all the fucking little thingies. The writing. Make them look like they're powered up. I'm just gonna lightly glazing them with Sybarite green or whatever it's called. So over the flat, it's gonna look quite dull. But it's collecting, it looks quite bright. Yeah, that's cool, isn't it? That was nice. Instead of whatever the fuck I did there, ignore that. Look at this bit. Same on this side. I'll try and fill in the gaps. I think he gave him PTSD on Thursday. The first 6-year-old Thursday's gonna kill him. Very true. Very true. He was not a happy bunny. He was, but you know, it was funny. Just smashing the cracks, you know. As you do, smash the crack. I did really enjoy Space Hulk though. I think we should play again. I'm not sure when, but I think we probably will. Oh, music gave up then. Back now. It was fun. Yeah, it was a good game. I said I'd never played it, so it was nice to finally play it after owning it for 12 years. That's a long time to own a game and never play it. And it's a nice change, really nice change of pace. And that's what we want sometimes. We want to change of pace. We don't want to do the same thing all the time. Everybody's doing live 40k right now, so we want to do something different. We don't like. I do a lot of Warhammer on the channel, but I don't want to be just Warhammer. I don't want people to be like, "Well, why are you doing all this shit? You're a Warhammer channel." It's like we're a tabletop channel. I won't even say we're a tabletop channel. We're just a channel that does shit that's fun, you know. Mostly 40k, but that's because it's my passion. It'd be dumb not to do 40k. When it's my passion, you know. I used to have the OG Space Hulk, but my parents threw it out when I went to uni in the 90s. Bastards! I buy it again, but it's silly money. Yeah. It's very, very expensive. Oh, fucking hell. Bye. I'm getting so many bots today. I think the longer you do a stream, the more bots you get. Oh, that was loud. I don't know if you heard that, but it was gross though. Right, while the top's drying, I'm gonna rim the base. As Steve will put it. Rim the old base. And then by the time I've done all, hopefully when I've done all three, I can just a bit of paint. I can go back and do the blackstone. Just flag the stream, maybe. I don't know. It's all random, that's for sure. I wonder how many people click the link, you know?
To make it worth it. To make the spamming worth it. Oh, we just hit 8 hours. Congrats, everybody. Happy 8 hours. Well done for making it here. We started at 10:30 this morning. It's 18:28, so 6:30. So we've been going for 8 hours now. It's impressive. I'm surprised I've been able to keep going. I'm surprised I ain't given up. Scammed you, you know? I think I've done pretty well. Someone somewhere must click it. Well, yeah, someone must be. Oh, who? Why? Who and why, you know? I was watching a copy on eBay and it went for more than a Forge World Titan. What? Spam bots? But yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest. Space looks super popular. And for good reason, I guess. As I said, it's a good game, so. Right, the Blackstone. Looking good. We're going to wash it again, gamers. But I'm going to first dry with a hairdryer. I'm going to mute the mic. Because we can now. BRB. Cool. That's that. Move this brush out of the way. We get our weird black contrast wash out. Gonna null oil over it or different wash. Yeah, null oil again, just to dull it down. Because we want it to look black, you know? These are like essentially like a glaze, right? So our highlights will be duller, but the dark black rock that we have that we started with before we did the highlight and started adding the Sybarite green will go down as well. So it'll like dull it all down a bit. And then what we can do is when it's dry, when we do all the highlighting of the blue and stuff, we can go in with Sybarite once again, nice and sharp. And like really like make it look cool. Because it's finished. We're just doing fancy details now. You know? We're just being fancy. We're wasting time. Are you doing the GW stream tomorrow? I sure am. We'll be doing the reveal stream tomorrow, that's for sure. Right, we're gonna make a palette, I think, for the bases. That's super thin, because it's from my airbrush, that airbrush primer. And then we'll just put some abandoned black in there. I'm just thinning the paint with even more paint.
There's a bit of a droplet there, but it's not going where I want it to. Just gonna move it. There we go. Might have ruined it, but never mind. Always repaint it, can't we? And the last one. Right. Chat. We're donezo. Completed it. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 34 minutes. No, 8 hours and 4 minutes even. I think I'm going to call it a day because I've finished. What do I need to do? I need to stick him together. I need to highlight the blue, but I can't highlight the blue because the airbrush paint is really thin. We need to put washers on it, and if we put washers on it, it'll come off. So we've got, let me zoom out a bit. We've got 2 menhirs ready to be washed and highlighted, but good enough for the tabletop. We've got 2 gym bros. I don't know if the gym bros there might be. You know? We've got 2 gamers who like to play DJ. The DJs. Chilling. Having a great time. We've got the Silent King and his magic carpet. Chilling. Having a great time. Look at it. Beautiful. And finally, we've got the throne. We've got the throne. There it is. In all of its glory. We did it. 8 hours. Streamed. 1 completed. Silent King. It's alright, isn't it? I don't think that's done too bad. I think we've done alright. I'm really happy with like the base. Like the glow on the base is looking good. The glow on the Catan's looking great. I said all we need to do is like wash the blue and like highlight it with white, but that is like a whole 8 hours in itself. And I think that was fun. I enjoyed that. So I'm gonna leave all this to dry. I'm not gonna take it off its bases or anything like that. And then as I said, I'm gonna highlight the Blackstone again. Highlight the Blackstone again. And then I'm gonna like wash blue and then do some white highlights and then do pigments on the bases, and then we're basically done. I really like the throne. Thanks, bud. We appreciate it. So, you know, many are chilling with it. Then the Silent King stood there. Boy, you know, it's gonna look great. It's gonna look mint. It's basically all done. So we're just gonna leave that to dry and then we'll stick it all together. So thank you very much for watching. Again, that was an impromptu 8-hour stream. I'll be live again tomorrow at 1 PM in the afternoon, 1 PM UK time, because it's a reveal stream at 2. So I'll be live at 1, chilling, chatting, shooting the shit, all that bollocks. So come hang out. Hang out, it'll be fun. So thanks for watching, everyone. Is there anyone else live we can drop you off with?
3, 2, 1, let's go.
No one else is live, so fuck him. Have a good sleep. Yeah, well, Georgie should be home any minute, so I've timed it perfectly. So thanks for watching. I love you all, and I'll catch you tomorrow.